Hello there and welcome to Gamers Without Borders featuring FIFA 20. My name is Adam Savage and I am delighted to be back here in the hot seat, bringing you all the action of the next 3 days of top quality, top tier FIFA gameplay. I'm joined by the wonderful casting duo you can see on screen here as well. Lee Smith, Joe Miller. Boys, how's it going, Joe? This is a great cause, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, FIFA on its own, obviously, everyone loves to watch it, but the fact is we've got so much money up for grabs, and it's all going to a good cause. And I think, we're in a timeline right now where, there are a lot of charities out there that can benefit from this money, and a lot of people there from those charities that can really use it right now as well. So great day to be playing some FIFA for some money for a good cause, yeah.
Absolutely. We got some real big players up for grabs here as well. We're going to see them in action, some pro players here, Lee, and some top influencers, some top celebrity stars as well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm quite excited because I got one of my Liverpool boys in there. I'm going to try not to be biased, I'm just saying. Trent Arnold in the first game, we'll see. Paulo Dybala, he's been a favourite of mine for many years, so it's great to see him, obviously, up against England's Dele Alli. So yeah, so much to watch today.
Yeah, can't wait to see that. We mentioned there that charities that we're playing for here, $10 million across the last, I think there's 7 weeks worth of different games is being given out to charities who are battling the fight against coronavirus. You can actually see those on screen right here, right now, below us here. We have the likes of Direct Relief here. We also have Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance. We also have King Salman as well as some other ones, including International Medical Corps, UNICEF, and we also have ITU and not forgetting NRC as well. All these charities are working towards battling coronavirus right now. And each of our players as well, whoever they place in throughout the course of the next 3 days, they'll be donating their winnings to a charity of their choice that you can see on the screen right here as well. We actually, obviously, as I mentioned, have had tons of games going on over the last few weeks. The most recent one was Counter-Strike, and recently Frankie caught up with one of their winners, Simple. Here's how they got on.
Congratulations on Navi winning the CSGO International Elite Tournament. How does it feel to be part of the COVID-19 relief efforts?
It feels good. I'm happy that we attend this tournament, and it was a great match at the end. So yeah.
It really was, and now you've played a few series with MR12. So what are your thoughts on it?
Oh, it's pretty hard. I think you have less chance to come back and less chance to play buy rounds and all of this, and maybe pistol decide everything, but it's not that short game like we saw, especially in best of 5.
You did still manage to win the final map where you didn't win any pistol rounds. So I feel like if you played it a little bit more, then you might change your mind. Tell me what went into that Vertigo pick yesterday, because that was a shocker in the veto and it was a shocker on the server as well, Simple.
We just decided to practice Vertigo because there's no practice game time on other tournaments, and we just decided that they have a stand-in. They probably didn't have a lot of time to discuss this map, so we discussed it. We were preparing it a bit. We just decided to see what we can do. I mean, at the beginning it was just a tournament that we can practice something, but at the end we decided that if we play a final, we should prepare for a final on 100%. That's why today is no Vertigo.
Yeah, will we see you pick Vertigo in the future if you have some more time with it?
Yes. I enjoy this map, yeah.
Well, when Simple says he enjoys a map, we all get very, very excited. Today it was a very different Navi side. Yesterday against FaZe, it was quite the brawl and we enjoyed it very, very much. But today we saw some real structure, some real teamwork. However, there were some near misses in some of your T rounds because of timing.
Yeah.
What happens on Navi's voice comms when the clock is running out?
I think the first time it was a nuke. It was the biggest mistake. I mean, they told me to fake B, and I thought they're just gonna go on A, on 3A, just plant the bomb. But I think Perfecto failed. He just forgot about it. I mean, maybe forgot about time. And yeah, I don't know, sometimes we just play different game. we just wait for their mistakes, but they just waited for us, especially on CT. Sometimes we just forget where we need to do entry and how we need to move together. But yeah, I'm glad that we did a comeback. I would say it would be very sad if we lose this game.
It would be very sad. And yet, I did quite enjoy also on Nuke in the semi-finals, Flamey forgetting that it was MR12 and then saving rather than trying to clutch that round out. What was your reaction to that, Simple?
Oh, I actually thought like our coach thought maybe it's till 13, you know, like maybe in Valorant, I don't know. But I think it's our mistake that we didn't read rules about MR2 on overtime. I mean, I was just okay. I understand that it's a small chance to win the round and do retake on a 1-3.
What motivated your team's choice to support UNICEF with your $750,000 share of the prize fund?
No, I think it's a great opportunity to help as an organization, as a team, just to tell the world that anyone can do it, anyone can try to help. And of course, the second part is to get back in our form, because on this tournament there was a really good teams like OG, FaZe and Mousesports. And yeah, I think it was a great time for us and everyone was happy to play.
Now you're Our Gamers Without Borders CSGO champions. Do you think you can put the last couple of event results behind you?
Yeah, I think we just need to get back at our form, especially online, because as you see, we are playing a bit shaky sometimes, especially against like tier 2, 3 teams. So yeah, our main goal now is to try to win DreamHack. We're gonna prepare as much as possible for this, and just we're gonna keep grinding, I guess.
Well, Simple, thank you so much for joining us this weekend for Gamers Without Borders, and good luck in your future.
Thank you.
And that's Simple there, broadcasting from what looks like a cave. It's good to see that he's invested all these winnings over these years into a good lighting rig. It's good to see that's happened. Yeah. But Joe,
you got to say, I mean, possibly the best Counter-Strike player in the world, depending on who you ask, has won countless huge tournaments, as you said, and yeah, you know, still likes to play in the dark. What can we say?
A true gamer.
A true gamer. Well, it's good to see that. I mean, this it clearly proves that the caliber of talent that's been featured across Gamers Without Borders has been simply incredible these last few weeks, Lee.
Absolutely. I mean, no pun intended there either, rather simply. But yeah, last week, obviously, with the Counter-Strike, you know, we saw some top caliber action. We've had the PUBG Mobile in there as well, obviously, with Fortnite long ago as well. So many games have been played, and now it's FIFA's turn.
Indeed, and this is the charity prize pool breakdown as well. We mentioned all of our players that are competing across the next few days here are going to be giving away their money to a chosen charity of their choice that we listed off earlier on. As you can see here, Joe, 5th to 8th place. I mean, $50,000 for coming in the bottom 4. That is an incredible amount of money.
Yeah, absolutely is. And, you know, as you said, 50K for basically finishing last, if you want to put it that way here. But 400,000 as well for the charity of choice if you go on to win this one. Obviously, it's a great gesture. The players are playing for pride and for, you know, to give that kind of pride forward here as well, which is, you know, it's certainly a different format to what they're used to. But the fact is, these are professional players. They want to win, and they want to be the ones that are giving the 400,000 rather than the 50, right?
Yeah, huge shout out to Safeys, who are the organisation donating all this money to give away as well. These are our groups as well, Group A and Group B. Group A is happening today, Group B tomorrow. Today, Shells, Damie, Turkey, Gravison. Tomorrow, Umut, Tex, MS Dasari and Taz. I mean, Lee, we've got a serious lineup on our hands here.
Yeah, and immediately we're going to have a rematch of what happened last weekend in the Fnatic tournament between Shells and Damie. That was the second, third sort of decider between them. So bit of a grudge match straight away there. But obviously everybody's eyes will be on also Group B for tomorrow. Definitely the group of death, effectively, with Dasari and Tex in there, who've been at it for the last 2 years, basically, for all the marbles.
Yeah, exactly. And they'll want to prove a point, make a statement here as well across the next couple of days here that they really are the best in the world. This is the bracket for Group A as well. We can see, we mentioned Shells and Damie, a game we're covering today, as well as Turkey and Gravison as well. What are we thinking, Joe? Who do you think, looking at that straight away, do you think is going to make it into our winners bracket first and foremost?
Oh, it's really difficult, right? This group for me is fairly open. Obviously, you've got likes of Gravison in there, who's relatively on a FIFA team, kind of an old boy, if you really want to put it that way. He's a very, very experienced player. Turkey from Saudi Arabia, so I think one of the first times that there'll be a lot of international eyes on him as well. Shells, of course, who started out as such a young star back in like 2017. And almost went all the way in those years as well. There's a lot of potential there in this group still.
I mean, indeed. I mean, Group B as well here. Lee, walk us through. I mean, are we thinking Tex and MS Dasari going to go all the way on this one?
I mean, Tex and Dasari are obviously the favourites in there, but let's not forget that Yuma and Tas, like Tas got 4th place recently at one of the big international tournaments. Like, this is not a walkover event. This is actually an incredible group, but obviously Tex being out and out the best player last year, despite the fact he obviously lost in the World Finals. And that was, of course, to Dasari. Dasari, who's been a world champion himself, has dominated for the last, 2-3 years now. So it's going to be a mouthwaterer, that's for sure, tomorrow.
Indeed. But across the next few days as well, we, of course, have celebrities competing as well. Our first show match today, Liam Payne, music superstar, Trent Alexander-Arnold, one of the team of the season right backs for Liverpool and England as well. I mean, this is huge. I mean, but is there going to be a lot of pressure on Trent to deliver here, being a professional footballer, Joe?
Yeah, and the fact is that Lee obviously is a Liverpool fan. I'm not going to say that he's staying so fair on this one, which makes me obviously a massive Liam fan at this point, like most of the Twitch chat, I do believe, at this point. And the graphics that he put out on Twitter yesterday rated himself a 99 voice, style, and fans. Where Trent uses his standard FIFA card, so stay modest.
A modest, humble guy. We like to see that. But no, I think that this is going to be a very interesting matchup, because obviously you presume naturally that Trent might play FIFA, being a footballer. But Liam, I'm looking forward to seeing what he's going to bring to the table here, Lee. I think it could be a very interesting matchup.
Yeah, and you've got to assume that the fact that obviously Trent's not been able to properly practice and properly play his trade playing football, he's probably been sat at home on the console playing a bit of FIFA. I would assume so, maybe with a couple of his teammates. But as you alluded to, like, he's going to get a lot of stick if he doesn't win this. Especially Robertson and that. Like, obviously they always have a bit of banter on the Twitters. It will kick off if he doesn't win this game, I'll tell you that.
I bet they're all waiting on bated breath for the training ground. They're all waiting. They are. But I mean, with the show matches as well, what the great thing about it is there's $1.1 million for the players we're competing for, but each of our show matches, I think $100,000 is up for grab in that show match alone. The winner getting $75,000 to give away and $25,000 going to the loser of that, which is still an enormous amount of money, Joe. It's still going to be a huge benefit to one of these charities.
Absolutely is, and I think at this stage, every penny, or in this case, I guess cent, really does count, right? We as a planet are facing tough times at this stage, and these are charities that really do go such a long way to help people in need when it really comes to not just the efforts around coronavirus right now, COVID-19, but just in general as well. Great charities, we've got great players here. Playing to help them out as well.
Indeed, we do. Before we jump into our very first game, our very first show match, we do have a quick video to show you guys at home. Check this out. We'll see you right after this.
What is your favourite football club?
So my favourite football club is Ittihad FC. It's based in Saudi Arabia.
Manchester City. Obviously, I'm signed to them, but they've done a lot for me, so I even love them more as a club.
My favorite football club is Real Oviedo.
How many games of FIFA do you think you play in an average week?
I'll go with 30 games.
When the season's on, probably around 60, but now it's 30.
80 matches, something like that? Yeah, I think it's fair. 80.
Do you remember the first time you tried to play FIFA?
I think my family was playing into another football game, not FIFA, so I was the guy who convinced them to switch to FIFA because I tried it in my friend's home.
Not the first time, but I remember playing my dad and my cousins, and I think I lost every game, and I just remember crying all the time because I'm a big sore loser, so I took it to heart and tried to get better for every time I tried to play against them. But eventually I started to beat them, so I'll look at the last laugh.
It was many years ago, PlayStation 1, with my father and my brother, and I was like, I don't know, maybe 2 years old, something like that. It was FIFA 98, and I was so bad at it, and I wanted to play so bad that my father gave me a controller who wasn't plugged in the console. So I just played the game for half an hour without even knowing I wasn't playing.
Who do you think is the best pick in any role?
I'll go with Ruud Gullit. He can play striker, winger, central defensive midfielder, centre back. Not as a goalie, but yeah.
The new Kevin De Bruyne, just because he can actually play in every single position on the pitch. So I think I'll give it to him.
If I have to pick just one player, I think I have to go with the young team of the year edition. He's just a guy to play.
What are some of your favorite or most reliable formations to play, and how have they changed over the last couple of years?
I'll go with 4-2-3-1. It was the best formation FIFA 19, and for me it's the best formation FIFA 20. It's a balanced formation. You can defend really good with it, you can attack really good with it, so I'll go with it.
I'll say my most favorite and comfortable formation is 4-4-2. Just something I've been playing for a few years now. It's kind of just, I'm just familiar with it. But this year, 4-2-3-1 is definitely like the meta formation. It's the most probably overpowered one as well because it's so good defending. So I kind of switch between that depending on what I need. If I need a goal, I'll probably go 4-4-2. But if I need to defend, definitely 4-2-3-1.
My favorite formations right now are 4-2-3-1 and 4-4-2 because I think the meta of FIFA is just those two formations. I don't think you can use any other right now in FIFA 20. And many years ago, I used to use the 4-1-2-1-2, the narrow version of it, and I used to play with 4-3-3-4 many years ago as well. But I think FIFA 20 it's pretty defensive right now, so I don't think you can use those formations right now. So it's just FIFA 20 is all about 4-2-3-1,
Good to see Frankie there getting a bit of a speed session in with some of our pro players this coming weekend. Lee, did you say there's a cat in the vicinity near you?
He's trying to come on the screen. I'm like fending him off secretly with my arm on the right ear.
The wonders of broadcasting from home. It's one of the highlights. Animals, children, anything can happen, really. We saw. Some of the top players that are competing, but I want to focus on the celebs for a second here. I mean, in terms of team picks as well, because we're going to get a chance to go through Trent and Liam's game first and foremost, followed by Shells and Damie, then Turkey and Gravison. Do you think, is it likely that Trent's going to pick Liverpool, or do you think he's going to pick a different team to go into this one with?
I'll be pretty annoyed if he doesn't.
Yeah. Does he have a choice here? I'm not sure that he does.
He'd be rinsed otherwise.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see about that. We should probably say that, although the tournament itself with the professional players is going to be done with using FIFA Ultimate Team,
that's right.
that we're going to be doing head-to-heads, right, in our celebrity show matches. So they pick a team, 85 rating locked per team, so you can pick whoever you want. So we'll see where Liam decides to go with his team.
Yeah, did we see that bit of research? We think he might be a West Brom fan.
He's a Baggies fan, yeah. So surprised me. I mean, he was born in Wolverhampton, so it's literally just over the motorway, right? They're right next to each other, pretty much.
Yeah.
So I guess he grew up in West Bromwich. So doesn't surprise me.
With the teams available in FIFA, I don't necessarily think he's going to go for West Brom. I probably will go somewhere else. I imagine he will do to give himself the best possible opportunity. In terms of players as well, obviously, Joe mentioned that we're going to see the FIFA Ultimate teams that our players are bringing their decks to the tournament we have here. What kind of players are you expecting to see? Obviously, we had Team of the Season so far, and Team of the Season kind of released. Who are you expecting to see? Who's going to be a pivotal catalyst for victory, Joe, in some of our teams?
So that's the interesting thing, right? The Team of the Season's been released. There's been a few online tournaments here and there, but no real huge LAN tournaments that we come to kind of expect at this level of the season, this stage of the season. So I think it's still it could be a little bit surprising as to what we get. Obviously, Team of the Season for a lot of these leagues is now out. And I don't want to spoil too much, but I've seen at least one of the players' teams, and it's a little bit surprising for me, considering the setup that he's gone for. But we're probably going to be seeing a lot of Ronaldo in there. There'll be a lot of Mbappe in there. Obviously, bringing in a big, more used icons. I'd imagine, your stalwarts, your Hullits and what have you, you're probably still going to be hanging around in there. But I think there's still a little, maybe elements of surprise to come into this one just because how fresh team of the season really is.
Yeah, Lee, do you think there's a opportunity here? Obviously, these guys compete at the top level as well. Do you think there's a chance here to kind of test out potentially new formations, new tactics ahead of going into major tournaments coming up soon?
Yeah, well, absolutely. I mean, obviously, some of them did play last week, but with obviously, Corona hitting the world and a lot of the EA tournaments of FIFA actually obviously being postponed because they had to be, it's left this kind of opening of, don't really know what's going to happen here. I think the biggest part would be the wingbacks. We'll see whether people would be switching the wingbacks and maybe the defense. As Joe said, I think CR7, R9s, Neymar's, these are all going to be in there. Mbappe, almost a solid part of the team.
Well, lads, it's that time. Trent and Liam are ready to rock and roll. The big show match is upon us. A best of three. Chaps, jump on in. Here we go. Game number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to get this one underway, and they've kicked straight off into this one. No messing around. And, of course, we are seeing Mr. Trent Alexander-Arnold playing from left to right in the red of Liverpool Lee. No surprises there.
Yeah, not too surprising. Chelsea being played by Liam, though, despite the fact being a West Brom fan. I guess he just decided the Chelsea squad would be a wee bit stronger. He's looking pretty confident now. Looks like he's in a nice, comfy sort of studio setup down there, whereas Trent looks like he's got the traditional gamer focus face on him.
Absolutely, and it is going to be a best of three just to give you like the breakdown of how this is all going to look. The guys are going to play at least 2 games, and of course you have to win 2 out of those 3 games to actually win the matchup as a whole. So goal difference may not count. We'll see how that goes later on. And actually, what is here? I think it's just an offside, isn't it? Yeah, surely it is. Yep, it will be an offside. So interesting little start so far, of course. Trent playing from left to right, as you said, in that Liverpool kit. Liam giving the ball away very, very early on there. I think he might have a little bit of nervousness going on there.
Well, I mean, we talked about the pressure that he may offer him. We also don't really know. Liam might have a lot of free time in his hands right now. He's not been able to do the concerts, etc. Everything's gone wrong. It's all right. The header was well wide. It was well covered by the keeper.
My uncle wouldn't let me in his house.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a free header. He possibly should have had the opening there for that one, but. Yeah, I think you're right. Everyone's got a lot of free time right now. Obviously, big hats off to those that don't have free time, those key workers that are putting in the hours to keep everyone safe. But this is a big play here from Trent. He's going to go through, and honestly, probably should have done better there, Lee.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see how he manages to work out. But Liam, once again, on the push. But it's cut out easily by Trent as he brings the ball forward straight through the middle. Massive amount of space on the wing. He's just bags of space out there. For a player like Trent Arnold, he's that's easy for him. Just puts it wide though. All that fancy footwork, Joe, to put it wide. But clearly, using a lot of skill plays there shows that Trent's definitely put some hours into this game.
Yeah, absolutely has. And you can see it straight away, can't you? And it's going to be interesting to see over the course of the weekend the different celebrity show matches that we have, who exactly has been putting the amount of work that maybe those fans on Twitch would expect of him. Here's Liam pushing on forward. It's a cross, but he's got space now on the edge of the box, and he's almost fluffed it, comes on through, and it was all a bit of a mess there. Liam having a chuckle in the bottom right. He thought he might have had a shout for a penalty, I think, at that point, but referee clearly not ready to give it just yet. But with the throw-in, he's got another chance. Keeper down, though, and it's a bit of a scramble again in the blocks, but Trent keeping it at 0-0.
Well, it is going to be Trent piling down the wing. This has got to be it, surely. Cut back. Oh, it's such a weak cut back. Needed more on that one. I think you can see the idea was there. It was almost like FIFA 16, the little cutback. It's just 4 years too late.
Oh, useless.
Here is Liam then. Oh, foul? No. Apparently not. Not going to give him that one. And again now Trent is able to push on through. He's got a load of space with Salah. He's got the pace here as well. Surely going to finish. He's taken maybe too long. Shot comes off.
Now William. Go on, son. And again. Lovely
Go on, son.
pass. William.
Oh, Liam. This is a bit worrying for Trent.
I feel like
Oh, it's all right. He's forced him wide. He's forced him to the corner. He had it covered.
I just can't seem to do anything with him.
Big break for Trent here. Liam proving that he's struggling defensively. We're not too surprised to say Trent's pretty good defensively at this game.
Read the intentions.
For you guys on Twitch right now, I do believe that we are slightly out of sync here on the actual in-game, so apologies for that one. And I think we're going to, until we get some confirmation here from our production team, we'll leave you with the sounds of Trent and Liam, so that we don't, cut them out too much, especially if we're off sync. So we'll be back as soon as we know that's correct.
Oh! Get in!
Oh!
Nah. I can't believe this.
I didn't see that happening.
Gomez doing?
I did not see that happening.
Hasn't he just?
Not being upset on the cards yet.
It's wonderful technique. So it's Chelsea in the lead. Here's a chance for Chelsea to go forward. Space here.
Oh, that's terrible. Come on.
In he goes
Go on, son.
for the challenge.
Easy now.
Quite his game, Olivier Giroud, but he's running at the opposition now.
Oh!
He got plenty of distance into the clearance, but
I think my PlayStation names got out somehow because I keep getting the most random requests.
interception.
Yeah, it'll
Liverpool are being
on the
led here in
stream.
this game.
They'll be able to see what your name is.
Oh, right.
So people who are watching the stream will
It's not been a
see it
vintage
and
first
just add
half from Liverpool at all.
that. It happens.
Conte. Giroud. Got the ball back. Saw it coming, cut it out. Good work. That's a brilliant challenge.
Oh man.
Olivier
Not
Giroud.
playing well.
Intercepted
Oh,
here.
come on.
At all. What?
What is that?
That
Go on, then.
rattled me.
Well defended, not just getting across. He thought quickly as well.
Come on, William.
Chance to put it in
Let's
the
see
box
it then.
from here. Only partially.
Oh, why is he heading? Why is he heading that?
Some problems for them.
Oh, I don't like this. Somebody get out there.
Now Sadio Mane.
Tackle then. Oh no.
Ronaldo.
Well done.
And he's got to get it away.
Well out.
Oh,
Well out.
no.
The
Oh,
referee has signalled for half
Yeah, it's been
time.
a good first
that was a
half.
nice first half. That was a good first half. The stats quite even.
Yeah. I need an early goal.
Sadio Mane.
Oh no, this is already bad news. This.
He's a good
I need to do
finisher.
like flips
If
and
his
stuff and
team are
scored.
Giroud.
Oh.
Time to get the cross now.
Oh, there's a bit of footwork going on again. Oh, seeing yourself on FIFA for the first time.
God.
Was that like a proper pinnacle
Yeah.
moment?
Yeah.
I could imagine, man.
You know,
Mateo
growing up, how
Kovacic.
big a game FIFA is. It's like
Giving
it
it
was
away
the
under
game.
no pressure at all.
I used to
Yeah.
play with brothers on it all the time.
I mean, it's not much better than playing it yourself, is there?
Showing it now.
Nah.
Mohamed
Well,
Salah.
when you get the right stats.
Oh no!
And that's in the
Yes.
back of the net.
Oh, he's wormed his way through. That was a nice goal.
He's left his man for dead there. Such quick feet and what a clinical finish.
So away we go at 1-1. Good one-on-one
Oh, it's too
defending with the
direct.
tackle.
Too direct.
Mohamed Salah.
Oh, it looks like the wheels have come off.
Pass. Firmino. Keeper stops it.
Oh, how's he missed that?
We can talk.
The wheels have come off in the second half for me.
Great shoot.
I could feel it.
Golden opportunity spurned. You do worry when your team's not creating chances, but as you can see, they certainly have done today. But the
What's he
manager
doing? Get the
must be
ball.
concerned that they're not finding the back of the net with these opportunities.
Roberto Firmino.
Oh, he's through.
Chance
Go on, do it. Yes.
That's even better play to stop the chance. Trying to catch the other team out with a quick break here. Well, the wide man can show his skills here. And off he goes with some options. That's by the goalkeeper.
What a shot.
Yeah.
I don't feel like I've ever scored a corner on this game.
Yeah, it's so hard.
In from Willian from the corner. Keeper up well to punch the corner. Has a go here. He's done well to block that.
That was a bit of a hit and hope, really, wasn't it?
Intercepted well.
Oh, come on.
Roberto Firmino.
Not to him.
No.
Pass threaded through.
Off.
One-on-one with the keeper. Salah!
Yes!
Salah the scorer. He's been
Oh, I thought he was going to save off the line.
I thought I had it.
But the chip was always on. Keeper was caught in no man's land, but still a difficult skill.
It's always the thing, do you send the keeper?
Lovely finish.
Yeah.
Chelsea behind here.
I was hoping
let's
big
get this.
because I thought
Let's get this back together.
have to try and get you back.
Looking to use
Let's get this back together.
the width of the pitch in this attack.
Someone show for it, come on.
Throw him to Liverpool.
Oh, what? That was useless. So bad. Do fake throws. How'd you do that?
Aye.
Through.
Jorginho.
Yeah, just to get.
Jorginho.
And again, go.
With the pass.
Oh, too early, man.
Lovely.
Oh, he's through again every time.
This could be promising.
Every time. He's causing me so many problems.
Oh, what?
Ooh, what happened?
Oh.
Got his foot in to cut out the pass. It's Sadio Mane. Guided through. Gordon Henderson. He might be.
No!
He's read that, hasn't he? And made the interception. Made it look easy, actually.
Let's go. Let's go.
No, he's
Willian.
no.
Oh!
Olivier
Let's go.
Giroud. Kovacic.
Oh!
Somehow, what a stop. That was heading right into the corner.
Played in by Willian.
Goal. Goal, goal, goal.
Difficult. The defender sorted it out.
Dreaming. Dreaming.
Bit of space to go forward into with the ball. Willian. Giroud.
Anyone. Just someone show up. Jesus.
Maybe the counter-attack is on here.
Ah, all over the place. All over the place. Dreaming.
And in goes Firmino onside.
Oh, he's tripped up the skill.
They haven't cleared the danger yet. Oh, he spotted the pass and
How the hell did I get away with that? Toying with me here.
Firmino.
Oh, how's that going?
He's measured it perfectly.
How did that get in?
The skill of the attacker to get that up and back down again, it really takes a lot of doing.
Audacious in the extreme, but you wouldn't rule out that player from trying it, would you? He's got that in his locker.
Oh, it's all started so well and it's all come down in tatters.
It is now, the scoreline. So we're coming down now towards the last 15 minutes.
Oh, he's way out. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Mane. Roberto Firmino.
Let's do something about that.
Oh, he's been called offside here.
Oh, that could have been 4.
Roberto Firmino.
Come on, someone do something about it. Yeah, let's go.
Marcos Alonso. Read the play well to intercept.
Thank you.
I feel like that whole game I've only ever had that one line.
Well, he's got away from him.
Nah.
Mohamed Salah.
Is the ref on?
It's rather wrong.
I've got away with a lot. I've got away with a lot this game.
Power behind the shot.
Well, there's still time for Liverpool to perhaps ruin all their good work in the second half, but it doesn't look likely, it must be said. Much improved since the interval.
Oh, that's too fast.
8 more minutes. And the forward could be played in. It was a lovely pass. Salah. Goal!
Oh, it's all coming apart.
The third, the hat-trick.
We're watching a man fall apart before our very eyes here.
It's a tough game for the
The
team
wheels
trailing.
have fell off.
They're out of the contest, really. They're just playing.
Steering
for the
wheels
right
fell
there.
off. The lot, it's all
Really
come
being
down.
torn apart.
Can't even put a pass together. Come on, son.
There's the
Oh.
interception.
Just get rid of it.
Henderson. Great interception. As good
Oh
as
no.
he played this
No,
from
no, no.
Roberto Firmino.
Do something, do something. Oh my God.
Still trying to get his shot
Brilliant.
off. Wasteful pass, unforced
I
error,
honestly
really.
think you could have had 6 by now.
Excellent challenge. Break quickly when they get
Send in.
possession.
God, how fast is he?
Pace, look at the pace. Who's that?
Oh, is that you?
With the ball.
That's really funny.
Mateo Kovacic.
2 minutes. 19.
Tries the shot.
Just get one in.
No
Just
way
get
to
one
the
in.
shot. Block.
Show face. Let's look
I
good.
think they can nick it from him, but I don't
Right, let's
think
go.
they can. Giroud. And
Oh,
has been. That's the end of the game.
that was it.
Well, undoubtedly, he was.
It all seemed so positive that first half.
Well, he goes across.
Yeah, well, that was nervous.
Well, there we have it. There we have it. Our very first show match, game number 1. It was a tale of 3 chips. The whole thing was just lob, 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 lob. Lee, it was impressive.
It was a bit of style at Anfield Road there, I think, from Trent. And as Liam said, it could have been 6, it could have been 7. I think Trent, was a bit surprised letting that first goal in. I think we all were, and then it settled down.
It's Joe. It's clear to see that Trent in particular. I mean, both players, great on the ball, great skill, but utilizing Salah and Mane as Trent did, that was the game changer.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I think that Trent, he's probably not had a warm-up coming into this one. It felt like the more he played, the kind of more he got rolling, right? He looked pretty dominant when you look towards that second half there. And I think, as Liam rightly said, it could have easily been 6, 7 or what have you. There were chances in there for Liam. And I think the good thing is that this is a best of 3, right? So I see 2 kind of scenarios here. Either Trent is really just getting in the groove and game 2 is going to look even more one-sided, right? Or Liam can use it to reset.
I mean, 4-1's almost an apology to your family on Facebook. It's very close. It's not too far away. But I think, to not take anything away from Liam, he definitely had some good moments there. I think he definitely could have made it a lot closer. But I think just Trent just was a cut above, really. I mean, do you think that Liam's going to consider changing teams now? Do you think Chelsea's the way forward for him? Where do you think he could do something different to get a better result the next time round?
Oh, I mean, where do we start? I did love the fact that when he was having that quick attack and a quick break, and he was like, "Hang on a minute, I'm getting caught up so easily," and it was Trent playing himself that managed to easily get back and cover on the right back. It's like, oh, damn, that's not going to work. But yeah, I mean, I think the cheekiest chip was probably the third goal from Trent, the one that went up over the keeper. I actually think he was crossing it. I'm not sure he was going for a shot there. That was like one of those things, especially as a wing-back like he is. It's like, were you going for a shot there or were you trying to cross it in?
Yeah, and Kepa wasn't even that far off his line.
No.
That's crazy. I mean, it must be. I always find it must be very strange for these players as well. They must be analysing their own team they play for, and they go, "He hasn't got that in his locker. He definitely couldn't do that. He could do that." You must be a lot more kind of critical of players that you play with regularly in a game of FIFA, Joe.
I think the weirdest thing is playing, in a team with yourself, which could go one of 2 ways, right? Either you're better than you think you are in real life, or you're not quite as good as you think you are, which I think is more frustrating because you can't do a whole lot about that one. But if you're better than that, maybe that's a question for after this game, Adam. Maybe you can. Maybe that's the first question. Are you as good in FIFA as you rate yourself in real life? That'd be an interesting answer for me.
I can only imagine that they kind of go through their card very with a fine tooth comb just to make sure that's just a bit off. That's a bit off.
You definitely see that at the start of the season when a new FIFA comes out. You'll see a lot of players saying, "I'm not sure about that." 16 pace you've given me there, I'm definitely a 17 or an 18.
Well, the big right back debate is: do you go for an Aaron Wan-Bissaka or a Trent Alexander-Arnold? That's the big one, really.
It's not a debate, really, is it? Let's face it.
I'm a United fan, Lee. You're right. There's no debate.
I know. Yeah, there is no debate, right?
As we said, our players are playing for $100,000 here, $75,000 to the winner, $25,000 to the loser, giving to one of the charities you see on the screen here. It's game number 2. We're ready to jump in here. If Trent does it, he's won it here in 2. Let's find out, lads. Let's jump in. Here we go.
I've got to pause.
Yeah, once again, we are going to give it up on the ground to the guys and let them kind of talk you through, how this is all going down. But as you said, I think, and that's the key point here, Adam, that this is all for charity, and this is a bit of fun. There's no real championship on the line. Maybe just a bit of friendly banter championship between the guys.
Here we go, round 2. May the best man win. I have a feeling I know who that's going to be. Honestly, I think you could have got 7 then. Toying with me. Do you ever use anything to play defensive or ultra attacking or anything like that?
Not really. If I need a goal, then I'll go ultra attacking.
Yeah, I think that was my fault last time, to be honest with you. That's a long header.
Well, were you ultra attacking the whole game?
No, the last bit of the game, because I just thought I need to get 1 goal back, show a bit of face. Oh no. Already. Oh, how's he missed that? Go on, son.
Whoa.
Oh! I didn't know that. That was nice. He's not going to fall for that. Whoa, go on. Oh, getting absolutely toyed around. Oh no, no. Beautiful. Oh, what a touch. Let's see it then, come on. Oh, so fast. Wow. Go on.
Oh, wow. It's like super
yes,
good.
go, go, go. Oh, he's got a penalty.
Oh, what am I doing?
Penalties are hard, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, he saved it!
That was a good pen, that as well.
Oh, absolutely heartbroken. I thought that was going to be my 1 goal the whole game. Oh, go on, go on, go on. Useless. Oh, nice ball. Whoa, how the hell has that happened?
Oh.
Let's go, boys. That'll do.
No.
You did that on purpose.
How can I can't pass to you on purpose? I don't. Oh, I should have taken it. How's that happened? Nah, I should have taken a touch.
Goal for Chelsea.
That happens sometimes. If the keeper doesn't take a touch, he just kicks it anywhere.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Oh, right, I didn't know that. It's good to know.
Yeah, so if you pass it back fast.
Oh, right. I thought you just let me in because you were going to score about 10 goals.
Nah.
There's just no worries on your team, is there? They just walk on through. My team look like that absolutely. Well in.
Oh.
And again. Go! Oh, aye. Well out. No. Whoa. Risky. What are you doing, you Oh my.
Love it.
You just can't really argue with that, can you? I mean, it is what it is. Yes.
No.
Oh.
Has his leg gone through him there? His leg went through him.
No comment. Get that? What are you doing? Whoa. What was that about? Oh my god, that's so bad, Liam. Well in. Let's see it then. Not there. What is that? Willian all day. No. Oh. I still don't know how you're doing all that business. Just get rid of it. It's come a long way, hasn't it? Oh, this game's a bit messy for me. I can't get into it. And again, yes, and again, beautiful. Let's go.
Oh, what a tackle!
How fast is he? Like, oh, come on, Willian.
I need another good second half.
The official has indicated there will be a minimum of 2 minutes of added time.
Let's get one more. Oh, what a tackle. Really good. Oh, I'm just going to run around you, I think, is my plan there. Come on, ref, where's the whistle?
Ref!
Where's the whistle, ref? Where's the whistle? Where is it?
Oh, you can't do that, ref. Come on. It's tight again.
It is tight again.
Your second half is important for both.
Oh, he saved it!
No!
You did that on purpose. Oh, and it's not the way. That's it. Well in. That's it, boys. Let's just play like that.
Come on.
Oh. Right, let's shut up shop, boys. Here. Not like that.
Oh, handball.
Were you holding L2?
Yep.
Yeah. If we were just playing first halves.
I know.
It's that half-time orange.
Number 14.
Come on then, let's see it now. That's it. Ah!
No, no.
Oh. The shooting today has just been unbelievable.
Yeah.
The shooting today. I mean, what am I supposed to do about that?
Yeah,
I don't really know what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah, there's nothing we can do about all three of them.
This is where I start playing attacking now, and then it just all falls apart.
Yeah, and then you just become open.
Yeah. See the difference in the shooting?
Oh no.
Oh, come on! Oh no. Get that! What is going on?
Oh.
Go on, you got that? Oh! Too far. Super slow. Beautiful. Ah, too early. I don't even know where the ball is at this point. Risky, risky business. Why is he not cutting inside? Well played. Keep it. Oh yeah, perfect. Just what I wanted to do. That's exactly what I wanted. Oh.
Made a sub.
Yeah, I tried to put a bit more speed on. Get in! Embarrassing. Ooh.
Oh my, what's stuff in there?
That was the weirdest thing ever. Come on! I feel like Giroud's got like strength and everything, but his pace you just can't use him unless he's given a header or. Someone do something about that, please. Oh, this is just embarrassing for me at this point. I just need to do something. Come on, come on, come on, come on. That's nice though. Oh, are you serious? I'm not happy about that. I'm not happy about that. Oh, is he at the post? Power over placement.
Liam, I can't hear you, by the way. Maybe you're talking to your mic or something.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Hello? Can you hear me now? Come on then, let's see it.
The fourth official has indicated there will be a minimum of 2 minutes of added time.
Offside? That's the worst thing I've ever seen. Can you hear me yet?
I mean, he puts 5 past him this time, and that last goal from Wijnaldum. I mean, Joe, this different class, mate. Different class.
Yeah, taking the mickey a little bit there with that last goal. I think it's safe to say. Yeah, you know, we said it after that first game that either Trent's just getting warmed up and he's going to landslide this second game. It looks like you've got cats, I've got flies here, Lee. That's, I think I'd rather have cats.
Well, speaking of flies, it felt a little bit like Trent was kind of like a spider, kind of luring him into his web, going, yeah, I'll let you kind of feel like a sense of security, and then bosh, he strikes.
I kind of feel like he baited him in the first half. I mean, he did have the penalty save as well. Here we go, the big penalty save. But yeah, I gotta be honest, we got into the second half and Trent was like starting to do some fancy footwork. I mean, I think Ginny's going to slip him a tenner or something when he gets back to the training ground, because he made him look a bit good there, didn't he?
Some of the trickery was different class. I mean, that was very special.
There were a lot of long shots in there, and I think, you know, at some point Liam said, what am I even supposed to do? And we saw just one there again. And there were a lot of long shots that, you know, honestly, if you don't close them down early enough, then, yeah, there's nothing you can do about them, is right. But that's the whole point, right? You can't give someone who clearly can shoot from the edge of the box the opportunity to, well, shoot from the edge of the box, which I think is where I think all of his goals, apart from that last one, came from.
No, it was just top bins from Wijnaldum's. It's just Wijnaldum, top bins, Henderson, top as well. And then Mane always, you know, basically, I think Trent has a very good understanding of his team. I don't know whether or not Liam plays regularly with Chelsea, but I mean, that kind of calamity as well. There's some of the keeping calamity as well. At first I thought, oh, Trent's had a nightmare here, but in reality, I'm thinking, has he given that one away, Lee? Has he given that one away?
I mean, the fact that he just went with, like, the last goal, he walked through, shipped it over the keeper, carried on running, took it round the defender, took it back round the keeper and put it in. I feel like he kind of like knew what he was doing, but just was reeling him in to catch him. fair play to Leon, though. I hit that post right at the end there. He could have made it 4-3, so it was entertaining at least.
I think Joey could agree here that across the two games, by no means was Liam not in the race. He was definitely in there as well. I think
the scoring in both, right? I mean, he started off with a lead in both games, so technically you could say that he maybe threw both of them away. Although, again, as I said during game one, I think it was just a case of Trent getting warmed up and really get into it. But that's the sign of things to come for this week. I think we're in for a bit of a treat of a weekend, aren't we?
Yeah, we are indeed. I mean, I've got very soon. We're going to take a break, and then we come back. Liam and Trent will be joining me for a chit chat. Lads, what are we asking? So we're definitely asking questions to them about stat cards. Anything else we got to try and get on there as well?
Hey, look, I'm a Liverpool fan. This could be the first league we have since I was at school. I'm an old man these days. I just wonder how he's felt. Obviously, it was all coming about, and then coronavirus hit, and they've not been able to pick up the trophy yet.
Yeah. I bet he's absolutely delighted that the season's coming back. He must be delighted, because you don't want to win it just by default. You want to we actually want to win the title. I think could happen as well in the very first weekend. I think if games go their way, it could be all over.
It's like a couple, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Right. GamersWithoutBorders.com. You can find out plenty more about the charity right there and then. Obviously, we've had our show match. We've got tons of top quality pro FIFA players coming your way as well. Their matches coming from our Group A bracket. We're joined by Trent and Liam right after the break. Do not go anywhere, as I'll be chatting to our guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few.
Since 1948, Direct Relief has sent a lot of boxes to a lot of places. But it's never been about the boxes. It's about the compassion that fills them and the people who need them. It's not about the life-saving drugs and supplies inside the box. It's that people are alive because they were sent. It's not about sending boxes to all 50 states and more than 70 countries each year. It's the willingness to confront any crisis, cross any border, and work alongside local organizations to help people rebuild their lives, or just to stay healthy. It's not about the latest technologies or business trends. It's extending the benefits of innovation and the talents of businesses to people and communities that are often overlooked. It's not about the awards or ratings or headlines. It's the commitment to do whatever is necessary, to do it with respect, and to do it efficiently. For all the boxes Direct Relief sends, it's never about the boxes. It's the collective effort that delivers them and what that represents. Most of all, it's about what people get out of them. The opportunities of health and to experience the joys and wonders of life.
I'm Sienna Miller, and I've been a global ambassador with International Medical Corps since 2009, seeing their life-saving work firsthand around the world. In such desperate times, minutes make the difference between life and death. When most others are running away, International Medical Corps rushes in. We go deep into the hardest hit and most remote areas to reach those in greatest need. Since 1984, International Medical Corps has reached tens of millions of people in over 75 countries, saving lives with a simple idea: give local people the skills and knowledge, and that investment will pay off long after the crisis has ended. More than 90% of our 7,000 staff around the world are local to the communities we serve, taking care of people inside their own communities, easing suffering and saving lives. We are International Medical Corps.
Hello there and welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. I am delighted to be joined by our two superstars here, Liam Payne and Trent Alexander-Arnold. Chaps, that was quite the battle. I'll come to you. Let's talk about charities first. You've both donated some incredible money to charity. First and foremost, to our second place winner. Liam, who are you choosing to donate your $25,000 to?
UNICEF.
UNICEF. And Trent, how about yourself?
The same charity.
Fantastic.
Oh, that works out well.
Yeah.
An incredible amount of money raised, and it's so good to have you both here. I mean, I'll come to you first, Liam. So, how excited are you to be here, working with Gamers Without Borders first and foremost?
I think it's great. It's such a great cause, and we all love playing games. It's one of the best things. So being able to do that and make money for unfortunate people at the same time, what an absolute winner. So it's just absolutely amazing to be part of it. Sorry that I lost the game, but I mean that's the least of it, really, isn't it?
Well, I mean, we got to give pay the dues to Trent there. He put up a good fight.
He did. It was a shoot. It was all in those shots. I just couldn't do anything about them. Not a thing.
It's like a tale of 9 chips. Just kept going in.
He did. He had some weird chip thing going on that he was running into the middle of the box with and just doing. I noticed that a little bit. I did notice that.
Trent, we were saying there was a little bit of trickery there. We thought, okay, is he toying with Liam a little bit here? Is he just playing with him, letting him feel like he's in this? But really, you just dominated towards the end.
No, I think near the end, I was just throughout the whole time. I was just trying to play FIFA. I was trying to enjoy it because this is something that I enjoy doing. Like Liam said, we all enjoy playing these games. So to be able to do, am I on mute?
Are you getting a chance to play a lot of FIFA with your teammates when you're not training or playing matches? Is it kind of like it's always on in the background somewhere?
Yeah. I'm playing quite a bit of video games at the minute. I think with so much time on our hands, there's limited.
Outside of FIFA, what's your poison, fellas? What are you playing? Liam, tell me what else are you playing besides FIFA?
I play a good bit of Call of Duty. I'm getting right into that. That's a lot of fun at the moment. I was playing Fortnite for a while as well. But yeah, Call of Duty. I mean, the bigger game where you get dropped out the aeroplane is just so hard. I've not won at that one yet. I'm not very good.
A bit of Warzone.
Yes.
Yeah. And Trent, what about yourself? What else are you playing alongside teammates yourself? What else do you tend to play regularly?
Same. The same, really. I'd say I'm playing Warzone. I play a little bit as well. Yeah, I play a little bit of Call of Duty, but mainly I do play FIFA as well.
Basically, anything competitive where you can dominate, you're in. That's the vibe I'm getting here. I mean, there's a lot of pressure. Obviously, you guys perform in front of tens of thousands, be it in arenas, stadiums. I mean, is there a different pressure when you're playing video games in front of the world instead, Trent? How does it differ, the amount of pressure you're feeling?
Yeah, I would say so. I think it's because I'm used to playing football in front of people now that it's just second nature. Whereas, it's kind of not my control, and anything can happen. And like today, I didn't really know what my opponent was going to be like. So there's different things that I have to think about, which adds a little bit more pressure.
Liam, does it start to get a little bit? When does it start to get squeaky bum time? When you start saying, "Okay, I'm conceding a lot of goals here."
This was it. This was my life story. The whole game. It was whether do I go all out attack or do I park the bus in the goal and just go ultra defensive? And I tried to go all out attack just to see if I could get a couple goals back. But I mean, there was just nothing I could have been doing about those shots.
Mate, everything just kept going in.
It was like a magnet.
It was like a magnet.
And then, did you see how fast himself was on FIFA as well, as himself?
Yeah.
I mean, I can see why he sat there so chill at the moment. If I was that fast, I'd be chilling out most of the time as well.
This is a question that came up. We were chatting to Joe and Lee about this. We were asking Trent, like, when you guys see your kind of FIFA stats that come out at the beginning of the season and your different cards that come out like team of the season, are you always like fine-tooth combing through every single stat with your teammates?
Not really. I think we have banter about our general stats. If one's higher than another, or if someone's faster or stronger than someone else that is dubious, then we all have banter about that. But at the end of the day, we all enjoy the game. It's a game we all from a so we always tell.
I saw Liam. You put up a post yesterday, and you gave yourself some stats as well. Impressive. Voice 99. I think one of them was like just shape throwing 99. It was impressive.
Shape throw. I mean, those are just a couple of my expert skills that I do bring to the table. Now we're going off of how fast I am. I mean, we're probably going like speed, like 4, agility. Agility during lockdown as well has been minimal. It's not very far from the fridge to the sofa for me.
Yeah. Has lockdown been before you lose you guys? Has lockdown been quite? What's it been like for you both? Trent, first and foremost, how's it been like for you?
It's been different, which I think everyone would say it's something that doesn't happen every day, but it's an experience that will last with us for a long time, and it's an experience that we've learned a lot about each other. So I think for me, it's been to be able to get to know myself a bit more and learn more about myself, and obviously be able to thank the people who are doing amazing things at this wonderful time.
Sure. How about you, Liam?
Yeah, I mean the beard's really coming on, the hair's coming on. I mean, I'm worrying at the moment. I'm gonna leave lockdown with a best friend called Spaulding, like Tom Hanks in Castaway. No, it's been good. I mean, it's been hard working out and different things like that have been quite difficult to maintain fitness and all sorts of different stuff as we both have to do in our jobs and whatever. I think it's been quite difficult, and just not being able to see your friends and family, and not being able to see my son's obviously been the hardest part. But I think we've learned a lot about ourselves. We all know what not to take for granted now at this stage, and just hoping it gets better.
Absolutely. And lastly, Trent, are Liverpool going to win the league this season? Are you going to do it in this first weekend? Is it going to happen?
Listen, it's out of our hands if we do it in the first weekend, but what we do know is if we carry on the form that we had going into obviously the suspension of the league, then we will win. But there's no guarantees in football, so we need to focus and want to achieve it.
Well, it's great. It's great to have football back. It's great to have you guys here joining us for Gamers Without Borders as well. Thank you so much for taking part. Thank you for the donation. A combined donation of $100,000 to UNICEF is just simply out of this world. So best of luck with everything. Let's hope we get out of this lockdown and back into normality very soon. But best of luck with the season. Best of luck with the future gigs coming our way as well, Liam. And we'll see you guys very soon. We are back with our pro players. Thank you, guys. Back with our pro players very shortly after this quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few.
Bowen. I just got back from a deployment in Brooklyn, New York for the COVID-19 pandemic. That's not necessarily the case. I've seen it. We have a 16-year-old in there that doesn't have, multiple comorbidities. They have children in there. We have several pregnant women, and these are young, healthy people. Right now, I think everybody is holding together strong. They're doing well. I am concerned about
Norman Mitchell standing here in front of BBC
comes down because we are losing
county areas where we're going.
Huge amount of
patients. Nederland, Port Neches.
We're in Canovanas, the shelter here in Puerto Rico.
I do think everybody's scared. Everybody
the hallmark of
doing the best they
disasters
can
is
to take care of these patients and still trying to protect themselves because they do ultimately go
2017
home
has
to
seen
families
more
and
large-scale
husbands and children
emergencies in
and
sequence
no one
than
knows
ever
what to do
before
when
in
you
directly
stop
70-year
seeing your
history.
family or stay in a
People who
hotel.
know the most, have the most at stake,
risk of
are going to do the
infecting
best
them
job
or
with the resources
even,
they have are the ones who live there.
Worse, them passing away.
Just
due to an
received
illness
a
that you
large
brought
shipment
home.
of critical medicine from Direct Relief.
Some gauze, some bandages.
And I really
for
think
people that are managing the response and rescue efforts.
We're standing strong, united with every other organization providing primary care and critical access to those individuals who have been most impacted.
Right now, 70.8 million people have been forced to flee. It's not just a number, these are human beings who have had to leave behind everything they know and love. A daughter, a mother, a father, a son, families just like ours. They need all the support we can provide. Emergency aid, food, shelter, clean water and sanitation, education, legal assistance, and camp management. We protect people displaced from the world's most dangerous conflicts and reach more than 8.5 million people in over 30 countries. With over 70 years of experience, we've evolved into a leading global humanitarian organization.
The Norwegian Refugee Council is present in wars and crises around the world. We help millions of people who have fled their homes. We provide hope. We help provide a future.
Our 14,000 aid workers help people across the world. We help save lives and rebuild futures.
Hello there, and welcome back to Gamers Without Borders featuring FIFA 20. Gentlemen, that was great to chat to Liam and Trent there. Lee, as a Liverpool fan, it must be good to see that he's ready to rock and roll for the rest of the games this season.
Yeah, absolutely delighted. And more importantly, obviously, I got to sneakily chat while we had the break. So just like, yeah, how's it going? It's going right, yeah. But no, he's clearly obviously chomping at the bit to get out of the house and get back at it. Can you imagine life as like these footballers that are used to training day in, day out and being in this big squad mentality? Obviously, you always hear from retired footballers as how they miss the squad part. To suddenly be like on the precipice of winning the Premier League for like first time in 30 years, and then suddenly it's like, no, you're just gonna have to wait.
Yeah. I mean, they were talking about training as well, Joe. Like we were saying about how it's limited what they can actually do at home. But I've been training by just at home myself, but by eating food. I can't stop eating. That's all I do. It's just eat during lockdown. I don't know how these guys have done this and kept off the pounds.
Probably talking to the wrong couple of guys if you're talking about fitness, if we're honest here. But yeah, I mean, it obviously makes things difficult, and I think that's another point of what Lee just said. Not just the squad mentality, but the fact that you're so active as a professional athlete that it's not just once a day. You're not just going out for half an hour and doing a run or doing a few weights, right? Your life is literally based around powering yourself out. And I think a lot of people scoff at the fact that a footballer, what difficulties would he have staying at home? But I think it's a massive change, and I can only imagine and I think we witnessed that when the Bundesliga first came back. Everyone's got so much energy pent up there, and a lot of, I don't want to call it aggression, but a lot of yellow cards in the first week of football coming back is definitely what we'll see, because everyone's just like so ready to go and so pumped up for it. I think even more than like the start of a season than usual.
Totally. You can just feel it. It's just bubbling under the surface. Everyone's just so ready to get back into it. But we must turn our attentions, fellas, to the games that are coming our way, the pro players. We have Shells and Davey coming up, our first featured match here on Gamers Without Borders featuring FIFA 20. We caught up with Shells recently, and here's what happened.
My name is Sean Springett, aka Shells, and I play for Manchester City. I got into Pro FIFA by, going to school every day, but coming home online and playing FIFA all day, every day. They introduced a mode called Foot Champions in FIFA 17, where you play 40 games a weekend at the time, and the best got the top 100. And then randomly, I just improved every week and got an email when I was at school saying I qualified for Foot Cup Regional in Paris. And I had to make a huge decision, which was either to stay in school or go and take part in the competition. And I took that risk, didn't tell my parents, but luckily it paid off. I haven't been training that much for this tournament, but there's been a lot of competitions held by different organisations in the FIFA scene, such as Fnatic that hosted the UK Masters last week. So that's been my recent main of competition. But I'm going to have to get some through friendlies in against a couple of pros and try and warm up my skills. I don't think I have any special strategies, but 4-4-2 is a formation that I kind of started using and not many people knew about it. Over the years, they've seen a much more increase of people using that formation. So I kind of like to say I'm the founder of 4-4-2. So hopefully I'll bring that back and have some attack and play with it. I would like to support Direct Relief, which is I think a good time to support them just because the world's in a kind of messed up place right now, and you want to be able to help a lot more people that you think you might not be able to support, and Direct Relief does a good job of that. So I think if they can help the places that not much people might think need helping, that's why I want to support them. No borders, stay home, be safe.
All right, welcome back. Shells there. It's good to hear that the preparation side of things when it comes to an event like this or a tournament like this. I mean, competing for a team like Manchester City as well. Joe, is there an added pressure there for players?
I think there always is. I think that, you know, a lot of players might play that down probably for their own sake a lot of the time, right? Like it's a kind of safety barrier of your own to say, you know, it's not important really how I perform. And I think a lot of teams will also tell their players, look, we believe in you as a player. It's not just about results, it's also about how you carry yourself. And, you know, this is one of those occasions where, you know, playing for a lot of money, not for themselves or for the team, but for charity this time. And I think this is the kind of work also that an organization like Manchester City looks at and says, you know, how does Shells do in front of a camera in this charity tournament and things like that. And that's kind of probably 10-20% of, you know, being a Manchester City player when you look at FIFA. So yes, to answer your question, there definitely is some pressure there to get results over the course of the year, knowing that at some point you're going to have to renew a contract. But I think also part of that as well is definitely how you really do carry yourself and how you represent a team.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've got a big matchup here, Shells versus Damie, Lee. I mean, what are you expecting to see from our players here? I mean, I think formation changes, anything that's going to stand out for viewers watching at home that they're going to think twice about the way that these players like to compete on the big stage.
I mean, the good news is for us that we can see exactly what they're going to play. So we know they're both going to be running the exact same formation, which is 4-5-1, both using slightly different versions, but as we expected, we're going to see Ronaldo from CR7, I should say, not Ronaldo, because obviously R9 is in there. R9 being used by Shells, actually, but not being used by Damien. Now, remember, these guys did face each other just last weekend in the lower bracket finals of the Fnatic tournament. So they're well aware of each other's play style, well aware of each other's teams, no doubt, and how they're going to take it from there. In that one, Damie count on top. Will we see Shells make some sort of adaptations? Have we seen Shells make adaptations to try and counter that?
I mean, there's got to be. I mean, I love the fact that these players have their own kind of like stories, their own narratives, their own kind of previous history or rivalry, and it's great that they get a chance here because this being a charity event as well. There is a small chance to try out new things. I think you can kind of we mentioned players like R9, I think R9 is one of the best players in the game, Joe. I mean, do you think that there's going to be a lot of, is it going to be a lot more passive or is it going to be a lot more aggressive from these players?
So the thing is, right, that this is as you said, it's a charity tournament, and even if you lose, that money is still going to end up with one of these charities, right? So I think there's definitely a fun element to this as well, and there probably will be some quite flary play throughout this tournament. There may be some people taking risks that they wouldn't usually take, or being a bit more aggressive than you usually are, especially after that Fnatic tournament, obviously, that fiddled a little bit around with the settings, and people were very interested in how you could possibly play FIFA 20 if you went a little bit away from the standard. We are playing the standard setup here, so there's none of those funky rules that were in the Fnatic tournament last week. So it's kind of back to the normal here, but I'm interested to see how much of that's going to carry over, because I think there's still a lot of playstyle-based stuff that these players could make and changes they could make to actually make the game more interesting themselves. Obviously, it all comes down to the fact of whether it's competitive in the end, which obviously it's not been for most of these people.
Indeed. Well, we are ready to rock on with our very first game from our pro players. Fellas, take it away.
Yeah, so immediately, Shell's obviously playing in the Manchester City blue and the Fnatic orange, also known as the Dutch kit, for Damie. Unfortunately, they're not in this version, but I'm sure the Fnatic orange will be in there at some point. But yeah, so Damie coming into this one, as I say, he's got the advantage, Joe, hasn't he? And that's going to play a mental edge on Shells, I think, from last week. But as you say, different rule set, different style of play, so could alter the result.
Yeah, and just to kind of run a little bit down through these team plays, through these team lineups, I should say. Ter Stegen in goal, and as you said, you know, a lot of team of the seasons coming through. Damien just having a bit of a push there, but it's going to be harmless, or is it? It's coming back into the box, and well, it pinged around. It's Neymar that will put it away there for Damie. And just as I thought that danger had gone, it was a bit of a mess up, honestly, for Shells, wasn't it?
A bit of a Trent Arnold style clearance, I think, there, setting up Liam Payne. But yeah, that was a disaster. Ter Stegen just playing it back straight. Militao with a beautiful cutout, by the way, and setting up Neymar. And Nene don't miss those, that's for sure. So Damie takes himself an early lead, a gifted goal, if you will, in the first few minutes here. We'll see whether Shells has got a response from the kickoff to try and turn things back in his favour.
Yeah, that Neymar, obviously, with these team of the season players coming out, there's definitely some interesting changes, some interesting choices in this one. A very Liga 1 dominated team for Damie in this one. And so far, working out for him. Here is Shells, though. Neymar featuring on both of these teams, of course, in that Liga 1 team of the season. In the end, the danger was quite easily sniffed out, though. And both players actually playing with Di Maria on the right-hand side of the park as well. That's another similarity that we've got.
Yeah, but both these teams playing with players that I think most would expect to see within these squads. There's no real big howlers in there. You'd be like, what? He's using who? So at the moment, we'll see whether Shells can get himself back in this one. Still plenty of time. Now, this is a best of 3. It's not going to be an aggregate score following on, so it will be a straight-up win a game. If we do have equal goals at the end of 90 minutes, it's going to be standard extra time of penalties, I believe. Actually, no, we're not. I think we're just going to go straight through and carry on. So we'll see how it works out. But anyway, Shells, nice little manoeuvre there. But this time, with Mandanda for Damie, he ain't going to make the same mistake that he just saw Shells make.
No, and a good little start here for Damien, that's for sure. That's a lot of space on his bottom side for Ronaldinho. Well, he just skips easily on inside. Nice little touch off to Neymar again. Oh, he's hit the post there. A little bit unlucky for Damie. That could have been a clear lead for him. Would have put him 2-0 up there. And, well, he needed the Trent Arnold special. He was hitting them from that range without any issues, Lee.
Yeah, absolutely. Shell's going to try and counter from this one. Working it through the middle. Patrick Vieira, a staple diet in everyone's foot team for many a year. Along with the likes of Ruud Gullit, who actually is being used, but for Damie on the other side. Used to be almost in every single squad back in the day, but not so much anymore. Shells, though, will push forward through the middle. Just recycle the ball. You'll see this used quite a lot. If they don't find themselves a perfect opportunity, it's not going to be a case of cross it in. It's generally going to be a case of recycle it and working back through the penalty area, which is what he's trying to do at the moment. You can see Neymar trying to get some fancy footwork in there, but cut out for a throw.
Yep, out for the throw in here. And Damie off to a very steady start in this one. Up 1-0, hit the post. Realistically should be 2-0 up at this point. And doing very, very well for himself. Ball just taken away there. Here is Neymar for Shells. I couldn't quite get past his man. Damie really coming out strong in this one. And as we heard from Shells, 2017 was his breakout year. We watched him really getting stronger and stronger through that year. Honestly, as a young lad, as a very young player. But he's also incredibly good at other games as well. I think, in NBA 2K, he was pushing up really, really heavily in towards pro play as well. And absolutely fantastic all-around gamer is Shells. He's the kind of person that, if you had some kind of Olympic-style game in esports tournament, that Shells the kind of guy that you want on your team.
It doesn't surprise me, because I've been playing that recently, and actually control system-wise, it's pretty similar. Damien with a chance corner for him. So we'll see what he can do from a corner. He is actually going to go for it. Try and go for one of those early near post headers. Doesn't work out. Hullet will clear it. And he's just going to recycle the ball around, look for an option through the middle. And it's opened up for him. Ter Stegen with another big save.
Ter Stegen, obviously a big favourite this year in FIFA 20 for a lot of these players. Oh, he's bouncing around. Header was directed downs. I think it's another corner. It will be here. Taken short this time. Kamara, another one of those Liga 1 team of the season players. And well, that one looked as though the keeper had just gone completely the wrong way. It is, of course, Cristiano Ronaldo, team of the season, 99 rated. And pretty deadly in front of goal, as you see. And so far, Damie looking very strong. I think it's a good time to remind everyone here, Demon, that this is best of 3. So goals per game don't necessarily count in this one. It's about winning the game however possible.
I was just thinking there'll be a time where we'd be thinking, oh, thank God that 99 rated CR7's not there anymore. But it's always going to be there because they're going to have the icon cards even when he retires. So you're never going to get away from him ever again in football because he's left such an impact. And I say that with a grin, despite the fact he was ex-Man United, and I saw him as a young lad when he broke on the scene in real life. But he has been phenomenal, so we expect to see him around in foot for many, many, many years. But Damie is putting on a bit of a style class right now. This is looking very impressive from him. Ronaldinho down this left wing, cuts it inside, slides into Hullet. Not going to drive it through though, and finally it will be Shells that, I was about to say gets it clear, but it's coming straight back at him. He can't get out of his own half at the moment, Joe.
Yeah, struggling here to get out, and there is Neymar again, and it's just parried away. This time defender does get there first, and well, Shells couldn't even clear that one properly. Di Maria keeping it in a bit of fancy footwork, and he's got so much space. Didn't quite get that one to the man in the middle. And Shells does manage to get things back. And it's looking like that will be it here for this first half. A 2-0 lead for Damie. And what an impressive first half he's had.
Yeah, quality stuff overall. Kind of started off where we thought it may go based on obviously the results from last week. We haven't had, as we mentioned earlier on, too many tournaments, obviously for the last few months because of the whole coronavirus thing. So a lot of the planned tournaments that would have happened for foot have obviously got delayed and cancelled and set aside. So as it is, the 2-0 lead is looking solid, and it's not just been the 2-0. He's kind of dominated the game so far, with Shells has had, from my thoughts, maybe 1-2 chances. Nothing real clean yet though.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it was right at the very start, had a bit of possession, but honestly, it has been all about Damie in game number 1. That is the beauty, though, of course, of best of 3. That you can have a slow start, which doesn't necessarily mean it will stay that way. And it is Shells, of course, who has kicked off here with possession. We'll see if he can maybe get settled in. Maybe that's something that I think a lot of players need, is just a bit of time on the ball, right? Is a little bit of time just to get kind of figured out with the latency in the game. I think that's an offside there, but it was definitely close for Ronaldinho.
Very, very tight, that one, it looked like, but he's managed to get away with it. See quick defenders back there. Frenkie de Jong trying to run the ball for Shells in the midfield. Through to Big Vieira, using his power that card has. It is R9 up front now as well, by the way, for Shells. So he's obviously had a little change around, brought R9 up in the front place instead of CR7, feeling it a little bit more with R9, and also he's got himself a goal. There is CR7 on the side. Over to Vieira, can recycle it over to the right. He's lost out on the midfield, and now a counter-attack opportunity for Damie.
Yeah, he's keeping the pace up here as well, and actually will spread Neymar on through. He's fairly wide, so has to cut inside on this one. Will pass it off there, and it's a last-ditch tackle coming in from Shells, just stopping that one going on through. And as I said, time on the ball is what Shells needs here. Get a little bit more comfortable in the game here. We see R7 down the bottom. Neymar now on the edge of the box, and he does have R9 here trying to power on through, but the defense holding very, very strong.
The frustration for Damie there. You could see what he was doing. He told his player to run, but he'd just gone straight offside, unfortunately, through the middle. That's what he wanted. Great control from Ronaldinho on the wing. Got to try and dribble it through. It's going to go for a corner, though, it looks like. And we'll see whether he gets one of these near-post headers again. He's been working it. He will try and get to CR7, but this time the defender was best to it, but it's far from clear yet.
Bouncing around there a little. Shells does finally get a hold of it, though. Now going to spend a little bit of time building this play up, but it's sloppy ball once again. His man had already made the run, and now it is Ronaldo up onto Ronaldinho on this top side. What a treat it'd be to see those two playing together in real life, and just dinking the ball back around. Good defending, honestly, from Shells, just keeping that pressure high there, making sure that no shooting opportunity was given. And now Shells, after clearing things off, will he get the look of the draw on this one? I think he will do. It's Di Maria that breaks away from Kamara. Does almost lock it through. Defender, outstretched leg, is able to get back in the way. Now Damie on the break.
Yeah, cracking counter. Can he get past the defender? If he will, it's a one-on-one. Oh, it should be CR7 all day, every day. Damie makes it 3. And this game is looking to go the way of Damie in this first of 3 matches. We'll see, of course, whether it puts him through. If you missed the start of the show, then this is all about charity. 50,000, and that's just for 6th, 7th, 8th. Oh well, I'm 5th as well. So even if you go out plumb last, you're still getting 50k for your charity, but 400k top bins is what everyone's looking towards for their charities. What a big lump sum of money some of these players can earn. It would look fantastic on their resume as well when they're looking towards, as you talked about, teams, possibly contracts coming up, you know, to say, hey, I won 400k for a charity. I'm one of those players you absolutely want on your lineup. I'm a big giver. As it is looking like Damie has this one under control. Can't make this to make it work, though. Offside given. It will be Shells looking to salvage something from this game, even if it's just a bit of pride or mental edge for the next matchup.
Now let's not forget, you know, the year has kind of ticked along, and I think it's safe to say that the main kind of tournament line, obviously from EA for FIFA this year, is not going to happen the way that it usually would, which means less exposure for players, which means that, you know, maybe next year there's not quite the amount of teams, not quite the amount of money in the scene. So I think you have to make really the best of everything that's available to you now, to fight for those places that will be there when the next year does come rolling around. So far this game, of course, it is Damie that's really made his impact at the start of things. 80 minutes gone. Shells here with a possible opportunity as he starts to build up, and of course I do give him a curse as soon as I say that. Nice little flick on there, was just caught out though. Could have been a nice one for Damie.
Yeah, looking like he may not even get a chance to break the deadlock here. He's looking for through ball opportunities, but offside is where all the runners are going at the moment. R9 trying to use that power, wriggling it free, gets it through the middle, but cut out by Mandanda once again for Damie just at the last. And now Ronaldinho over to Hullet. There's a hair explosion on the left wing, and it's going to work out well for him as Ronaldinho just pulls it back. CR7 through the middle, space available, goes through, manages to find out, tries to get it across. Ronaldinho! Actually, it's Ronaldo. It's CR7, and it was a beautiful finish. 4-0 in the end for Damie. This one's done and dusted. Let's get game 2 ready to go.
Yeah, absolutely. This is an absolute demolition from Damie. Well, Shells is going to have to reset, let's put it that way. Obviously, because it is best of 3, there is the beauty of that you do go in. The amount of goals that you've conceded here don't make that much of a difference. A goal in the dying stages here for Shells probably would give him some confidence back, probably would give him that feeling of, it isn't all over, it isn't, all done and dusted. I can still come back into this one. On the other hand, though, another goal here for Damien, which is looking almost certain. No, he took one touch too many. If that had gone in, I think that's not another mental blow there for Shells, but with just a couple of minutes added on, Shells is going to have possibly one last go. He's not. That'll be taken away from him. And Damie is going to win game number 1. 4-0. Very, very big performance from the Pole.
That 99 rated team of the season Ronaldo he's a pocket rocket. He's unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets the opportunity, that's the thing, right? You've got to deny that opportunity. I think Damie did well of defending and stopping that from happening, but we saw what happens when he gets a little bit of room. His stats don't lie. I think the first goal that we saw him score there for Damie was basically, the keeper probably in a normal game would have probably held it, but his stats are just so good. If he gets in a position that looks like he could possibly score, he probably will.
Yeah, I think Neymar then just pounced on that opportunity as well. Didn't let him breathe, like an anaconda, wrapped himself around him, just wouldn't let him. I think Lee as well. What I've been surprised about in this last game as well is Shells. I didn't put up anywhere near as much a fight as I thought he was going to in this.
Yeah, whether he's just come out of the blocks a little bit slow, I'm not too sure. Maybe he was mesmerised by Trent Arnold's abilities, but either way, he didn't really put on any much of a display at all. And we're used to him seeing, obviously, his telltale 4-4-2. I wonder maybe he'll switch to that. We were talking about the fact that maybe he's made some adjustments from last week, or obviously a very different game, different style of play, very much attacking and none of this defensive play. But pretty attacking game overall for both teams. But Damie just much stronger going forward at the moment. Shells, I can't think of maybe more than 3 chances that Shells had in that game, whereas it was all Damie camping in the half.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Joe, I'm sure you agree. I think obviously this being a best of 3, this next game we need to see a lot more from Shells. I think it just seemed that every time he tried to do some kind of trickery, go around different players, it just didn't seem to happen for him.
Yeah, and he comes into that whole momentum, the whole mental side of things now, right? That, if he starts off strong and kind of gets the reset and says, this is, a new game, his second match in the best 3, I can still come back in this one, gets an early goal, it's basically reset, and he's in a great position to, put a challenge up. But if you go in heads down in game number 2, you concede earlier on, then that game looks a whole different one. So I hope for Shell's sake that he comes out strong in this one. I think he did make a couple of little changes during these games, so we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see indeed. I think it's important to remind ourselves as well that this is a best of 3, as you guys mentioned. So we have winners brackets, a losers bracket as well. It's imperative that you kind of do as best as you can in this to coast your way through to the final side of things. In this next game, obviously, we're hoping for a best of 3 because that makes things even more exciting. But at this point, Lee, do you think that Damie's just going to do exactly the same as last time? Or do you think there's going to be any changes to him? 4-0 is a convincing victory.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see Damie making any changes, and he's looked like he's been pretty much ready to go the whole time. Whereas I did see that Shells was tweaking things. I think he actually switched to 4-2-3-1, if I'm not mistaken. Shells did. So we'll just double check that when we can see the game get going. But I'm pretty sure that's where he's made adjustments. So not too surprising. It's either 4-5-1 or 4-2-3-1 these days, isn't it? Anyone that plays FIFA, it's kind of the tactics you go for. Variations of it. Obviously, there's about 3 or 4 different variations of it. But I gotta think what Shells can do to get out of there, because I think it's maybe whether he's going to change the midfield or maybe he's going to change the wingers. I'm just trying to think of how he was trying to play the ball out, how he was trying to get out of his own half, and he was always running into the defenders. Maybe he's going to change Frenkie de Jong, maybe he's going to change something like that. He doesn't have Ruud Gullit, so maybe we'll see that come in. I don't know.
Yeah, who knows? It's game number 1, so they've got plenty of time to change things. But I think it is imperative that they start having some kind of impact now. If he's going to get back into this, now's the time to do it. Game 2's right around the corner. I think it's safe to say Damie's going to come out from the starting blocks very strong as before. Maybe the orange kit completely blindsided him. Maybe that's what it was. He just couldn't see. There was so much orange. It's happened to me before. I've got stigmatism in one eye. Okay, let's jump into our next game. Let's see if we can get a comeback or if Damie takes this all the way.
So we do have a change of kits then. So you were almost right there, Adam. Maybe the orange is still there, but Shells has gone for a more reflective, dark-coloured kit, which may protect his eyes a little bit more.
It's the City away kit. Yeah.
Exactly.
He's just gone for the. Is it the second or third kit? I don't even think. Either way, he's still in his own half, so I kind of worry a little bit because Damie looks like he's turned up to perform. It seems today, but that's no nonsense. So, did I just see Di Maria in there? I think I did. So that is definitely a change coming in. I don't recall him having Di Maria in his original lineup. So some changes for Shells to try and figure a new way out of this one. At the moment, though, it's not looking so good for him. He's still struggling. This is what I was talking about, Joe. Like, what's his avenue? Is he going down the middle? Is he going down the wing? At the moment, he's trying it down the wing. He's got Neymar there this time instead of Ronaldinho, which obviously we see for Damie.
Yeah, and we should also, I think, point out, because we're so used to seeing it, that, these guys are playing on their own accounts, which means they don't have everything unlocked. They are playing on their personal stuff, so you can't just simply change through all those players, right? If you don't have them, you don't have them, which at this stage of the game, you'd expect players to have all the main players, but there's still certain stuff missing, I'm sure, on both sides of the board. That's a big ball on through, but well defended by Shells there, who, as we mentioned, switched from the home kit of Man City into the darker kit, playing from right to left now. He is 1-0 down in this best of 3, so Shells has to win this game to stay in with it. The groups themselves have 4 players, and it's played in a double elimination format, so a GSL format. It's a format that I've used on a few EA events as well. So basically, you have to win 2 games to get out of your group. If you lose 2 games, then you are out. Right now, it's looking pretty good for Damie, but Shells on the attack. It's just that last man that he can't get past.
Touch too much. That's all he needed. Wanted to try and get the shot away. Sometimes they do go in when you're in from those edge of the box, especially when you're using such talented players that they are here. Ronaldinho, nice little cut inside, does find Neymar, gets it in through to CR7. CR7 trying to find a pass, but everybody running offside. Di Maria back, checks himself back in. It's a nice ball across, but instead it was cut out. I think it was by Militao that stepped forward. So Frenkie de Jong working well once again for Shells here. Him and Vieira. Oh, Zambrotta, that was a mistouch there. It nearly let Ronaldinho back in, but manages to keep control. A breakaway chance on the wing. No, not going to go for it. Just going to try and draw it in. But this is more settled, Joe. More stable game from Shells. We're seeing him have a lot more possession, which is what he likes. He likes to have the ball a lot, get a bit greedy with that possession and slowly work the opportunities, which is what he's doing here. But again, a last-ditch effort. I think he may have been offside for R9 as well.
Yeah, he was. R9 himself wasn't happy about that, but no, it definitely was offside there. We don't need no VAR for that one. He was definitely off. So, I mean, 0-0. I think Shells is feeling a little bit more comfortable. Certainly looks more comfortable. Had a lot more possession in the early stages of this game. A kind of key to victory that we pointed out for him after, well, let's be frank, getting smashed in game number 1. He didn't really have a look in that first match of this best of 3, so had to start off strong here, and I think it's fair to say that he has started off strong, but he has to turn that strong start into goals, which is something that he's just not quite found his feet with just yet. For Damie, he's that one game up, so he's got a little bit of a buffer, but you never quite want to get there, do you? You never want to win that first game 4-0 and then have to end up having to somehow clutch it in the third game. Here is Damie, though. Maybe this is the deadlock breaker that we expected, and it isn't. It slides in, keeper gets it, but hairy throw out there from Shells. He's definitely playing it a bit risky there at the back.
Flashbacks to game 1 where he did the same thing, passed it straight to Damie, and that's where the mud began to slide, unfortunately for him. Vieira still struggling, really. He pressured the whole way to try and get out. Little heel toe there from Di Maria. for Shells to try and lose the marker, but it's Ronaldinho doing a fantastic job as a left-back, temporarily there. Slides it through. Big R9. Lots of power, lots of strength. Can't work it through. Neymar was the one he was looking for, and now the counter on once again. Damie, he just looks more explosive going forward, and that's a great ball through. Is it offside? I don't think so. It is just about. That one must have been close.
Yeah, it waited a while there as well. I wasn't sure about it. Had a bit of a run on, but Chels can thank his lucky stars. Is that a foul? No, apparently not. And the ball's going to go through. Is he offside? No, he's not by the looks of it. And that was a real chance. I think Damie expected that to be offside and didn't really take it seriously.
Yeah, just took a swing at it. It looked like it was. I think he probably could have took another step maybe, but the keeper would have rushed out instead. It's left him maybe in a bit of trouble. That's Neymar way offside, so pass not available for him as R9 tries to delay things. I think what he wants to get is trying to get his midfield to move up a bit, but they are sitting pretty deep here for Shells, which is the big difference I think we're seeing between the two attack mentalities from the two players. Damie's players very much getting further forward. Now we're going to see CR7 tries a flashy back heel, doesn't work out. Di Maria gets back in control. Shells looking to take a shot, possibly R9 on the volley, but it goes for a corner. The first chance for Shells here.
On the volley, nicely taken, but the finish just wasn't there. De Jong on the edge of the box will get to the feet of Ronaldo, turns and slots it away. Shells has got the goal that he so desperately needed here. It is almost on the stroke of half-time. 44 minutes gone in this game, and that is the start. You know, we were talking about an early goal. It wasn't quite as early as we may have thought about, but he's gone 1-0 up, and that is what really counts in this one, just as we hit half-time.
Yeah, we'll see how Damie responds to that one. Perfect time to score, isn't it? Just before half-time. Give your opponent something to think about, maybe change his team. But it gives you a little breather. Or is it? Is it? That's the question. Will he be able to get a cut in? No. Shells reads it well. Using Tellers on the right-back position there. Ronaldinho looking to try and cut in. Not going to happen. And now it will be half-time. So, Shells. It was a long time coming. It was definitely a slow build-up, but it finally worked out in the end. Took him many chances. As you can see, using big R9, 2 attempts, that 1 goal. Not a great deal of shots overall from either team. It was a more a midfield battle, that one.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, both players, or more really, I mean, it was, what, 60% possession there. But it was only 3 shots, so it just shows you he's had a lot of the ball, but he didn't really get in a position where you'd say, you know, it's a good place to shoot, or a possible place even to really shoot on that one. And there's not too many highlights to show in a replay at halftime because, as we said, just a lot of possession, not a huge amount of chances for both of these players. So we'll have to see how things change around here as we get into the second half here in just a moment. Let's have a look back at some of those moves. And this was a big chance for Damie across the face of goal, which didn't quite work out for him. In the end, though, it looks like we are going to be getting in that second half underway. So work to do now for Damie to come back in match number 2.
Now, let's see. Just the 1 shot for him, which, if you compare it to the first game, it's a big difference. Especially when he's effectively the home console this time around. Of course, all these guys playing from home, as everybody is these days at the moment, in the current world climate. As it stands, though, Shells would draw things level and would have a game 3, which is exactly what he's looking for, but he's got to make sure he keeps this lead, and it's only a very fragile one at the moment, just the 1 goal. Ronaldinho down that left wing. It looks like the adjustments for Shells in defence have sort of paid dividends. Oh, keeper leaving that one late. Wasn't sure if he was going to go for it, but he did just look at the ratings of Frenkie de Jong. Clearly, obviously questioning Frenkie. Frenkie looks like he's pretty low on fitness as well, so may well see a change come in around about the 60-70 minute mark from Shells. We'll see. The ball doesn't go off too often unless there's a shot off the pitch, so sometimes those changes take a long time to come through. But Shells working this one through really nicely. Finds a little pocket for R9. Pops the shot away on Mandanda, but it's another corner.
Yeah, good little move there from Shells, taking that corner short this time around. Where does he go? Edge of the box with a bit of space to work with as well. Trying to find a man now. You're probably not going to see these guys taking those long shots. Want to make sure that they get the best possible opportunity out of things. He's lost the ball there as Damie, giving it away really. Just a little bit too much possession. But it's sloppy passing from Shells and a lot of space now for Damie on this top side. He's a 3 versus 2 really on the front line. There's a chip over the top. There's a lot of space, and on the volley, it is going to be surely Ronaldo, I think it was. It is indeed that volleys that one home. And Shells, losing possession there, allowing that break for Damie. He'll be kicking himself.
Space for days there, weren't there? Look at that. They were lined up, ready and waiting. You can't give that time to CR7. On the penalty spot, on the volley, half volley, nails it in there. So 1-1, back on level terms. Of course, we would have a game 3 if this was the case, because this one would end as a draw and we would still go to that game 3. It would still, of course, be 1-0 to Damie. Damie, though, looking to change things here. Pushing forward. When he goes forward, he tends to have 4 at least piling through. Very attacking setup, whereas you look at Shells now pushing forward, there's generally only 2 or 3 that are pressuring the defence. So this is why we see a much slower build-up. Obviously, it's a safer style play for Shells. He will always have that cover back there if he were to make a mistake. As I say that, there is a big mistake. It's coming straight through. Di Maria for Damie, looking to do the same again. Oh, bags of space. Has to be, and it will be Ronaldinho. No problem there. And just as I was talking about, the safety net that he has there, Joe, just eluded him.
Yeah, and it's a little bit unfortunate as well. I think keeper's got a hand to it, but not enough of a hand that it's knocked it away. Let's have another look. Yeah, I think he was on it, but the power on it from Ronaldinho just meant that, even if it had got more of a hand, it probably would have taken his hand into the back of the net with it. Absolutely brilliant stuff here from Damie, who was behind after winning 4-0 in his first game, and it looks like he'd maybe just given Shells a bit of room to play with. Shells, though, not done and dusted with this one. We know him as a man who can come back, someone who's, despite his young age still, has got a lot of experience. That's not offside. Surely a goal. He can't afford to mess these ones up, but it's a tackle in the end. How has he messed that one up? How has he not scored here, Damie?
Just tried a little stutter step. One too many. He'd done one, and he'd effectively passed the keeper, but he gave time for the defence to get back, and mistakes made. It could cost him. Doesn't look like he's going to have to pay the penalty there, though, as Damie does get the ball back under control. But what a through ball that was. That's one of those dream through balls when you're start off as a FIFA player. That's what you sort of you're aiming at. You get it to work once, and you try and do it for about 1,000 times afterwards, and it never works out. That was just a perfect through ball for CR7, who's obviously got bags of pace to be able to make it work out. Gets the throw in to CR7, looking for players, and look at that, there's 3-4 of them waiting in the box. CR7 can't get past his man, though, and now it's down to Shells. Can the counter happen? There's a bag space on that top wing, straight through the middle.
This is where he has to make it count. A strong challenge coming in, though, from the side there from Damie. And Damie just really needs to keep possession here. He's got, 13 in-game minutes plus stoppage time to go. Ball comes through. It doesn't quite get past the last defender, though. That would have set him clean through in another one-on-one. And Shells has to reply here sometime soon. 10 minutes in-game left. Man on the top here is Neymar. Has to get past Upamecano. And in the end, he's ended up losing out once again, and just not clinical enough here for Shells. Is that offside? It's not offside, but it's too far. Keeper's come out. Good decision there to bring him out all that way.
Oof it, get it clear. That's what it was there. We're seeing different styles. I mean, Shells is more of that, what a lot of people refer to as the sweaty style in FIFA, which is the short passing, the slow build-up, make sure you secure a goal, make sure you secure the defence. Whereas Damie is sort of almost going gung-ho with the direct style of play at the moment. It's working out for him. He was struggling to gain possession in the first half, struggling to get the ball off Shells, but Shells is almost chasing the game now, so he's causing a couple more mistakes. But this is a big chance for him, and he will find it. There we go. Now we have a game in our hands. 2-2, 85th minute. And, of course, this will take it to a game 3.
Absolutely. If we have extra time penalties, of course, still in this mode, just in case. We'll have to see how far that goes. I mean, there's still a little bit of time to be won or lost in this one. And there is a ball through on this top side. Neymar's got in front of his man. He's still going to have to beat him, though, which he doesn't. Here's Lala there playing on that right-back position. Getting out of the Liga 1 team of the season. Now it's Di Maria. Can Damie steal the show in the last moments of the game? He's got space down his bottom side. Currently with Neymar. Man in the middle. And there is CR7. He's managed to get the turn, but it's defended well by Shell.
Oh, that was so close. One key wrong there would have put him out of the winner bracket. He'd have been down into that lower bracket. Nobody wants to be down there. Obviously, Gravesen will be playing Turkey in the next matchup, but find out who the opponent will be. But as it stands, it is one game up, and now at full time, 2-2 in the second half. Shells, I mean, he worked his way back into it. He was looking solid in the first half, Joe. There's no doubt about it, but as it is, it's just, he kind of let the game flow back. Think of it, it's just one shot for Damie. So he only had 3 shots in the second half. He got 2 goals out of it.
Yeah, he's made it count, hasn't he? And I think that's something that to play at this level you really have to have as well on your side, is that kind of clinical finishing and, you know, really just using the opportunities, because a good player won't give you many opportunities. You can see that, you know, between them they had 9 shots on goal. Possession was pretty even as well at 56% in favour of Shells. So in the end, there's really not a lot that separates these two players, and we are now going to be going into extra time and possibly, who knows, into penalties.
Yeah, let's see where we go with this one. Shells chasing the game. He needs a victory here to keep himself in it. He's got the ball early on, but there's not really too many options for him. R9 dragged down, so we will have a free kick. Don't get too many, but it will be taken quickly. No big set piece this time, despite CR7 being on the cards for him. We'll use Neymar. Maybe go for a shot from range. No, sets it up for CR7. Couldn't really get the turn. Never had the power because he was always doing a pirouette and can't ever get the power there straight from a standing leg. But that is a big opening ball down the wing, and I think he's going to keep it in, Joe.
He is going to keep it in. And it is Quincy Promise, who he actually brought on there just before we got into extra time. So a little change for Damie. Using him as a super sub, that 95 rated, obviously from the Dutch team in the season. Ball through. Will it land correctly here for Shells? It won't. There were 3 defenders around him, so it was nicely held on to there by Damie. Oh, a bit sloppy there. I'm not sure that he actually meant to do that, Damie.
No.
Just hooking it out in for a throw-in.
Pretty sure he didn't. That's for sure. But Shells now. Maybe just plays better from right to left. That's maybe where it is. R9 back to space, has to be, and it will be 3-2. Now he's got himself the lead. Just 4 minutes to go in this first half of extra time. Chance, of course, you tend to see with the FIFA Pro players, they'll sort of go for goal knowing that they've got nothing to worry about coming back at them, so they'll be looking towards the whistle right now, and he's going to try and work it through, and that is a nasty position for a free kick. Just on the edge. I don't know whether he's going to go for it, but he's going to try and play it. I'm looking towards who's in the middle there. Is that Militao? I think he may try and get it too. No, he's going to go for it. Well, when you got Ronaldo, when you got Ronaldinho, you got them all lining up for it, all specialists. May as well try for it.
Yeah, and that's what he did as well. Got himself the corner, but Shells has defended it away, and I think he may just have enough here. And that's the thing, extra time, it really is not long, of course, and he's just going to clear his lines there. 2 minutes will be added on, but that should be enough time for another push here, and I think that's a bit of a mistake from Shells. He should have probably held on to possession there rather than just trying to clear it away. It's a good challenge, though, and that almost certainly will put him ahead going into the second half of extra time.
Job done so far, 3-2. Game 3 beckons, 15 minutes is all that he has to defend. Just waiting for them to set themselves up. They'll be ready to go. What sort of changes do we think he might do here? try and get things back on level terms. I'm hoping we'll see in a second. Or not. I think he might have dropped.
Yeah, share play, obviously, have to get back in there. So we should be there in a second once again and figure out who's going to come out on top of this one. Of course, if you're just joining us, it is a best of 3. So the current standing is, Damie up 1-0 in the best of 3. But in this second game, we are in extra time, in the second half of extra time even. And Shells is currently leading it 2-1 as we go into the second half of extra time. So literally no time left whatsoever in this game. Sorry, 3-2 is the score, not 2-1.
So here we go. Back over to Shells. Playing, of course, in the Man City away colours. Representing Manchester City, but for their esports team. And, of course, Fnatic Damie in the orange. Shells, nice little fancy footwork from Neymar. Still got bags of pace on that wing, but he's lost it now. And we're seeing that more direct style once again, using Quincy Promise, you were talking about it. He's got bags of pace for days. Everybody had him maybe at the start, but this is the 95 special edition. Come out, team of the year. Been a solid player throughout his career and certainly stepping it up. Oh, R9 clattered in the middle of the park.
Definitely a foul there, and lucky maybe not for anything more serious, as that ball is going to be taken away. Well played though by Shells. Bad passing from him though. Damie here, he's actually going to play in the man on the bottom. It's Hullet. Oh, keeper comes out. Ronaldinho though tries to get the shot off, but it was rushed from Damie. He didn't need to take the rushed shot there. He could have kept a hold of it, but somehow he still has possession now with Hullet on the edge of the box. Where's he going to go from here? Again, he tries to feed it through, but again, Shells has been messy on the clearance. And again, it's fallen to Neymar, who turns inside. He's still going somehow with this one. Takes the shot. Oh, and it's just wide. That is surely enough for Shells now. Surely.
Well, 5 minutes. If he can win the ball back here, we may see another chance from Damie, but Shells, you got to think he can keep hold of the possession in this last chance. There's a big breakaway on the left wing. Wasn't quite quick enough. Frankie de Jong's not the speediest through that middle of the park. Oh, and it's left a massive opening for Neymar. CR7's there as well. Oh, he's whiffed it. Oh, my word. A big chance. You expect these players to put it away, but it hasn't. And it's going right back up the other end.
Well. I'm not sure how he's managed to do that there. He's got a couple of in-game minutes left, so still a chance here for Damie to level this one up and send us through into a penalty shootout, but that surely should have been it there. He should not have missed that one. He does though, but he still keeps getting gifted by Shells. He still keeps getting these balls somehow sent to him. There is CR7, but it was straight into the arms of Ter Stegen, and that with 2 minutes added on, as Ter Stegen boots it upfield, is surely going to be us going through into game number 3. 2 minutes were added on, 2.5 are played, and Shells wins game number 2.
A game. That was an incredible watch. It had so much to it. So much to it. I can't believe that Shells actually managed to bring that one back. I mean, they dominated the first half. I think it's fair to say we all agree dominated the first half, but Damie came back in the second, and then he bottled it in the 70th minute. That opportunity, that one-on-one, he just couldn't quite do it, Lee.
Yeah, I just felt like, I don't know, I kind of felt like, yeah, like you say, he bottled it. That last shot, it seems so uncharacteristic with the finishing we saw from game 1. And then you see him in that. It clearly shows the pressure that these guys are under. I mean, there's a lot of money on the line for charities here. I mean, there's obviously 50k is the lowest figure. It goes up to 400k. There's 1.5 million in total. There's so much money that these guys may well be feeling a bit of that pressure, and this is only the first game of the tournament, outside obviously the show match we had between Liam Payne and Trent Arnold, but some quality football football from these guys.
Absolutely. I mean, a great point you made actually in that first half as well. You said about Shells' midfield was playing incredibly deep. I think that may have cost him in the first game, because he must have changed something in game number 2, because it just seems so much more dominant going forward.
Yeah, he's definitely playing very deep. In comparison to Damie, is what I'm saying. Obviously, he's still playing attacking, but in comparison to Damie, you can see in the highlights here, Damie has 30 3, 4, 5 players all backing him up in the box right now, and you can see even the 6th arriving on the back of the box. That's actually as many as Shells has defended. Whereas once you see Shells going forward, he's got 3 players to what, 5, 6 players of Damie. So he's definitely playing a more defensive setup. I mean, we don't know the exact style that he's playing here, and even when they make the changes, not that we can see the changes, because you never know. It says they've changed to ultra defensive, but it could be ultra attacking for all we know, obviously with the current FIFA.
Yeah, I mean Joe as well. I mean, how important is it as well when you can see that your goalkeeper is having a top draw game? I mean, ter Stegen there, I think for Shells pulled out some absolute saves that I think won him that game.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. FIFA is one of the biggest mental games as a player I think you can have. There's so much relies on kind of just your mental fortitude in a game, and just what happens in the early stages. Like you say, if your keeper saves something that he probably shouldn't save, chances are, or at least in your head, you feel that that's going to happen the entire game. And most of the time, for some reason, for whatever reason, it does seem to happen. But at the same time, you can also have an absolute stonker, right? You can just miss the easiest of goal, and you wonder why. And generally, the game's not going your way. And I think FIFA is one of those mentally momentum-based games that I know for me when I'm playing, either I start off well and I keep doing well, or I start off terribly and it just goes from bad to worse.
You tilt, I believe is the phrase there.
Exactly.
You tilt.
Off the face of the earth.
I couldn't agree more. You just feel like today the gaming gods are with me. I can feel them with me on my shoulder. This is great. I mean, I think what was quite nice as well is stylistically you saw that there. I mean, the sweaty footy that Shells was playing there. You mentioned again, Lee, which is ticky tacky, very quick passing. But Damie seems to be spreading the play a lot out to the wings and really kind of trying to utilise the wings there.
Yeah, definitely. He's playing more direct as well. He's not hanging about. He's going for the big long passes to try and get it through. The game getting back underway here, ladies and gentlemen. And this is the final game. Yeah, this is sort of the third for all the beans, right? So obviously best of 3. It was Damie dominating the first game. I think it was 4-0, wasn't it? 4-0, 4-1. I think 4-1 maybe in there. But 3-2 for Shells in game number 2. Back in his Blue Man City kit. And, wow, he's just drilled the defender in the corner there. And he will get a corner. So Shells to start off, Joe.
Yeah, corner for him early on as he whips that in there. And it's going to go out for another one here. Second one in quick succession for the Englishman. Takes it short and then will play it short in as well into the hands of the keeper though. And there's a lot of people joining us now, so I kind of want to just touch on what this is all about. Of course, this is Gamers Without Borders, and it's all about charity here. A COVID-19 mission, I think it's fair to say. You know, we've been playing for the last 6 weeks, different games. This week it's FIFA's turn, and $1.5 million for charity on the line, with a number of different charities which you can see popping up every now and then in the chat, and also in the description underneath the Twitch channel as well. So check those guys out. And you know, 400,000 the winning player will be able to give to his charity of choice. So there's a huge chunk of money on the line for some of these charities here, and obviously all in a global effort to beat COVID-19. And you know, I think right now every little bit of help that we can get on a worldwide scale really does help.
Oh, big punch from the goalkeeper there. Shells under pressure. Sometimes when you see them coming out like that, that's when you see that near post header going straight through. There's going to be a foul on the edge of the box though. So Damie in the orange, the fanatic orange, looking to get something. He had a good close effort with Ronaldinho earlier on. Looks like he's going to switch it off to Nene. Neymar will have a pop this time. He's got CR7 on the edge. Oh, hits the crossbar. Keeper was beaten and the frame was not. Still kept hold of the ball, tries to recycle it, but now he's lost out. Now the counter's on. Neymar from Shells though. And this is what I'm talking about. Didn't have any of those breakaway players. And in fact, he's lost the ball in the dangerous area, Joe.
Absolutely has. And this could be a chance here for Damie to really break his game. He's just going to power through his man. It was Tellez there up on that left-hand side. I don't know how he's managed to keep a hold of it, to stay in that battle, but he somehow did. And while Shells will keep the chance from even going goalwards there. So I'm going to take the hat off to him there. Done well in that scenario. Let's see what he can do. The ball just going to run out. His throw-in though, so Shell's keeping possession. Don't forget, this is our first game of the day from the Pro tournament. Obviously, we did see Liam Payne and Trent Alexander-Arnold playing earlier on, and it was the Liverpool man who took victory. Much so, I think, to the dismay of all the Liam Payne fans that were in chat for that one. Tomorrow we will be having even more. Paulo Dybala up against Dele Alli, which I think is going to be a mouth-watering one as well. Here's a chance for Shells. A heavy touch, though, from R9, and it's going to be easily collected from Mandanda.
And a big clearance, but it's going to come straight back at him, so Shells should be able to keep him penned in here as he loses the midfield challenge. He has still got his players behind the ball, though, so that flat back four working well for him. And it's going to have to, because Damien has been applying quite a bit of pressure, as we saw in the first game. Sort of feeling a little bit more confident after pulling the goals back in that last matchup. But Shell's slow, methodical style is working well. It's won him a game. It's given him the confidence that he certainly needed after the 4-0 drubbing to get back in it. He knows he can do it. He's got that mental ability now, realising that it's not unwinnable. It is doable. And a big chance for R9. Tries to stutter. Oh, he went too much. Just got greedy with the chance, I think, if anything, and just tried to wait for the perfect moment rather than having a shot and just seeing what happens.
Can't believe this game is still 0-0, to be honest. Chances on both sides. Here we go, though. Surely Damien can come through this one. Little play off to Ronaldinho. All the space, and it was tipped wide, I think. I think it was going goalwards. It was tipped wide. And again, Ter Stegen may be the man of the match here for Shells. We'll see, though. Nice little pirouette on the edge of the box. There is the shot from Hull, and again, it's the keeper to knock it wide.
Close one once again. Swings in. Another corner coming up. Struggling to clear the lines at the moment. Shells defenders. This time he tries to bring it short. Frankie can't quite get to it. Now he gets it clear. Finds Di Maria on the breakaway. Going to try and look for somebody. R9's got himself back to space, but again, they're just checking offside. So looking to try and cut inside, but it's Di Maria on Di Maria. Some hot Portuguese action going on down the wing, and in the end, it's just a goal kick.
Headed inside there. So a goalless first half in game number 3. After two quite high-scoring games, you have to say. Obviously, 4-0 in the first game for Damien. What a change around for game number 2, with Shells just scraping out ahead of that one. And this one, we've not seen a single one so far. A bit of a tackle that wasn't a foul. I thought there was a foul coming out there, to be honest with you. But Damien still has a hold of it as well. There's some space up top. It's Di Maria again, and we'll just switch inside on the edge of the box here with, I think he's taken a deflection there and somehow gone in. And either way, it's Damien. He's not going to care how it's gone in. The fact that it's gone in is all that he worries about.
Yeah, cracking goal. Knew what he wanted there. A little drag back to buy himself the space. And now, let's have a look. Did it take a touch? No, it didn't. Just a clean finish into the bottom corner. So Damien leads the game just before half-time. 1-0 so far. Bags of time to work with for Shells here, but the pressure's on, as he'll be going down to the lower bracket if he loses this matchup. Damien through the winner bracket. It'll be, unfortunately for Shells, it'll be history repeating itself from last weekend, where the same result happened and Damien went through to the finals, and Shells just had to settle for 3rd place in the end in that tournament. Now with Fnatic, Damien winning it back straight through the middle. Counter-attack opportunity on. Nicely sold the dummy, but the defender quickly covered his back. And we will be seeing half-time now, with Shells trailing 1-0. 45 minutes on the clock, Joe. Not a single shot from him so far in this game. He's got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, and there's been again a lot of kind of battling going on around the midfield, but nothing really so spectacular in front of goal. And he's just been almost invisible in this one again. Gonna have to turn things up now. A final half of this game. Obviously, Damie leading it. We'll see if Shells can finally bring some pressure back into the match, because so far he's not been all that impressive. But there is, of course, still time. Game is going to be resumed. We are going to get back into it then. With Damie again in the... I actually just checked. I think that our monitor colours might be a little bit off here, Damien. On my other monitor, it's definitely red, and it's the Polish kit.
It's the Polish kit?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Which makes sense because Damien is obviously Polish. But definitely on my one monitor, it looks orange.
It looks so orange to me.
There we go. Shells here, though, starting things off with possession on this top side, and he's going to get himself a throw.
Shells got to get something quick here. Try and get back on level terms. And if you can try and work it, Neymar finds space but quickly cuts out by the defender. And a much more controlled approach, it seems, from Damie this time. Look at it, acres of space on the left wing. Didn't go over to Ronaldinho though, was looking more for a runner. But look at Ruud Gullit cutting out that ball. Now Ronaldinho has the space, gets it to Neymar, looking for CR7. Got to check his run, went offside, so couldn't pass it just yet. Still wins out, finally loses the ball, and De Jong's back there. The ultra-defensive setup, and it seems to be that it actually is ultra-defensive from Shells. He has so many players back there to try and cover off these runs.
Yeah, we'll see how that kind of comes back to bite him. I mean, we all know that FIFA 20 in itself is a very, usually at least, a low-scoring defensive game in its kind of standard setup. I think that we've been treated to a little bit more attacking than usual, and let's not forget that these players are playing for money. They're playing for charity money here, but it's still an exhibition tournament, if you like. So I think the amount of sweatiness, as you would call it here, has been kept to a minimum so far. There is Shells, and well, that was a huge chance for him. It was Ronaldo who's just going to knock it wide of the post. Should have done better there. Time, I think, was off.
Yeah, scuffed it. His first shot of the game. His one and only shot so far. So that's what he's been building up to. And if he's going to play this slow style, then he's got to make sure those are 100% chances effectively, or certainly he gives himself a real clean chance. And once again, he's going to try and work it through the middle. Nice passing. No, straight away, but it was cut out by Damie's defenders, and he still holds the lead as he now tries to bring it forward. Space over on the left wing. Ronaldinho just offside, cut through the middle, not going to work out. And now Frenkie de Jong looking for the runner, doesn't find it, gets himself a quick 1-2 give and go, but it's cut out in the middle by Vieira, the powerhouse that always delivers for Damie, it seems, as he gets it through. Di Maria on the wing, cut out by the defender, but it's a bit of a mix-up. It's going to go for a corner.
Yeah, the touch there from Di Maria was more like my first touch, I think. Was a little bit too heavy. Ball sent out, but this is a huge chance for Shells. He's got the numbers. Look at it. It's a 3 versus 2. But will he do this correctly? He's not got all that much space down on the bottom. He's allowed Damien now to bring it back, and it just all looked very desperate there from Shells in the end, just trying to find that ball that, well, it just wasn't there for him. The space wasn't really there, and he will lose out on it again. Damie, who is 1-0 up at this point, just going to be happy to keep a hold of the ball. Good ball into Di Maria down bottom, cuts it inside, and it's just a classic goal, isn't it? Just pull it back across the goal, and again, it's OR who is going to put it away. That's the second in this game. He was using OR in the last 2 games as well, but he was fairly invisible for those. But this game has really turned up for him, and he's now 2-0 up, and Shells has it all to do with 20 minutes in-game time, so not a lot of time to come back.
Yeah, and especially the style that Shells is going to have to change his whole approach to this game, because this slow build-up's not going to buy him enough time in 20 minutes unless he can get a quick goal here. He has sort of scuffed through, but looks like Wandanda will get it clear and easy for Damie as he just keeps possession of the ball, and that's all he needs to do. Has to say that the second he loses it. R9, he's got power, he's got strength, he's got a runner, and he's been knocked off the ball. Didn't you see that one coming, Joe?
No, absolutely not. It's, I think, a little bit frustration here as well. Now a chance, though, on the edge of the box. And, well, you know, he's been almost trying to walk them in here as Shells. And finally he takes a longer shot. And somehow, with, I think it was the outside of his right foot there, Ronaldo, hits exactly the top left corner. And this game has suddenly just got a little bit more impressive. Or, you know, exciting maybe as well. It's been a slow one, I think.
Yeah, Shells just finally slogs it in. I've been talking about it. It's like, why didn't you just hit it? Why didn't you just hit it? Occasionally, think of the chance he had right at the start where he had R9 and he stutter-stepped it and then tried to cut inside and then cut inside again, whereas he had the opportunity and I think he almost out-mind-gamed himself and I thought he was going to have to cut again, but this time he's obviously decided, look, time is running out, I need to start taking these chances, and that's worked out well for him. So, a slight bit of pressure. Shells gets himself the goal. Damie, once again, in the red, driving forward. Using Di Maria to just hold the ball up, if anything. It's like, while he's getting attack opportunities, he is holding possession. There's only 10 minutes to go in this game. He's leading it. At the moment, he's going to take this best of 3, 2-1, and go through to the winner bracket final.
And I think, you know, for me, Damie has been the more impressive player, and that was impressive. We're talking about impressive, and that is exactly what we were on about. As Ronaldo here in the 80th minute is surely going to seal this one up for Damie. And it was knocked back then on the volley, not letting it bounce. And what a finish it was there for Damie. Yeah, defender had already gone past it. I think they had already run on by. And surely that is enough. And you have to say that Damie, over the course of 3 games, probably is the deserving winner of this one.
Yeah, I think safe to say that. I mean, it was 4-0, 4-1 in the first game. And even the 3-2 second game, you got to feel he was a little unlucky with some of that. But he's looking solid now, and he's back to his confident style, isn't he? Shells has clearly spread his game, which is why we're seeing such open play now. And probably another goal if he can get it past the defender. No, he's just going to hold the ball up, and it will in the end get cleared. But yeah, Shells has obviously extended, spread his team out, which is why we're starting to see the game really start to stretch now.
Yeah, exactly. We saw him there just going into ultra attacking, and that just means that you obviously leave things open. He's going to have a little push here, and it's a great cross and a great finish. So maybe this is not over just yet. 86 minutes gone. Maybe there's a chance here. You'd expect Damie now to just hold possession in whatever way he can, but maybe there's a chance he's giving the ball away.
Offside. Offside. Went a little too soon with that one. I tell you what, it's not often you see those sort of crossed goals either. Certainly you don't tend to see people approach from them or even try for them, but you can see just trying to use the goalkeeper as long as he could there with a pass out, just trying to keep hold of the ball. Sometimes this can undo you. He's onside there. Chip the keeper. Oh, couldn't do it. Just Stegen not having any of it.
Yeah, not quite chipping him enough. Just miscalculating his height. Obviously, he's come out of goal there as well to make that angle a little bit more difficult to make. Is there one last chance in it here for Shells? Is there one chance in it? I think there might be if Ronaldo can get past Lala here. He won't do. And that is going to be it then. It is going to be Damie that wins it in the 3rd game of this best of 3. And certainly coming down to the wire, you know, after game 1, I actually expected that this was going to be a little bit more one-sided than it turned out to be.
Yeah, it was a strange game. The first half felt very stale. I don't think Shells really did much to get involved, really. And then suddenly, that second half, we had a ton of goals. Were you surprised by the turn of events, Joe? You mentioned there at the end there. Things did kind of pan out in a very different way to, I think, what we thought in the first half.
Yeah, I think, you know, Shells' play style, at the end, we saw him actually go into the menus and change to ultra-attacking, so... you know, the goal that Damie scored was because of that, and Shells obviously leaving things open. But you could also argue that Shells, the way that he set things up, also allowed him there to score at the end as well. So, you know, maybe if there was another 10 minutes in game, that could have looked different by the end of it. But You have to say that Damie just looked confident throughout, and I think that was his game to lose even.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, must say as well, I think R9's finish at the end of that scissor volley in the top corner was pretty impressive. I quite enjoyed that, Lee.
Yeah, it's very rare you get to see the crosses as well that sort of lead to these sort of things. So these are goals that you only see sort of when the players are literally doing last roll of the dice and see if they can make things work. But, it is the price you pay for ultra-attacking style. It's frustrating, I think, as a viewer, because you know the players can do this. So you're like, why are they just playing this ultra-defensive, slow, grinding style? Well, at the end of the day, this is tournament play. This is not playing for fun. They are playing to win. And that's the style that he feels he can win with. It may frustrate your opponent. And if anyone that's played FIFA has come up against this style of play, it is so frustrating to play against. And you get in your own head and you make your own mistakes, and and it leads to it. So, it's a measure of play to be able to keep doing it. And there is a couple of good grinders out there that make it work for them.
Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely right. We're going to go have a look at the brackets now. Obviously, we've had our very first match of the day, our first pro match, and we have ourselves a 2-1 in our first match. So we do have progressions to both the winners bracket and the losers bracket here. Let's take a look here. So obviously, Shells goes down to our losers bracket. Damie progresses in our winners bracket. Very soon, we have our second matchup here on day number 1 of Gamers Without Borders. Turkey versus Gravison. We're going to digest, of course, this next big game coming up right after our break. So do not go anywhere. Stay where you are. It's coming up right after this.
$70,800,000. That's how many people are displaced across the globe today. 70,800,000 people who fled violence and conflict, who risked their lives to escape poverty and hunger, who lost their homes to natural disasters. They live on the run or stuck in limbo, not knowing when or if they'll ever go home. They live in the shadows and on the edge, struggling to survive, dependent on aid and the kindness of strangers. On the front lines, humanitarian responders work tirelessly to meet the urgent needs of this growing population. But this is a crisis unlike anything we've faced before, and it affects every single one of us. 320 million. That's how many people could be displaced over the next 10 years, wreaking havoc on economic growth, global stability, and national security, permanently altering the world as we know it. How we face this enormous challenge could shape the history of humankind, because in the end, the only number that really matters is one. One future for all of us that we can create together.
before we were anywhere near the extent we're at now, Alicia and her team were working tremendously hard to address perceived future drug shortages.
The idea with the ICU kit at the beginning was trying to think of a way that we could help these patients that are critical in ICU settings. In this case, it was kind of the next layer of protection for this response. In the kit, we have a few different types of medications, antibiotics for secondary bacterial infections, as well as blood pressure support, so vasopressors. Things like albuterol inhalers, we were learning, were highly requested in hospitals. Medications that are used for intubation and sedation that help with that process. Each one of these kits is designed to have about 100 courses of antibiotics and supportive medications. The first 2 are headed up to Northern California in the Bay Area, which is especially hard hit, and the next 11 are going to hospitals across New Jersey, and we'll have about 80 of them going to New York City. In the end, we're just feeling really fortunate that we're able to support our partners with these medications that they need so desperately.
The wisdom, the expertise that I think this team has demonstrated in being able to help us as a community partner, but also hospitals and healthcare systems around the country struggle with drug shortages, which are now a reality, I think just speaks volumes to the impact DR has.
Howdy. Hello there and welcome back to Gamers Without Borders featuring FIFA 20. I'm joined by Lee and Joe here. We've had a cracking first match as well as a show match here on the show today. And now we've got ourselves match number 2 before we start getting into the nitty-gritty of the winners and the losers brackets. Turkey versus Gravison. Joe, what can you tell about any of these players? Gravison seems to be one who's been around for a bit and knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Gravison, obviously from Spain, a name that I think if you've watched FIFA over the last few years, you've definitely seen. Actually went on to win, I believe, the Continental Cup on PlayStation. Am I right there, Lee? We were both at that tournament, which was at the Paris Games Week. That was FIFA 18 or no, it was 19.
It was
FIFA 19.
They were just blurry.
It was the American. What kind of thing was that?
Yeah. He went far in that tournament, at least. He's a player that definitely can win tournaments. He's a player that's, as I said, got a ton of experience. So, for me, probably the favorite coming into this one. Turkey, he's a player that I've not really heard of before, if I'm being very, very honest. I tried to do a bit of research here, and, we see that he's obviously active in the Saudi Arabian scene, but looks like this might be his first real big kind of international tournament spotlight.
Love it. New blood entering the arena. I like it. We actually have a video, a bit about Gravison, about his background as well. Check this out, guys. Here it is.
I'm joined by Gravison from Spain. He is a player for Real Zaragoza. I've got to check though, Jaime, did I say that right?
Let's give it an A+. It's good.
Muchas gracias. How are you doing, Jaime? Because Spain has been under a very strict lockdown, but I hear you're coming out of it now.
Yeah, we've been coming out for it for a few weeks, I think. Where I live, it's the north of Spain, is Oviedo, Asturias, and it was pretty okay here compared to Barcelona, Madrid, and the big cities. But they were tough times for our nation, and I think for the whole planet as well. But we're coming out of it, and the situation, I'm not gonna say the situation here it's normal, but it's pretty near to it right now, at least in Oviedo.
Do you miss being able to compete at offline events?
Yeah, that's the thing I miss the most, I think. La Liga is coming back, I think, in a week, the La Liga tournament, and it's the whole tournament is online because the situation. And at least for me, I play FIFA, competitive FIFA, for the LAN tournaments. Like, it's my thing. I know, playing with my opponent right in front of me, like, watching him play hearing the casters, hearing the people being attending there, that's my thing.
So tell me about your relationship with your coach Carlos, because it's not typical for a FIFA player to have their own coach. So what have you been working on together?
Last year, I think I was top 40 of the FIFA Global Series, and this year I'm top 16. So it's just, I think it's because of him. He pushes me to train every day. He's just texting me right now to go to train, and in the tournaments, he just knows how to get me focused and relaxed. So for me, it's kind of a big deal, and I hope he stays with me for a long time, coaching me, because I think I'm reaching my top level, my A+ level with him, and he's just the best in the game, you know.
I know you like to study the competition, so who do you think is going to be the biggest threat to you taking that crown this weekend?
There is a lot of good players playing this tournament. I know many people are gonna say Tex is probably the one who's gonna win the tournament. But for me, MS Dosari is the best. So I think I have to prepare for him, because I don't know, the way he defends, he pressures, he attacks, everything. He's just the best. So I think if I'm gonna win this tournament, I gotta beat MS Dosari. So I'm going for you.
I can't wait to see you two play each other. I hope that matchup happens. Gravison, thank you so much for talking to me. Stay safe and good luck in the FIFA International Elite Tournament this weekend.
Thank you so much, Frankie.
Very, very excited to see the Gravison-Turkey matchup. This is going to be great, particularly as Turkey, we don't know much about him, and this is very exciting times. If you're watching at home, just joined us, don't forget as well, this is all about Gamers Without Borders. You can find out more at gamerswithoutborders.com. All our players across the next 3 days are competing to win money for charities. You can see at the bottom of the screen here that they themselves choose and what to do with their winnings. So they're all battling the coronavirus fight around the world right now. So they're very admirable, and all the money raised by Safety's organization, 10 million across 7 weeks worth of gaming. It's incredible. Guys, before we jump into this match, predictions. Lee, what are you saying?
I'm going to go with Gravison, obviously, because we know more about Gravison. So obviously he has been a solid player. He's a tournament player. Has got his sights set on MS Dosari, apparently. So he's going to have to go a long way if he wants to try and face him.
Joe, are you going for the underdog here, or sticking with Gravison too?
I got to now, and I was hoping that you'd ask me first, but since she's live, I'm going to go with Turkey then. He's actually playing with an Oxford United team badge, which is, mess with the ball, you get the horns. Yeah.
Damn right. Right.
Yeah.
That's all you got.
That's all I got. That's all I got at this point. No, but, Turkey is, again, the fly is attacking me. I'm going to need one of these cats to sort that out. The fact that he's coming in here kind of as the underdog and with, I guess, no real pressure on him, I think is a really cool thing, because everyone expects, on paper, Gravison should win this game. So maybe that little lack of pressure for Turkey and, a nice international run out for him could be the situation that he needs to shine.
Absolutely. I love that you've got a fly swat just to hand as well, Lee. That's madness.
It's just like, when you have these big lights, right, when you're used to doing this stuff from home, you get attacked by flies. I'm ready.
You're just ready to go. Joe, any fly swatters of any sorts on your desk, or have you not prepared?
No, I'm gonna buy one of them electric ones for the future, because swatting's not practical, is it? You need the power of the electric fly swatter, I think.
I think you're right. Here we go. Number one.
So, straight into it, obviously the Ducks versus T. It is also better known as Turkey playing in the Oxford kit, which is somewhat surprising. Oxford United, not so well known, I would have thought, in his country, but maybe he just likes the bull sign, so I'm guessing that's what he's gone for. It's not quite the Chicago Bulls sort of setup. But, it is going to be, obviously, him playing in the white, Turkey, so obviously that means that Gravison is playing in the darker strip. I'm not too sure. Is that Real Madrid away? I can't quite tell.
I've actually closed my window by accident, so I can't tell you either. I'll be back there in just a little second.
Oh, I mean, I was assuming it was some sort of Spanish kit, but don't know. Didn't recognise the badge is telling me that, but you've managed to close everything. Good job, Joe. Good job. So it is going to be Turkey on the attack at the moment, from right to left in the white. As we say, haven't seen too much from him in the tournaments, whereas Graveson's obviously a known acquisition, the Spanish player, and that's a great little ball through as well. I was surprised he managed to get his player nearly to it there, but the defender cuts it out in the end. Just looking at the tactics for both these, it is a 4-3-1-2 for Graveson, and more of a 4-4-2 or a 4-2-2-2, I should say, as it tends to be these days for Turkey, playing more of a flat setup, close to the 4-4-2 of the traditional classic era. The 4-3-1-2, one that I used to certainly try and ply my trade with, not to the level of these players though, Joe.
I am back in now, so hopefully in time to see some action. Looks like we're going to see a corner here for Turkey, who himself, I think his team is not quite up to the level of Graveson's here, just on paper. Is Lucas Moura up front, who's not a bad choice, that's for sure, but certainly not the level that we've seen so far. The powerhouse in the last game, the fact that you've got R9, CR7 and Neymar up front, I don't think we can really compare that with a Lucas Moura playing up front, but we'll have to see how Turkey plays with that one. Right now, of course, it is Graveson here with De Jong and possession on the edge of Turkey's box. Obviously, Messi and his team. He has got Cruyff up front there as well. So, that team for Graveson is certainly very strong. And the 96 R9 as well. I think it's Ben Zimmer that's actually sat just behind him. So, his front three is definitely very potent.
Absolutely, and obviously the 99 Messi just nestled in the middle, as you do. But yeah, I would say Graveson's team is definitely the stronger of the two in terms of acquisition of players, but players don't mean skill, or they obviously will give you a slight advantage maybe if you take the shot. But it's Turkey at the moment that's putting the pressure on. It's working well in his favour as he continues to try and get it through. And you can see that struggling to clear his lines at the moment is Graveson. So Turkey down the left side with Mendy, looking to find Mbappe, trying to squeeze that one through, but it's not going to work out for him. Kylian Mbappe bags up pace, using him, deploying him on the left wing as opposed to the right. So maybe looking for the cut inside pass, I believe, from Mbappe. We'll keep our eye on that one for Turkey as R9 does try and wrestle his way through, but it is a defensive game at the moment from Graveson, which is now we're seeing the striker dropping back for Turkey there. So feeling that he's maybe running up against the defenders, needs a little bit of a help.
Absolutely, and just a couple of other players that are in this squad for Turkey has Mbappe and De Bruyne, both team of the season cards. In the middle, R9 and Zidane. I guess he changed his formation at the start of this one as well to have R9 pushed up a little bit further. But so far, it's been a fairly even game. 30 minutes gone. Not massive chances for either side. And we'll have to see who it is that takes an early chance with this one. That's a good ball through. It's onto Ben Zimmer. And he is just muscled away by Cancelo.
Yeah, little tight tactical game at the moment, this one. Now we're seeing the breakaway, though, for Turkey as he tries to squeeze it down the right wing. He's got 3 players available, but chooses to go back in the end and recycle it across his back 4, which was a risky pass for a moment there. Just making sure he didn't get a little too pressured. So seeing if he can work any options. These passes are just trying to dislodge some of Graveson's players, but it's kind of backfired. That switch of ball across the wings can sometimes lead you astray, and it did this time, and it's given the possession to Graveson now on the push as he looks for an opportunity. He's got a runner down the right wing, tries to find him, does get it to De Jong, a little slip inside, but the keeper, All Black, quickly out for that one.
Yeah, nice for Turkey then. Making sure that he doesn't fall early to Gravesen. A little bit of possession for him, I think, would do him the world of good. Chill a little bit on the ball. Zidane off to Mendy down on this left-hand side. First time we've seen Mendy today. Only had 2 games though, so not really a huge sample size, I think it's fair to say. Obviously, we have the entire of Group A coming today, so this is only our second group game from Group A. We will have games 3, 4, and 5 to come after this. And of course, we will be here for the next couple of days after this as well. This is a good chance here for Turkey. Tried to get it on through there to Lucas, but in the end, it wasn't quite far enough. Gravesen, is he going to keep it? He is going to keep it. But yeah, Group B coming tomorrow, and then on Sunday we'll of course be having the show match to start things off. Andre Silva against Joao Felix. That's going to be another interesting one. And then the 2 semi-finals and the final. Of course, tomorrow is Group B plus that show match, the one that I'm most looking forward to, I have to be honest, to kick things off, which is going to be Dybala versus Dele Alli. And I'm sure there'll be a good few people that want to tune into that one.
I mean, it's got so much, right? It's England versus Argentina, which is something in itself, you know, certainly a bit of history there. Dybala, a magnificent player. Dele Alli, absolute outstanding for England. We'll see how their FIFA skills work, though, of course. Both have been pretty much locked in their houses, but this game pretty much dead at the moment. One shot, boys. One shot. That's it for Turkey. And we haven't seen Gravesen have a shot in anger just yet. 43-1 you can see for Turkey. There's this team setup, using that Neymar in the middle. As you say, with Lucas Moura out on the right wing. It's not ideal. I think you'd probably happy to have better options there. But as it is, you got to go with what you got, right?
Absolutely, and you know he had to change things off from his from the original lineup that he had in there for chemistry. As I said, he had R9 in the middle of the park before which he switched at the start of the game, but looking decent for him. You know, I think the first game is a case of getting settled in, getting used to the ping. Let's not forget that we're playing online, so you know latency is something that has to be contended with. And it's all about getting as comfortable as you can with that before you kind of get into your groove. I'll see who gets into that groove first. Neither of them so far have really had a massive 100% chance that you'd say, okay, that one should have gone in. So far, we are still all level. And you can see that Turkey not scared of playing the possession game.
No, he's working the ball well as well. Now he's got himself an opportunity, but it's just sort of snatched that a little too much. As Gravesen will find an opening, gets it down the side, but the keeper quick off his line there for Turkey to make him run out, make sure he collects that ball. That's a great ball down the wing to Mbappe. Bags of pace as well, but the problem is he's got no one in the middle, so he's going to have to try and bring it himself, but Carvajal picked his pocket there. That was stolen away from him, and Gravesen using the Spaniards he knows well to work for him down this right wing.
Sloppy play there though from Gravesen. He's going to give it away. I always want to be careful that Mbappe on that left hand side, if he gets running, you've got a little bit of a problem. Benzema also interesting choice that I don't think we'll be seeing too much of. Also with Arturo Vidal, Barcelona man. Here is Messi, and that's the man that you don't want to let have a random shot at the edge of the box, because he could make you pay with it. There is the ball though, going to be snuffed out nicely by Turkey. So far he's definitely impressed me the way he's playing this one. Slow, methodical, possession based, not too many mistakes. He actually tried that long ball there. But so far, you know, no real mistakes, but they've also not really found, you know, the key to breaking down each other just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, like we said, coming into this one, we both, I mean, you said Turkey, but we both kind of expected Gravesen to take this one with ease, but he is definitely up against it here. It's Turkey that's been playing the better of the two, but now Gravesen with a chance to build up here. Looking for an opportunity, just keeps recycling it round. There's the chance, there's the through ball, and the rebound is kind for Turkey. It will bounce away, and he even manages to avoid the corner and keep the ball in play. Very nice.
Yeah, really well done there. And charging down here, maybe bit of a chance to break. Certainly uses space a lot here, likes to switch wings. Walking into a bit of a brick wall there. Got the space though. Nice move with Mendy as he tries to just flick that one on through on towards Ronaldo. He has got the space here to come. Surely just needs to drag it back. Will pull it in. There's all kinds of space there in the middle. And would you believe it? It is 1-0 here for Turkey. It's going to be Neymar that puts it away in the end. 70 minutes gone of game number 1. And the young Saudi doing the business so far.
Fantastic play. Absolutely beautiful pass in there, and finds himself, massive opening pretty much on the 6-yard box, dead centre. Put it where you want it, left or right. Keeper's got no chance to save that sort of shot. So really good start for Team Turkey here against Gravesen. This being Group A, of course. And the winner of this will go through to face off against the winner of the first match, which was Damie. And Shells, the loser, will face the loser of this match in the lower bracket. Neither player will go out just yet. And of course, they are playing for that massive $1.5 million prize pool. All for the charities of their choices. Bags of money for the charities in a time really in 2020 where there is much need for it.
Absolutely. For a good cause. And a chance to make a name for yourself here as well. But also, as I said, help others. That's the name of the game. Here is Gravesen. Ben Simmons had a fair amount of possession for him. Lodi, which is the Future Stars card. Atletico player, of course. Ball on the edge of the area. There is Henry, and there's the comeback. He's managed to slot it away there. As Gravesen will bring us back level. And it didn't take much for him. One really clear-cut chance there. And he will slide that one past the keeper. Bring us back to 1 apiece. And the game opens itself up again.
Perfect setup. It's what he needed, Gravesen. Of course, extra time penalties will follow if and when we need it. It is a straight-up best of 3. So aggregate score won't matter. So you can smash someone as much as you like, but it ain't going to count. It won't go through to the next game. As it stands, don't think we're going to be seeing that. This is a very tight matchup between the two equally matched opponents. Turkey coming into this one as a last minute. He's absolutely delivering, it seems. Trying to do what he can, but he's lost out in a risky position there. Not so much a counter-attack, though. They haven't really got the players forward at the moment, Gravesen. His team was in a fairly defensive stance, but now he can make something work. So he played it back across the back 4, which brought the players forward, got them into attacking mentality. Now we see the space opening up. He wants to get that right winger to make the run. That's what he was looking for. Now you can see if he can draw someone down the bottom left wing into play. That's what he's working for at the moment. So all these little drag backs and little shuffles before he's waiting for one of the players to make a run into a position that would be useful. Didn't work out for him, and therefore he's lost the ball. And this is a quick breakaway from Mora.
Bit of time on this bottom side for him. Cuts it inside to De Bruyne, who's got loads of space as well. And well, Militao just going dashing out of the box there. Will clear things up. Is this a chance? There's 85 minutes gone, so a goal now would surely be devastating, if not the winner. It was nicely dealt with, and Turkey really likes to take the pace out of the game. Once he gets that ball back, he's not afraid. Just drop back. A tactic used to its full extent in FIFA 20, much to I think the dismay of a lot of people as well. Obviously we saw the Fnatic tournament last week with some rules to combat that kind of play style, which I think was very refreshing. But it certainly will be used over the course of this weekend by a couple of players as well. Looks like we may be headed towards extra time and a possible penalty shootout if we can't decide a winner. 2 minutes added on, and I don't think Turkey's going to risk it. He's not. He's going to play this one out with possession at the back, and we're going in our first game to extra time already. Can't separate these two.
No, it's even honestly a lot closer than I thought it would be, with just the 2 shots apiece. A couple of highlights, of course, from the game earlier on. It was, of course, Turkey that started the ball rolling with the opening goal, but quickly responded by Gravesen, both with 2 shots apiece. Possession 56% towards Turkey, not too surprising there, I don't think. And overall, Joe, I think a surprise package. A surprise package coming from Turkey here.
Yeah, so far so good for him. I mean, obviously, still has a lot of work to do. I think it's fair to say this is just the first game in our best of 3. Obviously, we've got extra time, first of all, to figure out what's going to happen with this one.
Oh, Kubo coming on.
That's an interesting choice for sure.
Did he do it?
I think so.
I thought I saw him do it. Now I think I saw him change it back. I'm not sure. Maybe he was considering it. The young starlet potential. Didn't see whether he actually did it though. I'm not too sure. We haven't seen any changes. So I don't. Oh, maybe yes, he is there. Yes, there he is. So Kubo on for Turkey. Gravesen attacking from left to right with the black, dark blue. I question myself after the orange-red fiasco. Not too sure, but that's offside. Yes, I was thinking that's got to be a mile offside, but it was indeed.
Yeah, the dark grey / black of 100 Thieves shirt. Yeah. I think it's black, to be honest. Dark charcoal, let's call it that. Is the ball going to go through here on towards Mbappe? There's a chance for Turkey. The pull back there wasn't great, but he managed to keep a hold of it. There was a foul there, I think. Yeah, and that will give the free kick over to Gravesen. Maybe a little bit rattled here, Gravesen, from this first game. Obviously headed off into that extra time. This is a good through ball on that top side, though. It's Ben Zimmer, and I think he's offside. Oh, he must have been really close, though.
Very, very tight. So Turkey, once again, he's really expansive with his balls, trying the experimental long overhead twitcher play balls. I've got to be honest, at this level, I'd be surprised if they do work. But sometimes they might just catch you off guard because some players just won't be expecting it at this level. So the randomness can sometimes catch you off guard. But this time he's trying the more rudimentary muscle your way out with R9. And the ball will go off the pitch.
Yeah, too much muscle on that one. As we approach the first 15 minutes gone in extra time. Long ball on through again for Benzema. This time he's not offside. Question is though, where is he going to go? And he has to go back down the line to Lodi. Is there a position? Is there someone to thread on through? There is Messi on the edge of the box. We'll turn around. It's R9. Is there a foul there? There isn't, but it was close. If he'd have taken the shot there, you always fancy R9 in that position to put it away.
That was just a last touch off the toe. And now straight back up the other end. Not going to work out. Gravesen will see that one clear. The flags. I'm trying to think what the flags are. Is that the Real Betis flag? I'm not too sure.
Could well be.
There's the blue and the white. That's why I'm thinking Real Betis, but I don't recognise. They've got the 100 Thieves kit. And Oxford United. Which is as it gets. Are they even back in? They're back in league football, right? They're back in traditional league because they dropped down at one point. I think they're back in the 4th division or something like that, or maybe the national. Ooh, cheeky little overhead pass there. Kubo on the ball for Turkey, through to Ronaldo. Kubo making the run. The overlap, looking to try and cut inside. Oh, that's a nice little skip. Can he get it through? He managed to find the space, but the keeper's there. Gravison, little sigh of relief there with 10 minutes to go in extra time before penalties.
Well, that would have been a turn up for the Bucks, and it's Real Zaragoza, which is thanks to Adam for that one. The crest that Gravison is currently rocking there. Right now, though, it's all about Turkey down on the bottom side there with Cancelo, De Bruyne as well, being there from the get-go. Nice little playback as well. He's doing well here on the build-up. But where does he pull the trigger? Where does he find the space? There it was, the attempt, trying to get it on through, but was just bobbled away. Now Gravison. See, Gravison's build-ups are a little bit less patient. They're definitely more route one. Is he going to send one man through? Is he going to get Messi on the end? No, it was a great tackle to stop it happening from Turkey.
Yeah, just 5 minutes to go. He tries to slog it down the wing, as it is pretty much the route one mentality there, but not going to work out. Just trying some route one stuff to see if it works in the last couple of minutes of the game. Gravson now, can he try and steal victory with a kick down the right? Nowhere to go, has to recycle it through the middle. Looking to square it through the middle. CR7, no Benzema. Back in to Frenkie de Jong. Not too many options for him. He's looking for it. 120. We've got the final minute, and he's kind of lost the ball, and that's surely all over. It's going to be a penalty shootout in the first game, Joe. Not what you want.
Well. Did not expect this to be the way that we were going to decide our first game between Turkey and Gravison. Now, I did say Turkey, but I think you were rightly pointing out that I think we were both pretty confident that Gravison was going to have this one. It's going to be Gravison to step up here with Hazard. And he's absolutely made a meal of it. He's
been done. He's been done by the fact, we know where this is going. It's down the middle, and it's not worked out. Yeah, he's been done. He's trying to sell it, and he's almost over-hitting it to the left because he's sort of baiting him over there. We obviously have the opportunity to see exactly where it's going. Don't worry, there is a delay. The player can't see that.
Well, so far no one's managed it. There we go. Finally, Gravison is going to put one in. There's a 40-second delay, by the way, so there's no way that these guys can watch these penalties via stream or whatever. Here's Mbappe stepping up. He puts it away. It's 1-1 after they've both taken 3 penalties.
Yeah, just smashing that one. Arturo Vidal, no guessing what he's going to do. He's just going to smash as hard as he can. It's the standard style. No, he placed it. He placed it in the bottom left. Would you believe it? That's De Bruyne placed. Oh, it's saved. Saved in there. Well, he's got to score, and this is over. Slots it home. That will do. So, the first game will go to Gravison. It's what we expected, but certainly a much, much tighter matchup than we would have expected in this first game.
Unbelievable scenes, lads. I think, first penalty shootout, fine, but we didn't know what to expect from Turkey at all. We didn't know what he was going to bring to the table, I think. But I loved it when he scored and ran straight to the camera to say, yeah, that's right. I'll take on your Johan Cruyff with my Lucas Moura. I tell you what. I loved it, the aggression. Were you surprised, Joe, by the way that game played out?
I was. I think that it's also a case of, these guys probably never played against each other before. Maybe that means that Gravison has to play things a little bit more defensive. I would say that Turkey is playing the way that I would expect him to play here as maybe an underdog, which is a heavy possession game, fairly defensive. It's all about the slow build-up. Gravison's a bit more route one, trying to get the job done. I think he knows how to get the job done, and he's sticking fairly surely to those methods. But we've seen here from the replays, Gravison did have a good few chances, and in the end it was good defending. I think a lot of time for Turkey that kept it away.
Certainly, I think it was surprising to see at half-time as well, Lee, that there was only one shot between both teams, just one shot. I mean, which says to me, being very cautious and quite defensive-minded.
Absolutely, and actually I think it's 5 shots in the entirety of the game. That just shows how close the match was until we hit that penalty shootout. So, yeah, very tight game, much closer than we expected here. I think Gravison maybe it's going to be confidence. It's that classic case, right? We always talk about it every esports game, every esports tournament we go into, that in the group games, the fact is you don't win a tournament in the groups. You just play to get through. And that may be what he's doing right now, just playing it nice and calm. Don't go gung-ho. You don't win a tournament in day one.
Exactly. I mean, I think the thing for Turkey as well must be as well, here's an opportunity to compete against some of the best players around right now. It's a great chance, I guess, as well, Joe, to showcase what he's capable of and hopefully put himself on the map.
Yeah, and just to kind of follow up with Lee's comment there, if you don't win a tournament on day one, but you do lose a tournament on day one, I think is a bit of an issue in this one, because obviously we do have double elimination, but everything will be played out today. It's a case of you win twice, you go through, you lose twice, you're going home. So I think a little bit of that defensive play in there is just a kind of sign of, I want to feel out how this one goes. Of course, I think they've both done well in that sense. The fact that we've gone down to penalties shows that we were, very, very even from the first game. We may see some changes for that second one, but it's also fairly likely that both players say, it went to penalties. If I'd have taken a chance here or a chance there, then I would have won it anyway, so why change?
Yeah, exactly. I think, now that Gravison's had a chance as well to play against, Turkey and kind of see his lineup, see what he's about, I'm hoping that in the next game we're going to see him come out of the gates a bit quicker, Lee.
Well, perhaps. I'm not too sure, because I think the style sort of suited him to just sort of play it and win it. I don't expect these to change too much coming into this game. And even from Turkey's perspective, I got to be honest, I'm looking at his bench. I don't think he's got too much to change too, unfortunately. We'll see how it works out, whether they do manage to switch it up. We remember, if you think back to game one between Shells, obviously we saw Shells switching tactic from 4-5-1 to 4-2-3-1. Perhaps we will see some changes from that point of view.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it. I think whenever there's a player I don't know much about, I always love to see what they can bring to the table in the big moments like this. So that's very exciting as well. Obviously, all of our players are here competing as well, folks. If you didn't know this already, all our players are here competing to win money for charity. All the charities you can see on the screen right now are all battling around the world to fight coronavirus very admirably. And this next 3 days, we're giving away $1.5 million to those charities. The players are giving their share of their winnings all to a charity of their choice. So even if you come 8th place, you still give away $50,000. Our top place is $400,000, gents. An obscene amount of money, Joe, a very exciting amount of money for these charities.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I've looked at a lot of the charities, obviously, that we have here. And I don't think it matters which charity gets that amount of money. It changes lives. And that's the important thing here. Whichever of these charities ends up winning the top prize from these players, that it's going to go to people that actually need this money at a time where a lot of people need support just because of the way that the world is at this point. So it's really great that we can be part of this as commentators and, as hosts for you as well, Adam. And, I'm sure the players feel the same as well here. And just overall great to support a really cool cause, around gaming.
I think you're absolutely right. I think, to see esports and pro players around the world come together, because you've seen some incredible names just featured on this particular show today, but they span the last 5-6 weeks. It's amazing to see esports has come together in such a wonderful effort to show up, to turn up, and to want to be part of something which is such a magnificent thing, as you said, is changing lives out there, Lee.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've already seen 100,000 going over to UNICEF from both Liam and Trent Arnold, both for the same charity. They were both happy about that. Oh, really? You got the same one? But yeah, so UNICEF already got 100K out there. It's great to see. Going into obviously this next match, these guys, 50K for last place. That's amazing. It's amazing.
I mean, you can do your part at home as well, guys, as well. If you want to, you can find out plenty more at gamerswithoutborders.com. Just simply head to the website. If you want to donate, you can do, or simply just hang out with us, watch, comment away in the chat, and enjoy the FIFA that is coming your way. You've heard some of the matchups coming your way over the next few days. It's going to be big. Really, really big. We're going into game number 2 in just a second, guys. Can Turkey turn this around, yes or no, Lee?
No, I think Gravison maybe is going to be confident now. He's got that comfort game in the bag. I think we might see him with a bit more flair.
Well, let's find out. Joe, Lee, let's take it away.
Absolutely, and I have to say that I think I'm on board with you there, Lee, with that one. That this probably is going to be Graveson's game, but that is also, a great way to completely curse Gravesen into end up losing this game as well. But we'll see about that one. Hopefully, we can get into another penalty shootout, maybe go into a third game. That'd certainly be interesting for us. But it is another kickoff left to right in the white. No kit changes this time around. We'll have to see as the ball is spread around if there's any team changes. But just looking at the lineup zipping across the bottom, I don't think we are seeing any changes.
No, I think this should be pretty much the same. I mean, let's face it, they ended one apiece, right? It was a penalty shootout, so it was a pretty close game regardless. So Gravesen, though, playing this one out. Looks like he's got a good player advantage at the moment as he tries to spread it across the wing. Wasn't quite quick enough, and now he's lost it in a dangerous position. Big. I was about to say big R9 up front, but I don't think it is it? It's Benzema he's got up front, isn't it? Let's have a quick gander across. It is R9, I'll tell you why. He has switched R9 to the front, hasn't he? Turkey.
Yeah. Oh, nice little ball looped over the top there. And again, to R9. This time for Gravesen, though. Where does he go? Well, he's running rings around the box here. Certainly having fun with that one. Vidal probably not going to take the shot with him. Maybe would have been better, though. In the end, it's well defended by Turkey, who keeps it out and going for a bit of a run down this right-hand side of his own. Nice ball into the feet of Ronaldo. Two men there, though, for Gravesen, and he was having no part of that one. He wanted that ball back, and he took it back. 15 minutes gone. No early goal, and this is not a game that we're going to see high-scoring scorelines. As I say that, of course, ball through. That is surely offside, though. He went in, but he was offside. It was Cruyff that got there, but the flag is up.
Yeah, just edged it there. So, no goal. Chalk that one off. 15 minutes gone, but we are seeing Gravesen playing it a lot more free-flowing, I feel, this time around. I've got a feeling he might be the host this time, which may well be a part of it. Of course, these guys, we're not on land. We are all playing from homes. And sometimes, I'm afraid to say, connections between, is it Saudi? Isn't he? Turkey?
Yeah.
Is he from? I believe so. And Spain, which is obviously where Gravesen from. You know what? The internet, it's not a perfect thing. We all wish it was, but sometimes it ain't that way. Obviously, we always have these Europe versus America. We would love to have those sort of games because obviously South America, all these amazing FIFA players, we can't have those cross-ocean games, unfortunately. So sometimes it may lead that way, and I'm not too sure who is the host, but I got a feeling it's Gravesen because he looks like he's starting to style it a bit more when he's got the ball.
Now we'll see. The fact that, Turkey plays a very possession-based game here, a little bit slower, a little bit less flashy, may just work out in his favour on this one, but probably used to playing with a little bit higher ping as well, so probably something that is fairly used to in the end. There's support with a bit of space for Messi up this top side. Ramos comes over, though, sticks the leg out, and not afraid, Ramos, of getting stuck in when it comes to Messi, that's for sure.
He'll stick anything out, Ramos. Well, it doesn't matter who it is. Messi, that's a bonus. As a Liverpool fan, I speak the truth. But yeah, so he's, at the moment, I need to say like that, this is actually a great chance for Turkey. He can try and squeak through. Will cut it back. Actually, maybe went for the wrong option, but he's got a second bite of the cherry. Will he get a third? As Neymar can't rattle that one away. It's still not cleared. The danger's still coming his way. We'll find it on the side. Nice little heel toe. Cuts it through. It's fell for R9. But Oblak quick to meet it. A cacophony of mistakes, I think it's safe to say. A bit of a clown fiesta at the back there for Gravesen, but he gets away with it.
Yeah, and on a different day that might have gone differently, but not today. And Gravesen keeps that at 0-0, and I was just wondering there if Cruyff was going to be pushing on through. Oh, it was Messi even, I think. Not the case in that one. Build up again then for Gravesen. He brings his left back into the play as well. De Jong now on the edge of the box, in towards R9. Can he turn? He can't. He has to lay this one back off. There is Cruyff, though, on the left, and the keeper, outstretched hand, will knock it off. And Nicely saved there by Turkey.
Well, corner chance. We've seen a couple of them going in already. That one's, okay. Not too sure where the chest approach was going there, but it didn't quite work out for him. We let it roll. That was nice. Into Benzema. Can he get the crawl across? Oh, a little lucky with the flick over the head of the arriving player. And now counter-attack chance for Turkey.
Got the space on his top side, and he's got the legs as well with Mbappe, but Carvajal, obviously that right back for Gravesen, was able to stop him getting ahead. You know, once Mbappe is gone past, then your chances are you're not going to catch him up once again. That's exactly what he's managed to stop there. Turkey not changing his game plan in this second game around. He's definitely that possession type player. He's slow build up. Gravesen gonna try surely the top ball. Yeah, he will. Straight through there on towards Messi. He's got past his man as well. Has he got the strength though to get past Ramos? No, he doesn't. Of course not.
No. And that's why everybody uses him. He's quick, he's strong, powerful defender. Pretty sure both teams are using him back there. Carvajal, right back. We're talking about different right back options at the start of the show. Obviously, you know, I was debating Trent Arnold. Obviously, Carvajal's definitely in there with a shout of one of the best in the world right now on that right. Ball, nice crossfield ball to Benzema. Cuts inside. A little unusual to see Benzema being used here, but you know what? As a Spanish player, I guess he's got a little soft spot in his heart maybe for him. That it's obviously the player's choice who he goes with.
Absolutely. And then we're going to half time. 0-0. All very chilled so far. And let's have a look at the shots. 2-1 this time around in favour of Turkey, who's had a little bit more possession as well. But it's again a low action game, I think it's fair to say. Both of these players unable to really have those chances. And you know, a lot of games we've seen before that you get so many chances that one or two of them are bound to go in, you know. But I think FIFA 20 in particular, it does not lead to that style. It's more about take the one chance that you may possibly get in the entire game, rather than more of an attrition game of shoot, and something's going to go in. Either way, we are starting off the second half all tied up still at 0-0. Of course, if you're just joining us, Gravesen is in the... Oh, that was naughty. And it's only a yellow.
Straight through. Siding start things off. 4-4-2 for Turkey, by the way. He'd started with 4-2-2. It's gone to 4-2-2. Maybe just switching things up. Maybe just for chemistry. I didn't actually catch it right at the start of it. So, but either way, big foul from him to start things off. Gravesen did have the ball in the back of the net, but it was judged offside in the 15-minute mark. He is leading 1-0 in this best of three. We'll see whether he can go any further.
Well, out there from Turkey. He's got a lot of space on his top side with Kubo. Well, knock things back out though. Now Kubo again going to be chasing down on this top side. Knocked in again this time though. De Bruyne on the edge of the box. Surely a chance. Oh no, he's taken one touch too many. Couldn't quite get the turn on and get that shot off with Ronaldo. It was prime position for him once again. But again, just too greedy. And I find that happens a lot with players who, you know, really love the possession and really only will go for that 95 to 98% chance. That sometimes you hold on to it for a little bit too long. Can actually be a negative impact on your game at some point. Gravesen there just having to circle around a few times because everyone was offside.
Yeah, just
struggling to find options. Yeah.
Nothing really coming through for him. Last ditch effort, toe being stuck out there. Still Turkey in the white, trying to get himself back in this game. He needs to get a goal. He needs to get this matchup to keep in with a chance of going into the winner bracket. It will be Damie sat waiting in that winner bracket matchup. Shells in the lower bracket. Who do you want to face? I don't think I'd want to face either of them, to be honest. Gravesen, at the moment, has it in his hands. That player way offside, R9 in the middle. That's why he slows things down with Lionel Messi. Mendy will pick his pocket and take it back away. Mbappe trying to set things charging. Kubo with a massive switch of play there over to Kubo. A player that I don't think I've seen used too often in foot mode so far, but looks like he's got a good box of tricks for Turkey. Certainly starting to bring the bit of the style, bit of drag. It's starting to look good for him, but unfortunately the pass was misled, and it's back in the hands of Gravesen.
One thing that you also have to take into consideration is that, you know, in a build-up play here for Turkey takes a lot of time as De Jong not got the speed there to get past his man. And yeah, a build-up takes a lot of time for Turkey, the way that he plays it. Unless, of course, he just gives the ball away like that, which is means it's over fairly quickly. But, you know, 5, 6, 7, maybe 10 in-minute games sometimes it takes to do the build-ups that he really likes to do. Which means that you statistically just don't get a lot of them then, even if you're you know, in control of the game completely. He now has De Bruyne here in the middle of the park. Space off to his side, but going forwards, there's not a whole lot of space. You can see, you know, lay it off, take as much space as you can before being closed down, and pass it off again. But this build-up alone, as I made that point earlier, is kind of proving me right here. I think he's now 6 in-game minutes into this build-up play.
Yeah, it's just recycle it. Doesn't see the pass he wants, doesn't see the option he wants, recycle it again. He's lost the ball though now, and this is the danger of that sometimes you can be hit by a counter. It's a 2-on-3, make that a 3-on-3. As support had arrived, but Gravesen instead chooses to lay it back a little bit and bring it back through the middle. Not going to work out. And again, just the final third not working for either player at the moment, which is why we're seeing the stalemate. We had a stalemate in game one. That went to penalties. And at the moment, Joe, this looks like it's going the same way.
I mean, if you were to have a little bit of a flutter at this point in the game, you'd definitely be thinking about putting it on penalties, right? Just after how we saw that first game go, this second one is going a very similar direction. Actually missed the substitution there, and I also missed it on the second feed, which is a little bit delayed, so I'm going to have to be surprised. I think it was Cruyff that he brought off in the end.
Well, it's still a lot to choose from. It was Thierry Henry coming on for Cruyff, so I've been reliably informed.
And it was Henry, of course, for Gravesen who scored him in the game one, so maybe that's a good sign for him.
There's some risky defending. What you're told at school, never play it across your front of your goal. That's exactly what he just did. He got away with it, flicked it across. Now Zinedine Zidane through the middle. A legend of the game and now in management. Of course, that's a great ball through for Turkey. Cut out by Gravesen. Benzema looking for the give and go. Not going to get it. Back to Messi. De Jong. It is Henry. Just come on down that right wing. De Jong just delays. Carvajal plays it to Henry and him again. Looking again to try and make him get that runner. He just juggling to get the players in the position that he wants to try and make it work for him. Wants someone to commit for it. There we go. Defensive midfielder comes out, commits for it. That's what he was after. Now he's got a chance. 86 minutes on the clock. Time is running out here if he wants to try and sneak a goal in before the final whistle. And he's just looking for that perfect moment. That wasn't it, but he's got away with it. It's come back, and there we go. The nail in the coffin, perhaps. Frankie de Jong. It was a slow build-up from Gravesen and got very lucky with the ball back there. I think it's from Kubo.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the ironic part about that one, of course, that, you know, his actual play didn't work out for him. It was actually the mistake in the end of Turkey that gave him the ball back and allowed that position. He brought the right back out of position, which, you know, just gave him that bit more freedom. You can see here on your screen, Turkey is pumping everything forward. And, of course, he has to at this point. Not sure exactly how many minutes are gone, but we're well in the 80s at this stage. And, of course, he's 1-0 down in this best of three, which means he has to make something happen from this, last couple of moments.
From the kickoff, Kent coming on for Mbappe.
Well,
didn't see that one coming, gotta be honest. But there we go. And it was, I think, in the 88th minute. Yeah, it was 88th minute goal. So, got to get it forward from the kickoff. Go for it. It's going to have, 3-4 minutes? Probably 2 minutes extra time, because there really wasn't been too many shots, too many chances, nothing really gone wrong. So we won't see 2 minutes extra time given for this one, which is why we're seeing Kent now, right down in that bottom corner, already lost the ball. And he's just going to play it down to the bottom right-hand corner. And it should be job done for Gravesen. That will put him through to play in the next round, which would be the winner bracket up against Damie. Is it over? It looks like it will be, and he's even going to get a chance. No.
There we go then, and it is Gravesen. It was a hard-fought win for him, a slogged win, and not a comfortable one. In all fairness for him, that definitely wasn't easy, and I think that Turkey, Adam, it's fair to say, has not done himself. He shouldn't be at all ashamed of how that's gone for him up against such an experienced player.
He's battled valiantly for sure. Battled valiantly. I was thinking the entire time watching that match, I'm still fascinated by the story behind the Oxford United badge. I want to know the story. What are the origins? Has he had like a trip there or something? I don't know. I want to find out all about it.
He just likes the ball, I think. I think that's probably it's like a gorilla uses like the KAA Ghent, isn't it? Because it's with the hat.
If it really is a case of I just like animals, that'll work for me. I'll be very happy with that. Very happy. I'm pleased that there was a victory there prior to going to extra time penalties again, which is always a real grind. But I think we saw there that there is glimmers of attacking play from Turkey, but mostly it feels like it's a lot of build up, but not enough finishing in the final third.
No, I gotta be honest. Yeah. I'm feeling for Dan and Onset for the Shells versus Turkey game, because that one might be a little slow paced.
I might bring a sleeping bag. I'm gonna lie. I may bring a sleeping. I'm not gonna. They've got everything. It's going to be interesting because obviously Shells has got what we think is a lot more experience in the kind of this tournament kind of structure. But I think we've also got ourselves a great match in Damie versus Gravesen, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to touch on that Shells-Turkey game, it is also a knockout game, right? So both of them have lost one game. It's double elimination. So whoever loses that one is out. And, in air quotes, only has $50,000 to give to their charity of choice, which of course is still a fantastic amount, but not where either of them, I'm sure, want to finish. But I imagine that one will be a slow, methodical build up, take a shot, and then kind of rinse and repeat. And, just the speed which we've seen Turkey doing his build-ups, as I said, 6, 7, 8 in-game minutes per attack, it felt like. He might only have 5 chances in the game.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think you're right. I mean, taking that amount of the clock up as well must be very frustrating for opponents, though.
Yeah, but I mean, if we're going to look on the positives. If you look on the other side of the draw, then obviously, we have a fantastic game, Damie versus Gravesen, both attacking players. This could be a really entertaining spectacle in the winner bracket. So, there's positives and negatives to take from this game.
There is. I mean, this is actually where we actually lose you guys as well. You're back tomorrow. We're joined by Mark and Dan very shortly. But tomorrow is obviously a massive day, chaps. We've got our show match, Dybala versus Ali. It's going to be huge. We both said that's going to be massive. But we're seeing Dasari, we're seeing Tex, Yuma and Taz as well. I mean, these are 4 top quality pro players.
Yeah, and Lee was super keen because obviously as a Liverpool fan, we had Trent on today, and tomorrow we've got Umut, who plays for Hamburger Sportverein, which is my German football team that I so dearly love. So no pressure. Umut will be watching tomorrow and hoping that everything goes well for you.
No pressure at all. Just everyone watching. Chaps, thank you so much for being here today. Can't wait to have you back here tomorrow. We're going to take a break right now. We're joined by Onset and Dan Gaskin after this. Don't go anywhere. Loads more FIFA coming your way here in Gaming Without Borders right after this.
Hi everyone, my name is Khadijah. I'm 26 years old and I'm a registered nurse. I'm currently in New York City right now helping fight this pandemic that we're all going through, known as COVID-19, I've taken a 21-day crisis contract that requires me to work every single day from 7 p.m. to 7:30 a.m. at a public hospital here.
Direct Relief is a humanitarian aid organization focused on health services for people who can't afford their care and emergencies. For 72 years, what we've been trying to do is make sure that those taking care of people who get sick or hurt have the tools they need to do that job.
Currently, I'm in a makeshift ICU unit. This unit has 35 rooms, and the rooms are doubled, 2 patients to a room. Traditionally, this is not an ICU, but because the acuity has increased, we've had to make ICUs out of floors that normally wouldn't be. It's very different from what I'm used to, but I'm learning how to adapt, and thankfully I have a really great team here. A lot of the other nurses that were deployed come from ICUs, similar ICU backgrounds, and we kind of just band together and we make it work.
Well, coronavirus is unusual in that it's caused a simultaneous crisis everywhere. Hospitals that are running out of drugs, health workers who don't have the PPE, the gloves, the gowns, the face shields, the face masks, the respirators. We're doing our best to mobilize and connect it to everyone who needs it as fast as we can.
So this is the PPE that we're provided with when we get on shift. We have boot covers, a gown, a shield, and then I'll wear my N95 mask anytime I'm off the unit or in the patient's room. But because this isn't a normal ICU and the rooms aren't negative pressure, we wear PPE all throughout the night just to protect ourselves.
To see the communities coming together to combat maybe a common enemy, but in their own community with people who are stepping up, stepping out and stretching themselves and keeping them safe and protected so they can keep the rest of us safe and protected. It's a privilege for us to be able to play a role for people who find themselves in these crises.
Normally as nurses we're required to work 12-hour shifts and about 3 a week. This is new for me, having to do 21 in a row. I did not think that I was gonna make it, but here we are. It's been just really rough on the body. I eat maybe once or twice a day because my main priority is trying to get back to the hotel to go to sleep. And I think that's how most of us feel. We'll kind of get something quick and easy to eat for breakfast, and then we wake up with an hour, 45 minutes to get ready to go back to work because we're just so tired.
People like Khadijah are on the front lines, and sometimes all you see is a uniform, but these are people who are there every day, and particularly with coronavirus, they are risking their own health to take care of patients who are sick, people who are scared, and for those thousands of acts of courage every day. It's inspiring, and that's what courage looks like.
I'm glad that I was able to kind of record and show you guys what's going on here in New York. It has been a very tough experience. I feel like I really made a difference during this pandemic. It was difficult being away from home and being out of my comfort zone, living in a hotel for 3 weeks, but I'm grateful that I had the opportunity to experience this.
Right now, 70.8 million people have been forced to flee. It's not just a number, these are human beings who have had to leave behind everything they know and love. A daughter, a mother, a father, a son, families just like ours. They need all the support we can provide. Emergency aid, food, shelter, clean water and sanitation, education, legal assistance, and camp management. We protect people displaced from the world's most dangerous conflicts and reach more than 8.5 million people in over 30 countries. With over 70 years of experience, we've evolved into a leading global humanitarian organization.
The Norwegian Refugee Council is present in wars and crises around the world. We help millions of people who have fled their homes. We provide hope. We help provide a future.
Our 14,000 aid workers help people across the world. We help save lives and rebuild futures.
Hello there and welcome back to Gamers Without Borders, featuring FIFA 20 and these two beautiful humans you can see on screen with me. Mark Onset Hatcher, Dan Gaskin. What up, bros? How are you?
Pretty good, mate. Pretty good. Enjoyed the show so far. It's always good to get the feel of competitive FIFA back, right? We've kind of been a little bit starved over the last couple of months with the unfortunate situation that's kind of hit the world. But it's good to have the opportunity to not only see our show matches and see some celebs playing some FIFA, which is always great fun, but to see our pros, you know, who have been a little bit starved of competition, having the opportunity to show us their skills and remind us how good they are.
Certainly. I mean, Dan, the lineup is, I mean, Group A is one thing, Group B is another thing, and all of our superstar kind of show matches too it's an impressive lineup.
I feel like we're wetting our whistles today with Group A, and then when we get into Group B, when we get Dasari, we get Tex, we get the big boys, basically. But there are players in this group that can compete with them as well. We've seen them compete with them on the big stage, and we have some really serious contenders in this group as well.
Yeah, let's talk about those before we get into the next matchup. You've obviously been watching backstage, if you will. My backstage,
if that's what you want to call my mum's basement. Yeah.
My backstage is my wardrobe. But you know, basically we've had a lot of fantastic matches so far. But we're seeing players who have got very different styles. Obviously, let's talk about our first match we're going to see, which is going to be Shells versus Turkey. Mark, tell us what you think about this game. What you think might unfold in just a few minutes.
It's going to be an interesting game because we've seen the way that Turkey's kind of approached his game, right? He's kind of looking to make a bit of a name for himself in this competition. He's not someone we've seen at a huge amount of events at the FIFA Global Series playing against some of the top players. So he's kind of playing with, the opportunity that someone might be watching and want to sign him and pick him up, or, might pick up some of the tips against these top players that he might not have been able to do before. For Shells, I think this is an opportunity for him to just find that little bit of rhythm that was maybe missing in the first game that he played against Damien. He had opportunities to create chances, and in FIFA 20 it kind of comes down to that last moment, right, where you have to execute that correct skill move. You have to convert that chance that comes your way, and I think he looked a little bit rusty to me in that little sort of final third. But I think it's going to be an interesting game. I think if Shells gets the first goal, it's going to force Turkey to come out of his shell a little bit, and it's going to give Shells the opportunity to do what he does best, which is be creative when he gets in and around that 18-yard box.
Yeah, so I mean, Dan, do you agree? Do you think we're likely to see Shells kind of come out of his shell a little bit, as Mark said here, and really kind of go up against Turkey with a bit more wind in his sails?
Why do we keep saying shell? I'm thinking like beaches now, wind in his sails. Like I'm on a beach, I'm on holiday. I think Shells should win this one comfortably. I think Mark's completely right. Even throughout the global series where he was competing, Shells lacked something this season, and it would be great if he could kind of pick himself up a little bit and give himself a boost if the season ever were to continue, or even just going into FIFA 21. I think he should take this comfortably, but I'm always up for a surprise, Adam.
Well, me too. And it is that time, chaps. It is time for game number 1 of this losers bracket match. Chaps, let's get to it.
Thank you, Adam. And looking forward to this one, Dan. We've seen these two players obviously have an opportunity to kind of broadcast what they've been up to as far as their FIFA and how it's developed over the months where you haven't been able to have too many opportunities to see them. But yeah, an interesting game. Of course, it is a losers bracket match as well. So the winner will unfortunately be dropping out of the tournament as far as progression is concerned. But we have to remember as well, Dan, all these players are playing for a fantastic cause here.
They are, and the fact that you can kind of donate to charity and you have a little bit of pressure on your shoulders in that way. Some will deal with that better than others. Some would have played in charity tournaments before, some wouldn't. For example, I imagine Shells has competed in a charity FIFA tournament, so maybe he's used to that kind of pressure. Whereas, as you alluded to in the opener, you were saying how this might be a little bit more for Turkey. Make a name for himself, see if he can try and catch the eyes of a few sponsors or teams that might be looking for a future FIFA player. So there might be a little bit more on the line for him than Shells.
Well, Turkey had an early opportunity there on the near side here to maybe try and create something, but it was pretty well defended here by Shells. And now we're going to see the counter-attack opportunity, and a little heavy touch here from Neymar. He's just going to burst him past his man. A little stop up to go back inside here as well to R9 Ronaldo, and that's the prime icon moments R9 Ronaldo that's going to be up top as well. You have to say, without doubt, probably the best centre-forward on the game. We know what he's got in the locker as far as finishing pace and power is concerned, and now that you've got that prime icon moments in your team, you're surely going to be putting away those chances when they come along.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, comparatively, between the two teams that we see, they're obviously using their own personal FIFA Ultimate Team players. Shells' team is far superior to Turkey's. Don't get me wrong, Turkey has an incredible squad as well, but Shells was competing throughout the season, right? He put the time and the effort in right at the start. He made sure he was able to get those players, and throughout Team of the Season so far, you can tell he's been playing a lot as well, because it features so many of those Team of the Season so far players. Also, I'm still mad it's Team of the Season so far, because that just makes it harder to say than just Team of the Season. But you know what? I'll forgive them because it was a pandemic and all. But just looking across the two teams, I mean, like, you've got like Middle Zidane being used by Turkey. Not something you would necessarily see at this stage of FIFA 20. You'd be expecting to see someone a little bit better, but he can certainly do a job, and he's got Team of the Season so far. Neymar, one of the best players around right now. Lucas Moura as well, does an amazing job with that 5-star weak foot. So I think he definitely has a chance, but he's going to be up against him, Mark.
Well, speaking of chances, here's Kylian Mbappe and just stops up again, and again, Shells did very well there to use Zambrotta to just not overcommit to the tackle, just cut the passing lanes and then get that interception when the opportunity did arise. But now from the corner, let's see what Turkey's got up his sleeve. Let's see if he can try and craft something here as Neymar goes all the way back to the edge of the box to that flashback. Lucas Moura with that 5-star weak foot upgrade, like you mentioned, and I think a lot of people on Twitter and around social media were a little bit worried when they saw that foot item coming out onto the market. A little bit expensive, some people were thinking, but then looking at the statistics, Dan, you can't really argue against it too much.
He's just one of those players that is just horrible to play against. Ryan Kent as well, you see people using him in your weekend league. You just want to avoid certain players because you know what they're capable of. They might not be the best, but the fact he has that 5-star weak foot, I mean, it just shines so bright in a game like FIFA 20 where a 5-star weak foot is so important, so you can kind of jostle either side. And I tell you what, we don't see much headers in FIFA 20, but Shells will take an opener with Neymar, of all people, nodding it away.
Take me back to a month or so ago, and if you would have caught me saying Neymar winning a back post header to put a player into the lead, I think I would have been just as surprised as you. But yeah, that's exactly what's happened here. Neymar has won that header at the back post. A great spot there, you have to say, from Shells to see that he had the run on his man at that back post. And yeah, Team of the Season so far, Neymar from the Liga 1. Pops up with the first goal of the game, and I said that early goal was going to be important in these games. A best of 3, remember. And the first goal of the game does go to the Man City man, Shells.
I think it would be very disappointing for Shells if he were to be eliminated from the competition in the loser bracket round 1. I think he probably expects to beat a player like Dami as well. Dami, amazing, and we know how well he can compete on the stage, and he's had a very good FIFA 20 season in the global series. But I think Shells should hold himself as one of the best FIFA players around, because he's certainly capable of it from what we've seen in previous iterations of FIFA and even glimpses of it throughout FIFA 20 as well. He can be one of the best, so he should be winning this game.
Well, here's Kevin De Bruyne then stepping forward here for Turkey, using that increased agility on that incredible 99 rated foot item from the Premier League team of the season so far. But again, Shell's defending incredibly well here and showing how important it is to just jockey and just wait for that moment to release that pass. And you can see as well, this is what Shell's so good at. This is why people like watching Shell's play, because when he's got a little bit of space in front of him, he does have a box of tricks that he likes to delve into, Dan.
I mean, most players do by now. You'd expect so. At this stage of FIFA 20, people know what skill moves they want to be using. They've been able to practice enough. It should just all be muscle memory. They shouldn't have to really think too much about it. And that's going to be very scary when you're going up against a player like Shells, because he can just pull those tricks out, as you say, and then he can surprise you. And just look at this. Liquid football, some might say, but unfortunately just cannot find that final shot on target. But Shells looks really good going forward. I do feel like he does need a second, though, because in FIFA 20, it's so easy to just get caught off guard. Maybe he gets a little bit too relaxed in this game, thinks he is the better player, and then Turkey might just be able to grab one, and suddenly it's 1-1.
And Turkey, again, looking to use Kylian Mbappe's pace down this near side to try and get in behind his man. It's such a prominent tactic in FIFA 20, just spinning that man in behind and triggering that run to try and get into that space and then look for those pullbacks. But again, Shells has done so well, and now he's looking to transfer defence into attack almost immediately. But the pace of Sergio Ramos there comes across and just quells the fires before they start to fan a little bit there, Dan.
One of my favourite things looking at people's personal ultimate teams is, because honestly we don't get to see it that much. When you think about like the large scale events that we go to, they have FIFA Ultimate Team accounts where they just have every player free to use. So we don't get to see what they have personally unless you follow them on Twitter, or you might be just keeping your eyes on an online tournament. And I always like to see what reds people have got. What have they been rewarded for in Weekend League? Have they been lucky? Have they been unlucky? And I tell you what, there's some decent reds on this side for Turkey. You can tell that he's been playing a lot of Weekend League back in the day, whereas for Shells, no reds to speak of. This is a fully bought team. He hasn't had any luck. You can completely tell. I mean, yes, okay, he's got top 100 and you can tell he's probably got the rewards from there, but nothing in his red player picks, and that's always going to be a sad situation.
I know that feeling very, very well, but at half-time here, it's just the one goal dividing the two players, and you have to say it's pretty much just been the one opportunity in this game as well that Shells did take, and I said that might have been one of the keys to victory for all of these players, to be honest, at this level. We always talk about it, and the fact that you have to be so devastating in front of goal, you have to take that chance when it does come. But still a surprise to me that the deadlock has been broken by a back post header from Neymar. As I said, wouldn't have said that a month or so ago, and still almost surprised to say it now.
When you do get to the latter stages of a FIFA, you do get these kind of overpowered players that have the ability to do anything. You could put Neymar probably anywhere but in goal, and he's going to do a job for you. Even though he's not the tallest player in the world, because the jumping statistics are going to be somewhat boosted, because it's a very enhanced team of the season so far foot item, he can beat people at the back post. It will still happen somewhat rarely, but on this occasion it has worked out for Shells, and he does have the 1-0 lead. Just the one chance, as you say. It hasn't really been like kind of end-to-end, full of action, full of chances. It's been very much a battle in the middle of the park, but I think Shells will be okay with that. He'll want to just keep Turkey at bay for now and then get that 2-0 lead, and he should be able to hold on to it. As I say that, almost there is that chance that we were speaking of that Turkey needed, but just can't find his way past ter Stegen.
Yeah, Neymar got it onto his right foot, twisting and turning. It's so difficult to defend against those five-star weak foot players. Like we've mentioned before, you're not sure which side to try and commit to for that standing tackle, but the save coming in from the goalkeeper is going to keep this game tied up. But from the corner, maybe another opportunity. Always interesting to see how these players approach these set pieces, what they've got in the locker, and you can see definitely something off the training ground there, but not quite having the pieces come together to form the final picture.
And sometimes you just want to get rid, which is exactly what Shells has done there, but he is going to try and pressure ever so slightly in the opposition half. Very difficult to do so with the majority of his players being in his own half at the moment, but now he is stepping up ever so slightly. FIFA 20, I mean, I think we all know by now, is a very defensive FIFA. It's not exactly known for its attacking flair. It's not known for all the chances that are kind of flowing, unless you get certain players who do like to play more attacking formations, but I think the meta has been, and probably always will be for this title, just more of a defensive style. But Shells has done pretty well there, but unfortunately for him, Turkey is switched on, and he is still in this game, Mark.
Well, here's the pace of Mbappe again, and that little heavy touch is going to force Zambrotta to retreat and try and catch that space up, but the ball inside here to Kevin De Bruyne. He's putting Shells on the back foot. Here's the ball into R9. Can he use his pace and power? Of course he can. The first real chance that has fallen to Turkey, but unfortunately for him, he puts it in the back of the net, but it will not count because it looks like the official's flag has gone up. So for all the celebrations, unfortunately, the score is going to stay the same.
That should be a warning sign for Shells, though. He needs to take a look at that and say, okay, he's too close in this game. I need to put this game to bed. Get a 1-0 lead in this series. As a reminder, it is a best of 3. So it's not an aggregate score. It doesn't carry over. Just needs to get a second here and just get away from Turkey. Not give him that hope of, okay, that one chance could get me back into this tie. Because honestly, going forward, Turkey looks pretty good. And if you consider the team difference in their ultimate teams, Turkey is doing very well to stay close.
Well, Lucas Moura now goes back inside to Neymar. Little ball roll from him. You can see just maybe delaying for that run of Kevin De Bruyne. Here is De Bruyne now, the Belgian inside the box. Looks for the little double tap. It's a little bit of a mess in the box. And the mess falls to the hands of Marc-Andre ter Stegen. Well, that's going to be a penalty here for Turkey. A massive opportunity to get back into this game. A little bit of fortune, you have to say. But now it's an opportunity to find the equaliser. Neymar going to be the man to step up. A little bit of a unconventional run-up that you'll see. And ter Stegen, well, he's going to make amends for his mistake. Neymar steps up. Brazilian versus German. Digs it in the top corner, and it's going to be tied up at 1-1. And Neymar's the man on the score sheet, Dan.
Very brave penalty as well. Selecting where he was going to be going before the run-up, so that you are going to have that little bit of head movement. But he was just hoping that he was going to be able to sell Shells there, and sell him he did. Selling seashells, some might say. I made myself laugh there, and that's always a good thing during lockdown, because, you know, we don't get the comedy that we require sometimes in this day and age. 1-1 though, and yeah, an interesting penalty, Mark. I'm going to say that he is pretty fortunate to get it, but he certainly put himself in the box and he gave himself that chance.
And if you're wondering how to score penalties on FIFA and Weekend League, well, that one's pretty much unsavable, the little dink in towards that top corner. So notes will be taken from these pro players, I'm sure, for people that are watching at the moment. But that's a little bit of a lifeline here for Turkey. As I say, he's looked a little bit better in this second half going forward. He's found a little bit of space. He's been triggering those runs from midfield as well and trying to find those balls in behind. But now Militao steps out, and there's a few players who have committed forward here, and a chance for Shells to maybe formulate an attack of his own here, Dan.
Needs to start seeing more of the ball in his opposition half, because he hasn't done enough, to be honest, to warrant being the better player that we've been hyping him up to be. Turkey has certainly put his back against the wall, and there is a real big chance here. Ball out onto the left to Mbappe. And if he can beat this man, there is going to be a possibility, but well tracked back by Shells, and he's just going to be able to put this attack at bay.
So Zidane now steps forward. Almost found Kevin De Bruyne again, but a last-ditch toe end on that ball to take it away from the Belgian. There wasn't enough there for Shells to defend, but looking to counter-attack on that far side there. Just couldn't beat the man, and the throw-in now is going to be converted into an attack here with Mbappe. Goes back inside here to Zinedine Zidane. Beautiful little driven pass in here to Neymar. Back to goal. Tried to feed it through again. Looking for that run of Kevin De Bruyne in the middle of the park.
And De Bruyne does make those runs as well. Phenomenal foot item is Kevin De Bruyne. His team of the season and his team of the year as well was pretty fabulous too. But these foot items, they just get better and better. And of course, this weekend, the rewards is going to be the ultimate team of the season so far. If you are playing this weekend, you are going to get the best rewards possible come next week. Or, if you're Mark, you're going to get bad rewards because you just have bad luck.
Facts are facts. I can't argue with that. Another fact is that Kylian Mbappe has got pace to burn, and he almost managed to beat his man again. Ferland Mendy now goes back inside here to Zinedine Zidane, who's been trying to pull the strings for Turkey. Great ball. Surely it has to be. And Shells had to commit to the run from Kevin De Bruyne on the middle. That meant that R9 Ronaldo could turn onto that 5-star left foot. And once you give that man any kind of space inside of that 18-yard box, it's very rare that you're not going to see that chance converted.
No offside flag this time, no doubt whatsoever. And we are going to see the lead now for Turkey, something that we definitely would not be expecting coming into this tie. but Shells just hasn't done enough. And I do question, like, has Turkey been playing a little bit more lately than Shells has been? But then you look at Shells' roster, his squad, and you just feel like, yeah, okay, he has been playing in these latest weekend leagues, but it just doesn't look like the Shells that we know and love. Maybe we'll see something in these final 7 minutes to potentially take this one to extra time, because it does go to extra time and then penalties in this best of 3.
Again, Kevin De Bruyne just steps in. Just Turkey not giving Shells a moment of rest here to try and find that pass. You can see a little bit of frustration for Shells as well. There's so many players behind the ball here for Turkey, and when you've got a lead, you can play like that in FIFA 20. You can defend that lead, but now with men forward, Shells has a huge opportunity. You saw the attempted double-A pass there inside, trying to just get that little bit of loft on it to try and lift it over the leg of the defender. But with so many people committing forward at the end of this game and just a few moments left, it's leaving space here for Kylian Mbappe. Shells defends well, and maybe down one more chance for the Englishman to go forward.
Does have that chance, but Turkey is pressuring. Is going to be a foul. Are we watching football or something else here? But he does kind of jostle him, and he is going to fall, and that is going to allow at least a pause in play and a chance to dip into the tactic screen for both players. Make a couple of substitutions. I mean, on the bench for Shells, I could only see Kieran Richardson. Everything else was a bronze player, but obviously we don't see from his point of view here, so I can't actually verify that. But that was certainly the screenshot that we were sent anyway. I wonder if that will just be his super sub that he does bring on, Mark.
Yeah, maybe it will be. And I'm just looking at the instructions being adjusted here as well for Turkey, just telling those wide cams to come back on defence and central attacking midfielders to do so as well. And no real surprise to see that with just a few moments left, and the fact that he's just got to see this game out and try and defend this final attack of the game from Shells. And here's Angel Di Maria, and there's the run from Frankie de Jong. Has to make something of this, Shells, to send this one to extra time. Here's R9 Ronaldo, but just turns back into trouble. But he does win the ball back. Just 30 seconds left of stoppage time here. Cristiano Ronaldo. Little reverse elastico from him, but again, just bullied off the ball. But speaking of bullies, Patrick Vieira, he's still in the mix, and Neymar now wriggling away. Here's Ronaldo, steps up. Surely he's going to pull the trigger. We're in the final kick of the game. Shells will find an equaliser. And you can see Richarlison warming up on the sidelines there, but Frankie de Jong is the goal scorer. And as I say, devastating here for Turkey as the final whistle goes, and it's going to be extra time, Dan.
We won't get to see the Richarlison super sub. Not yet. I guess we'll get to see him in full effect in the next 30 minutes. But he didn't even have time to make that change. But brilliant work from Shells, just being very kind of consistent with the way he wanted to keep pressuring Turkey, wanted to try and win that ball back. Turkey maybe too keen to just clear it, maybe didn't look at that clock, could have probably held onto that ball and maybe even just passed it to one of his fullbacks, and he might have been able to run down the clock a little bit. But Shells was just trying to worm his way into the box, just looking for that little bit of space, and thankfully he was able to achieve it. And it means we're rewarded with another 30 minutes between these two and a very closely contested tie that was heavily unexpected.
Yeah, I think both players have performed incredibly well in this game, and it's kind of how you'd almost expect to see the game with the amount of chances that we have had. However, you have to say that Shells has been clinical when he's had those chances, only the 2 in the game, but having created those almost perfect chances, he put them away. So extra time it is. Just a reminder, best of 3 here, so we have to have a result from every single game, and this is a loser's bracket game, so you can see how much a goal like that can mean in the context of this game, as now we see Neymar stepping forward for Shells, and he's going to be full of confidence after that last-minute goal down.
Confidence is everything in FIFA. I mean, I will always say that FIFA is such a mental game. If you're down on yourself, if you're beating yourself up and kind of just getting frustrated, then I always feel like it's going to go bad for you. And Shells is one of those people that does kind of go down on himself a lot. Does let his head drop, from what I've seen at tournaments, lets his head drop very easily. But I think as he's got older, he's got more mature, he's been a lot better at dealing with that. As on the left foot. And there's going to be a fantastic save by ter Stegen, otherwise that was going to be 3-2 to Turkey.
Chance there for R9. A chance there for Turkey. Again, just shifted it onto that left foot. Didn't quite get the accuracy on the shot that he would have been looking for, but from the set piece here, we've already seen that he's got a few tricks up his sleeve. The man is called short, but it's whipped in towards that near post. ter Stegen pulled out of goal there by Shells. Gets a hand on it. And a little touch there is going to potentially release Richarlison. Unfortunately, a little bit of use of that active first touch system. Not quite precise enough from the Brazilian to give Shells a chance to the counter-attack.
That Richarlison item is amazing as well. Like, it was one of those that you kind of saw it released and you were like, that could be a little bit tasty. And then all the pros were kind of like, is it any good? Should we be using it? And then slowly but surely more people were trying it in their own weekend league teams. And I think quite a few people that weren't even Everton fans began falling in love with him.
Well, that ball down the line is to another surprise package here, and that's Kubo. The Japanese player gets that ball inside. Kevin De Bruyne tries to take it first time, and don't mind that too much. Sometimes you see players take that extra touch, but being a little bit unpredictable, Dan, it's what we talk about a lot. Making sure that you keep your opponent guessing, as we see R9, Elasticos and ball rolls for fun here on the edge of the box from Shells. But again, De Bruyne makes that tackle, but a little bit too physical. And in stoppage time at the end of the first half, we have another chance for Shells, this time from the free kick.
We won't get to see it from his point of view, but I wonder whether he's got something special. Is he going to go direct it? Is going to just drive it towards goal? And unfortunately, goes way over the bar, and that was pretty tame, if I say so myself.
I love it. Go for it. Much power as possible. Smash it. See if you can
just hope there's enough dip.
That's me stood over a free kick. Right
in real
there.
life.
Yeah, shift everyone out the way. Up these boys. Don't worry about it. And then just smash it into the trees. But at half-time in extra time here, still nothing to separate the two players. Not too many chances to talk about once again. And that just makes this last 15 minutes or so even more nervy, Dan, because you have that thought looming in the back of your mind that that penalty shootout could just be around the corner.
Yeah, you don't really want to go one down in any series of any game. It's not going to do you any good mentally going into that one, saying, especially if you're Shells, because I think he knows that people are expecting him to win this. We're expecting him to win. He is probably himself expecting to win this game. So if he doesn't, then after that first, he's going to be thinking, well, I mean, clearly I'm not good enough. Like, if I can't beat this guy who everyone's expecting me to beat, then what else am I supposed to do? I'd like to think that he has the experience to pick himself up from anything, but we'll have to see if he does go down here 1-0 in the series. But we've still got 15 minutes before we would then go to a penalty shootout. We've already seen one penalty shootout today where Gravesen was able to find a victory against Turkey. So we'll see whether maybe Turkey might be able to redeem himself in another penalty shootout.
So second half of extra time underway in our first game of this best of three. Still tied up at 2-2, as you can see, and Zambrotta's going to have some work to do defensively, but looks like Kylian Mbappe is going to help him out and forget that he's playing in a white shirt, not a black one, as he just runs that one out of play. And Shells implementing the 4-4-2, something that he kind of made his own a little bit when we saw a lot of players obviously using that 4-2-3-1 as the go-to formation. Shells kind of stuck to his guns a lot, especially last season in FIFA 19. You can see him doing the same here, just something he's comfortable with, and the pressure from Cristiano Ronaldo here is going to give him the chance to attack down.
Certainly in FIFA 19, the 4-4-2 ended up being a very strong formation towards the end of its lifespan, but I don't feel like it has the same impact it did in FIFA 20. Still decent, still definitely works within the right player, if it's used by the right player. So Shells is definitely one of those players who can pull it off, and we'll see whether it can find him maybe a winning goal in this first game, as Neymar is just going to have a little dancey dance on the edge of the box, but in the end just runs into Kevin De Bruyne.
Yeah, and a few people watching who might be, not avid competitive FIFA fans are probably thinking, why aren't you trying to get a shot away there, find a pass? He's just trying to drag a player out of that central defensive position and try and find an opening for that pass. And sometimes it's a little bit difficult. Sometimes you have to try and bait in a player with a skill move or two, and you can see Shells trying to apply that there, but well defended by Turkey, you have to say. And now Neymar's actually going to come back and pinch that one off Vieira, and with just a few moments to go in this first leg, Dan, the chance for Turkey to come forward and maybe steal it himself.
Yeah, it definitely has the potential to win this one, and that is a great through ball to Ronaldo, but he is just shrugged off by Militao. Militao showing his sheer power and presence as a centre-back. One of the best centre-backs around at the moment. It's strange not to see your Van Dijk that we're so used to seeing at events, but Militao has done a job for so many.
Well, final moments of this game. We're in the 120th minute, and Shells, who loves a last-minute equaliser, hits the sombrero and hits the volley as well. And that's what I expect to see from Shells. That is magic from the Englishman.
I tell you what, serve that up and give me it on a plate, because that was beautiful.
Unbelievable stuff there from Shells. Not only the goal being beautiful, the sombrero flick into the volley, the fact that he did it with just a few moments left in this game, and you can see some frustration now coming in as well from Turkey, understandably as well. Neymar's going to be leaving the field. That will be his last contribution, and surely the final whistle will go. But what a goal to win a game, Dan. That's a special one.
I mean, you're just wondering with Shells, like, what is he going to do? What is he going to pull off here? Is he going to be able to take this one to a game 2 rather than go into penalties? And it's just a bit of magic. It's amazing. Like, first game of FIFA I've commentated in quite some time, and we are gifted with that.
Mate, lads, mind blown here right now. I mean, there's two goals from Shells in the last kick of the game, pretty much.
Yeah. Last kick of the game.
I mean, I think we can all appreciate the Neymar header to kick things off, which is something we'll never see again, at least in the next 20 years. I mean, I think we can see on the screen right here, right now. I mean, that's rare as it is anyway. But I mean, going into I think the first half, we had one shot and one goal from both teams combined. So there was nothing much to really report. And then suddenly things really picked up in the second half now.
Yeah, it did pick up in the second half for Turkey, and I think he was unfortunate to go a goal behind, but he has Cancelo at right back, and that is always going to be one of the downsides, is he doesn't have that kind of presence in the air. He's meant for going forward because he's just got the ability, he's got the skill moves. But then he was like, all right, well, I've got a goal down, well, I'm just going to take this game to Shells, and to be honest, Shells just couldn't keep up. Turkey looked the better player for the majority of the game, if I'm completely honest. But then Shells just shows his experience and his history within FIFA that he was able to clutch up when he needed to.
Yeah, just grinding it out right at the very latter stages, which is obviously, could come down to experience again, as you mentioned. It could all come down to experience, and we think, as you said, Turkey could have closed out the game, but just chose to keep on going, kept being aggressive, and it cost him in the end. I mean, I've got to say the penalty as well from Turkey was a sublime dink mark.
Yeah, it's something that you'll see a lot at the top level. It's a very effective penalty technique with that dink into the top corner. It's very difficult for the goalkeeper to save. You have to kind of shift your goalkeeper and basically put all your eggs in one basket to actually save that kind of penalty. So, although it does look quite impressive, it's something that's quite well known. That's why when I was sort of commentating, I was like, if you're in weekend league, you get a penalty, this is what to do. So maybe a little bit of a tip for some people watching.
Indeed. Obviously, this next game, game 2, best of 3, it is Turkey's last chance to remain in this competition. So everything is on this for him. I mean, still $50,000. We donate it to a charity of his choice, but you want to remain in this for as much as you can to play against as many of these pros as possible, right then?
Of course, when he isn't as known as the rest of the field, he'll be wanting to have that chance to maybe play against Tex, maybe play against Dasari, because that doesn't happen once in a blue moon. Like, you might get that once a year if you qualify for an event and you get far enough or you hit them in Swiss. So he'll definitely want to stay in this one. He'll want to be able to take down Shells. I mean, it'll be a pleasure for him playing the likes of Shells as it is, but you always want to get that little bit of taste of greatness. And Dasari and Tex are the two ultimate FIFA players that everyone wants to go up against.
Oh, massively. I mean, pressure's a big thing in this as well. You guys were talking about, the remaining in the competition and the pressure, like for instance, Shells, who will be expected to win in this best of 3. Does that add a lot of weight to the shoulders of the player? I mean, in that moment, even though we're playing, online and it's for charity, is there still, obviously there's a lot of eyeballs on this. Do you think it still has an effect on these guys?
I think it's more to do with players kind of putting that pressure on themselves a little bit. And I feel like some players, even at events when we see them go up against, what would be described as a lesser playing, for example, as far as the Global Series rankings were concerned, a lower seed in a tournament, they get inside their head, especially if they go a goal down. It's like, I should be beating this guy. Why aren't I beating this guy? And that's why, Joe was talking about a little bit earlier, how FIFA is such a huge mental game, and how if one thing doesn't go your way, all of a sudden the first thing you think is like, how do I get back into this game? It's like, I can't believe this has happened. How have I let this happen? Or, I haven't put my chances away. And all the negative thoughts come into your head. I mean, we've all been there, right? Even when you're playing, weekend league, even when you're playing against your mates, it always happens. So the best players in the world are the ones who can kind of put that to the side and just keep their mentality on a balance, not get carried away when things are going well, not get carried away when things aren't going your way. And that's why you see players like Dasari, like Tex at the top of the table so often.
Yeah, at my age, I still convince myself at the weekends when I do play weekend league. I'm like, if someone beats me, I think they've got a cheat on, mate. They've got banana shots on, invisible walls. There's no way I could possibly lose to this person. Am I being a bit of a child?
Yes.
Right.
I mean, child or boomer. I mean, definitely two ends of the spectrum. You say you're old, but I swear you're pretty similar age to Mark, so don't beat yourself up.
Mate, it's all the Botox. It's all the Botox. That's what's keeping me looking at this. We've got obviously the next kind of couple of games coming. Predictions here, guys, going into this next one. Do you think it's going to go the same way? Do you think Shells is going to steamroll and go two for two, or do you think there's a way for? Do you think there's a possibility that Turkey's going to come back into this?
Turkey could definitely come back into this game. There's no doubt. He's shown that there's an opportunity for him to do so. He created chances, he scored goals. The difficulty is when Shells finds that rhythm and he gets into that 18-yard box, and all of a sudden you see his little skill combos coming together. Because when you find that rhythm in FIFA, it's very difficult to stop. And when you're defending against it, you start second-guessing yourself. And then something as simple as, just turning onto your left foot instead of, a drag back and an elastico can become the most effective thing. So, again, first goal super important here. I think first goal for Turkey puts the pressure back onto Shells. But if Shells gets the first goal, I could just see him taking this series 2-0.
What do you think, G-Man? Similar feelings?
G-Man, now that's a name I've not heard in the longest time.
Enjoy it.
I think that Shells needs a 2-0 lead, as he did in the previous game. He went 1-0 up, he was kind of commanding the early stages of the game, and then Turkey went, hold on, it's only 1-0. He's not pushing for a second here, he's been pretty defensive. I'm going to go at him. I think Shells needs to assert his dominance nice and early in the game, saying, I am the better player, I'm going to come at you, I'm not going to sit back, I'm not going to defend. Instead, I'm going to press, I'm going to win that ball back off you. He has that game cushion now as well, so he can take a little bit more of a risk. He can press more and just have that possibility of losing the ball in certain positions. I think he just goes for it. Go for the 2-0.
Absolutely. Before we get back into the games and go into game number 2, I'm going to ask you quickly, you saw we had a show match earlier on. We've got a show match coming up our way tomorrow, and it's a big one. Dybala versus Dele Alli. I mean, we're all football fans, lads. This is huge. I mean, I can see it's going to be... I don't know what Dybala's going to bring to the party, but I bet it's something spicy.
He's going to beat Dele Alli because Dele Alli plays for Spurs and we're both Arsenal fans. So come
on,
Paolo. You got this.
You got this, Paolo. You got
this. It's as simple as that. I'm not going to mess about. I don't care if Paulo Dybala has not played a single game of FIFA in his life. He's beaten Dele Alli. It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
There's some unbiased opinions for you.
I mean, you guys, Arsenal, the Premier League's kicking off again real soon. I think it's the 15th. Is it Arsenal Man City the first game back?
It is. Yeah.
Easy one to get back into.
Absolutely. I mean, Arsenal are going to win it. Liverpool and Man City and everyone else are going to lose all their games, and Arsenal are going to win the league. That's basically what I've imagined for the past 2 months.
Different opinion here. I looked at the league tables and saw that we have 40 points, and that means we're going to avoid relegation. So, I'm a realist.
I mean, I think it was interesting chatting to Trent Alexander-Arnold earlier on the programme as well, because here's a guy who they're only a couple of games away from actually winning the Premier League now. And this is such unprecedented circumstances with the kind of like the timeout that's been taken ahead of this. There must have been an element of, if the season doesn't start and we're kind of given the trophy just because, the rest of it's null and void, you'd feel cheated for sure, right?
You want to do it the right way, right? And I'm sure that, there's, to take that example, put it into, the FIFA competitive season at the moment, the people who are sat at the top of the Global Series rankings will still want to feel like they've won that trophy deservedly, right? They've won events, they put the points on the board, you can't take that away from them, but they still want that one big tournament or opportunity to prove that they are the best. And I'm sure, they're all feeling exactly the same. I think it would have been a real shame if, the Premier League would have been awarded. It's difficult to say because, these circumstances are, nobody would ever imagine this would have happened. But everybody wants to see it won in the right way, and everybody wants to see, the top prizes earned, whether it be in real sports or in esports.
Yeah, I'm just looking forward to it, just having sport on telly again. It feels like it's
constant.
It's going to be relentless, so I can't. I'm happy. I'm going to watch every game. I'm going to watch every game live, and then I'm going to record all the games and watch them back on like a rerun. I think it's only fair.
I don't think you have time. I think it's like the way that the games are scheduled, Premier League wise, it's like game after game after game. They're all staggered. If you find time to rewatch them, you're going to be here till like 2021 and the new season's going to kick off.
We are going to be binge watching it. It's going to be like a Netflix series, but it's going to be football instead. Yeah. So I'm fully prepared for that. I prepared my whole life for that.
Every game is the last dance for me. Every single game is the last dance. Right, we're going into game number 2. I think the players are ready. Here we go. It's all on this one for Turkey. Over to you, lads. Take it away.
Thanks, Adam. And yeah, as Adam said, excuse me, I'm still thinking about the Premier League getting underway. This is it here for Turkey. He needs to win this game in order to stay alive in the tournament. For Shells, he just needs a win here, and he will take the best of 3 and progress to that losers bracket losers bracket final. I'm getting carried away by the Premier League thoughts now.
There's a lot of brackets, there's a lot of football, Mark. It's completely understandable. But either way, you are right. Shells is the player who it should be getting into the next round of this losers bracket. He does seem like he just has that clutch factor, but maybe that one was almost not going to go his way. I thought it might have just bobbled past to Stegen there. But from what we saw from Turkey in game number 1, he certainly looks like he can make a match of this, make a series of it. He already made a match of the first opening one. So I'm expecting him to do similar things here. It's just going to be down to whether Shells can find a little bit more of a rhythm, as you say, and then we might see him at his best. Vintage Shells, as it were.
Well, what a run this is from R9 Ronaldo. I feel a little bit sorry for Turkey. Just cannot get the Brazilian off the ball. It seemed like he'd made a tackle twice there, and you saw Neymar fall into the floor inside the box, and I'm sure PSG fans and fans that aren't PSG fans that follow Liga 1 have seen that a lot of times before, but no penalty going to be given. And Zambrotta now has some work to do.
Fans that aren't PSG fans, it's just everyone, isn't it? At this point, everyone but PSG fans.
That's fair.
You are completely right, though. I mean, Neymar does have a history for it, but what a through ball this is, and a chance for Shells, but he decides to dance on the edge of the box. Maybe he saw the keeper coming, and that is going to be the chance going wayward in the end. Maybe I would have just liked to see him go towards goal there, Mark.
Yes, as I say, sometimes just being direct can be effective, but sometimes you've got to be a little bit unpredictable. Try and turn back, find that ideal opportunity that we always talk about at the top level of FIFA. And now Turkey with a chance on the counter-attack again. Goes back inside here, and Kevin De Bruyne, who was at the centre of so much that was good for Turkey in that first game, will again collect the ball in midfield. You can see the running behind here from Neymar. Little ball roll is going to find him in space as well. Can he make the most of this chance? No, he can't. You have to say, incredibly well defended there by Shells. Sergio Ramos making the tackle.
And again, just this lofted ball onto either wing. He is trying to do some pretty things, his Shells. I think he's putting on a little bit of a show for us now. Maybe toying ever so slightly with Turkey. Patrick Vieira still has the ball, but he will give it away, and still going to be 0-0. Maybe Shells should start to think about that first goal before he starts playing around. But I tell you what, I'm all for it. It's a charity tournament. I want entertainment, Mark.
Well, you wanted direct football. There's some from Kylian Mbappe, and it was almost a direct goal from the right foot of Zinedine Zidane. Big opportunity, maybe taking that one first time. Not the prime option there in that circumstance. However, a chance inside the first 20 minutes here for Turkey to take the lead. And now Shells trying to formulate an attack of his own. And it does seem like there's space on the counter-attack here for Turkey, Dan.
It almost seems like both of them are playing a little bit higher depth, actually, whether they just wanted a more attacking game after a very closely contested game in the midfield. As he is going to lay that one back. Ronaldo almost strikes it with his right. It's not going to be a penalty this time. Ramos just imposing his strong figure and knocking down the Brazilian R9.
Well, here's Angel Di Maria, the PSG man, on that right-hand side. He's going to return to the action here as he picks up that pass fed into him, but well defended again. Zidane now, the man who did miss that chance. And look at the space here for Kylian Mbappe. And there's a man inside, R9 Ronaldo. Huge chance here for an equaliser. Stops up and slots it past the goalkeeper. 1-0 here to Turkey. And you have to say the bigger chances in this game have fallen to him so far, Dan.
Really smart finish as well, as you said, just stopping up and then shifting it onto that right foot. And Ter Stegen just couldn't get anywhere near it. Really nicely worked goal, just taking advantage of the space at that right back, where Shells had just pushed up a little bit too much. I think Shells is just going to have to keep an eye on these full-back areas. Actually, to be honest, both of them are, because it has been the through balls down the wings and the lofted through balls as well that has generated so much space. As once again, on this left side, Cristiano Ronaldo has managed to find his way into the final third.
Yeah, a little fake elastico there to stop up as well and change direction. You see Vieira trying to feed that ball into the feet of R9, but just couldn't find the little gap that he was looking for. And now you're seeing a tussle again between the Brazilian, and this time it's Sergio Ramos at the other end of the pitch. And Lucas Moura now dropping deep. Patrick Vieira trying to put pressure on, and it just seems at the moment there's no way through here for Turkey.
Yeah, Patrick Vieira's let Shells down a couple of times. It's worth noting it's not like prime moments Vieira or anything like that. It is just middle icon Vieira. So not the best foot item in the world. I mean, I know a lot of people will be saying, like, yeah, but I mean, I'd kill to have a middle icon Patrick Vieira. But when you look at the rest of Shell's squad, it kind of looks out of place a little bit. Like, you almost expect him to have like a team of the season so far, Kevin De Bruyne instead, who some are saying is one of the best partnered CDMs alongside the likes of Hullet. We also don't see Hullet being in his squad as well, but Charles has found his way through here.
A little Ronaldo chop and a reverse Elastico inside the box again. Shell's dipping into that little box of tricks, and unfortunately for him, reached into the hat, but no rabbit came out that time. And now Turkey, a little bit more simple in the way that he likes to build up and try and create his chances, will come forward once more.
It would be very disappointing as a magician, wouldn't it, really, if that was your trick?
Me,
and then
that's me as a magician, isn't
you
it?
dip
Like,
into your hat
over.
and the rabbit's just gone. It doesn't come out. And people would pay for that show. That's the worrying thing. And then you're just really not showing up on the day. The one player that Shells has heavily invested in is this prime moment icon R9. I feel like that's where the majority of his coins have been spent, and that's probably why he doesn't have Hullet and Kevin De Bruyne as well. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's surrounded by some incredible foot items like the team of the season so far, Neymar too, team of the year, Cristiano Ronaldo, but definitely not the kind of event team that we do see some people having at home.
Well, here's Mbappe then again showing his strength, and Zambrotta's had a few problems with him out on that far side, and now Ferland Mendy's going to find the run of R9 Ronaldo. He gets round his man as well. He looks for that double tap ball into the box as well, which is so effective from those areas. But in stoppage time at the end of the first half here, another chance for Turkey to maybe just whip one into the box or take this one short and find a second goal to give himself a little bit of space. Neymar back to the edge of the box. Lucas Moura, 5-star weak foot, takes it on the strong right. Well, that is going to be the half-time whistle that goes down, and Shell's behind by one. Turkey with the lead at the break.
I like that from the corner, though. He was kind of switching the players to make Shells think he was going to be crossing it in, make Shells kind of cover all those potential headers. And then it was a last-minute switch just to play it short, and then it had left so much space on the edge of the box for a player to just try and drive it home. Unfortunately, it didn't work out on that occasion, but Turkey has been relatively creative with his set pieces, and that's something that I've always loved to see. I love people getting creative with set pieces. I hope that when we move on to FIFA 21, there'll be more creativity with set pieces. I know that some FIFAs we've been able to kind of edit set pieces a little bit more than others, and the more customization, the more creativity people have, I feel like that's going to be more fun for me personally as both a player and commentator.
Yeah, more attacking customization is what I want from FIFA 21, not so much the defensive stuff. Let's leave that in FIFA 20, but for FIFA 21, we want to see goals, we want to see entertainment, and hopefully we can see some more of that as this tournament does continue for a fantastic cause. If you're just joining us, remember that every single player involved in this will be able to donate a significant amount of money to a lot of charities who have been involved. But speaking of significance, there's a big chance here. A significant chance for Neymar to cause some damage to Shells. Ball roll back inside. Little flick out of his feet. Lucas Moura now decides to recycle. The Tottenham man. Back to Neymar now, and just gave Shells enough time to get Ramos across to block it.
Yeah, I mean, even going out in the early stages, it's still such a huge amount that you're being able to donate to charity. And if you compare that to the Fortnite event that I was commentating on 2 weeks ago, that was also for charity, it was also the Gamers Without Borders. Players who finished in like 120th, they were able to donate maybe 2,000 or 1,000 to their charity. As FIFA is an individual esport, and because we only have 8 competitors in total, it's so much money to be able to contribute to a charity of your choice. And I feel like that is such a powerful thing to be able to do, and such an amazing thing to be able to do, to say to your friends, to your family, of like, I've just basically saved lives just by losing games of FIFA, let alone winning games of FIFA.
I'd be really good at that. That was a career choice. However, Zambrotta now, who's had trouble with Kylian Mbappe in the defensive areas of the pitch, is also having some problems with him in the offensive one, as the Frenchman treks back there to deal with the Italian's forward run. And now the Italian is very much out of position, and Mbappe using his pace again to get him behind. Now, can Turkey turn this opportunity into a goal? Here's Mbappe again. Has he shown just too much of that to the defender? Militao will get across and switch the play out here to Cristiano Ronaldo.
In this game, we haven't seen Shells get that goal lead and kind of be able to press on and look for a second, but instead, oh my goodness.
Some wonderful stuff here from Shells. Frankie de Jong now trying to find a little bit of space. And 9! We thought the run was beautiful, but the little setup with a double A pass into a first-time volley And I tell you what, Shells has scored 2 of the best goals I've seen in competitive FIFA for a long time in this series.
You know, sometimes we just see something unfolding and I was like, I'm just going to hold this thought because it just felt special with the way he was attacking and it was just finished off so perfectly as well. The execution was sublime. And I was saying that maybe it's even going to be a benefit to Shells that he went a goal down here because Turkey found himself on the defensive and he was kind of almost allowing Shells to put the pressure on him, and now Shells has been rewarded and we're at 1-1.
And you're wondering why you put all of those coins into Prime Icon Moments R9? Well, there's a fantastic example of it. The left foot, the 5-star weak foot. Being absolutely devastating with that volley. And now the game is tied up at 1-1, but there's still space here for Turkey to try and exploit. Shells is playing a very expansive game here. Although it's entertaining, it might cost him here as Neymar twists and turns, and now he's going to find Ronaldo, and he's going to put it wide, and that is as much of a shock as it is to me, as I'm sure it is to a lot of people at home.
Maybe that's the difference between the Prime Icon Moments R9 and just the Prime R9. Even though, to be honest, I'd be expecting the Prime R9 to be hitting the target there. Yeah. I'd be a little bit angry with the coins that I put in, but it's still Turkey going forward. It's still Turkey looking like he really wants this one. You can see it in his gameplay that he doesn't want to go out of the tournament at this stage.
Well, now on the counter-attack, Shells again with a chance to flex his muscles in the attacking capacity. Fake Rabona again, and an advanced rainbow flick there from Cristiano Ronaldo. And I've got to say, Shells, if you watch this back or if you're listening, I'm loving what I'm seeing from you. Very entertaining, very much, you know, in spirit of the cause that we're supporting here as well. A lot of entertainment coming in from the Englishman. And you have to say, Dan, you love to see it.
I mean, as he's got that cushion, he's already won match 1. He could lose this match and go into that final third. Why not just kind of experiment a little bit? Why not put on a little bit of entertainment for the fans at home watching? As Ronaldo is bundled over on that left-hand side, but he has been a real force on the left. Turkey just hasn't been able to hold him back.
And we're seeing those little combos. We're seeing that as sort of FIFA 20's developed down. We're seeing those kind of 2 skill moves being linked together. Obviously, the chaining of skill moves not as effective as it was back in FIFA 19, but the combination of the 2, you saw it there, the fake Rabona into the Elastico, and Tex obviously with a little half drag back into an Elastico that he made headlines with at the FUT Champions Cup earlier this year. And with 10 minutes left, we'll have to see if Turkey's got some tricks up his sleeve to get a winner here and send this to a game number 3.
Events. I mean, it feels like a lifetime ago that we were at an event commentating, and I'm sure everyone would love to get back to them one day. But on the edge of the box now with R9, and this time it collides with the post, and it's going to be offside. So close, yet so far for Turkey. I feel like that is going to be a little bit of a let-off for Shells.
I think he's going to be having a word of R9 as well. I mean, it's just outside the box, about 19 yards out. No pressure on him whatsoever, and to strike the post from there, you've got to be disappointed with that effort. I expect to test the goalkeeper, and that's twice now that R9's let him down a little bit in those situations, but with 84 minutes on the clock, maybe Shells is going to look to end this inside 2 games, but well defended here by Turkey. You can see players now flowing forward. He's got no choice whatsoever, has to make this attack count to stay in the tournament. Here's Kevin De Bruyne, ball inside here, Neymar! And he does make the chance count. 2-1 now to Turkey. And surely now we go to a game number 3. Unless Shells can again come up with some last gasp magic.
I mean, he made it look simple in the end. He was just able to catch Shells on the counter-attack, but Shells is still putting on a show. And this is another one of those attacks that looks so beautiful that you feel like there's surely going to be something on the end of it.
Inside the 90th minute then, Cristiano Ronaldo, a little reverse elastico to get just an inch of space. Neymar into R9. It's beautiful from Shells. No, you got to pull the trigger. Everything was right. Oh, that was like turning up to ask someone to marry and you forgetting the ring.
Just so close, yet so far. But what a game. I mean, I tell you what, Shells is certainly putting on a show for us here, and I'm kind of glad we get to go to a game 3, because maybe we're going to see him experiment a little bit more with some of these skill moves, and Cristiano Ronaldo especially on the left-hand side.
I was having a little bit to eat during that, and when Ronaldo scored that goal to make it 1-1, I spat food out on my table. Yeah, I was so elated because it was such a wonder strike. I mean, top bins from out there of the sublime, ticky-tacky football that we saw Shells playing there. That was, I mean, I'm glad that Turkey's got on the wins as well there. 1-1 going into the next game, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, Adam, you are a somewhat new father. I would expect that you are teaching your son to keep your food in your mouth. But understandably, it was an incredible goal. However, it just wasn't really enough because Turkey just seems to want this game. Like, he was just constantly going at Shells. He wasn't letting him rest whatsoever. Even though Shells, yes, was toying with him, he was trying his skill moves. As soon as he won that ball back, Turkey was straight down the other end saying, look, you're using your fullbacks to come forward at me. I'm going to take advantage of that space. I'm going to hit you on the counter-attack. And it works perfectly for him.
Absolutely. I mean, it goes to show as well, you're mentioning players like Prime, Ronaldo, R9 there. I mean, having a player like that, having some of these players specifically, does make such a massive difference. Even though you're surrounded by a team of great players, the one or two cards that you have to front your team does make a huge difference, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, there's always those foot items that are super effective in FIFA. It's just the way that the game is built, and Prime Icon Moments R9 is the best striker on the game. There's a reason that when these players have, events and they have the event accounts that are on the consoles, that pretty much everyone has him up front, right? He's got 5-star skills, he's got 5-star weak foot, he's quick, he's strong, he's agile, he does everything you could possibly want from a striker, and he has that very, very small margin of error. So everything you're telling him to do, he's pretty much going to be able to pull off. So he's pretty much the full package. You can see why Shells has invested so much into it.
Yeah, we mustn't forget the haircut of champions as well. I mean, that thing is a wonder touch as far as I'm concerned.
I think I might felt tip it onto the top of my head one day.
Yeah, it would suit you. I would love to see that. Please Instagram it, please.
We'll see.
We'll see. But I mean, we're going 1-1 going into this final. I mean, this is last chance saloon for both players now, Dan. This is their opportunity to stay in this competition. Does anything change, or is it just the showboating is fantastic. I love to see that from Shells, but it's kind of cost him in the last game.
Yeah, I wonder whether we'll see a slightly more toned down Shells in this one, where he just kind of says, all right, well, it's business time. I need to finish this off. Maybe he goes a goal or two up and then we start to see the showboating, but perhaps it's underestimating Turkey a little bit, undermining him perhaps, because Turkey has been kind of going toe-to-toe with him. And I think that Turkey could quite easily come away with a victory here.
I think even against, I think it was Gravison earlier on, I think he still put up a fight regardless of, we didn't know much about the guy, but he's still in this. It's very, not a case of him just, here to make up the numbers. He is delivering the goods as well, Mark.
Oh, absolutely. He had huge chances that fell to, his Icon R9 up front as well, that unfortunately the Brazilian didn't put away. And if you add those and you factor those in, it could have been, a much different scoreline. Yes, we have to take into account that maybe those chances wouldn't have come if Shells was maybe playing what I would describe a more traditional game of FIFA, instead of, pulling all of the skills and the tricks out of the bag, which I'm all for, by the way. I absolutely love to see that.
Yeah, me too. I love it.
But, it sets it up for an interesting game number 3, where, the players are going to have to find that kind of balance between entertaining everyone at home and obviously progressing in the tournament.
Absolutely. Speaking of the tournament as well, if you've just joined us, I want to know a bit more about what's going on right here, right now. Over the past 6-7 weeks or so, different games. Dan mentioned Fortnite earlier on. There was Counter-Strike last week. The Safeys organization have donated $10 million to be donated across a different game, different esports over 7 weeks. And this week is all about FIFA 20. You can see the charities on screen right now, from Direct Relief all the way around to NRC. These charities, each of our players competing this weekend or the next few days, are going to be donating all their winnings to a charity of their choice that you can see on screen. They are all fighting the battle against coronavirus, which is such a prevalent cause for all of us right now around the world. So yeah, make sure if you want to find out more about this charity as well, go to gamerswithoutborders.com. You can find out tons more about the different charities, how this all works, and you can donate if you'd like to as well. I mean, Dan, you said it correctly as well. We were chit-chatting. I heard you guys talking about different prize pools and such as well. You're right. The difference in cash donations in this particular game and this week compared to others is just extraordinary. I mean, $50,000 for coming in technically last place is just madness.
I mean, you take it, don't you? I mean, it's the chance to kind of like, yes, okay, it's not going in their own pockets, but at the same time, you get to do something amazing. And something I thought it was interesting during the Fortnite phase was that like certain charities, because it was across a certain amount of days, they knew who was donating to them. So I wonder whether they were kind of keeping an eye, saying, "Oh, I hope that this guy wins because he might be able to donate 200,000 to us rather than just 2,000." And I wonder whether some of the FIFA players have already kind of decided who they're going to be donating to. And honestly, it has been amazing just watching all of the events across the 6 or 7 weeks that you say, all the different esports titles, that everyone's come together and all these players are given this opportunity to help the world by entertaining the world at the same time. It's amazing to be involved.
Yeah, I can't wait as well, as you mentioned about the live shows coming back at some stage in the future. I'm being an optimist here. I'm being an optimist. Down the line we're going to see live shows. We're going to see fireworks, excitement, and everyone's going to be together to embrace these games. It's great that we can do this from home, but I can't wait for the arenas to kick back off again, Mark.
I mean, you just imagine how the vibes are going to be, like what the emotion that's going to be there for, I think, every single community who's involved in an esport. That first event back that you get to attend, all the players, everyone is just going to be, just so happy and just so elated to be back involved and doing what they love. And I think you don't realize how special something is until you have it taken away from you. So, yeah, Adam, I completely agree with you. It's fantastic that we have these opportunities to do things from home. But I think everybody who's involved in esports and everything around the world is looking forward to getting back to some sort of normality, Dan.
Absolutely. Here it is, guys. The very last game of this losers bracket final. Take it away. One of these players is going home after this. One is going through to the next round.
Going to be honest, Mark, I want to see more showboating from Shells. I know I said that I think he's going to be more serious, but I kind of want, if he's going to go out with a bang or go through with an absolute wallop, because either way, I've enjoyed his FIFA.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And I said exactly the same thing, as now we see it's going to be Turkey actually going forward. And the first chance of the game is going to force Stegen into a save, but it is going to be offside, so not too much to worry about there. But I'm completely on board with you, right? This is, it is competitive FIFA. However, we have to take into account that this is entertainment for everyone at home. This is a fantastic cause, like we've been talking about for the last few moments. And if you have the opportunity on this stage to entertain in the best way that you can and, show some attacking intent and pull out a few skill moves, more power to you, Shells. Love what I'm seeing from you.
Whilst I will never judge someone for playing the game to its best way and playing the meta, me personally, if I'm playing, I'm thinking, right, I could either put on a show here and go out and still donate 50,000 to a charity, or I could be maybe a little bit boring, not put on a show, and I might get the chance of donating 100,000 to a charity. You got 50,000 to work with here. Like, give us a show. I mean, I know we have the show matches as well, Mark, and I know that tomorrow is a big one. The fact we've got Dybala versus Dele Alli. We saw Dele Alli already in Fortnite, and he was pretty atrocious. He only got 1 kill across all of the games. But I think he's a little bit better at FIFA because it is kind of his area of expertise.
We'll have to see, and obviously tune in tomorrow to see that matchup. But back to this matchup here, we're in game number 3 of the best of 3. So, as you can probably imagine, no results that were anything particularly crazy from the two players in the first 2 games. 1 game apiece, and now we see another wild free kick over the bar from Shells. And second time he's had the opportunity from a free kick down, and the second time he's absolutely smashed it into row Z. I want to see one of these go right, because it's going to look awesome when it does.
I feel like he's trying to do something, and at the moment he's just doing it the wrong way. Like he's just pushing the analog stick up rather than down, or something as simple as that. And when he does find out the correct way to do it, we might see something a little bit special, just as a lot of his goals have been so far in this particular series. But it is going to be a corner now to Turkey, and what we say about creativity and customization and all that, he has been somewhat creative with his corners, but this one a little bit more simple, a little bit more just normal. He's just going to hold on to the ball and keep possession.
Oh, massive chance there for R9. You saw him in all sorts of space, but ter Stegen was quick off of his line and managed to smother that shot before it really got into position to be too dangerous from R9. But here's Neymar again, and R9 Ronaldo, who hasn't been particularly clinical in front of goal here for Turkey. He's going to look to turn that form around in this deciding game. Offside trap coming in here from Shells as well. As Mendy goes back inside, here's Neymar, bit of space for him. Here is R9. Can he make the most of one of these? De Bruyne just snuck offside there. And it'll be pulled back, and Shells will have possession.
And Shells, I wonder if he's going to continue targeting this left-hand side where Cristiano Ronaldo has just found so much creative freedom. It is just going to be Ronaldo on the ball, and When he does see that space on the inside, it's a quick 1-2 usually, but now Neymar's going to join the party with all the skill moves, step-overs alike, R9, twists, turns, sees if he can find anyone else, but eventually just goes back out to the left.
And Tellez doesn't have too many skill moves to his name, but still going to drag back in the locker, and here's R9. You can see maybe just looking with that half drag back to potentially set up for another sombrero flick that was so effective in the first game that we saw. But well defended here by Turkey, and now Kylian Mbappe, who's kind of been his outlet down this left-hand side. Going to be called short as De Bruyne is going to pull the pieces together, and here is Mbappe again. The outlet that I was talking about. Tries to twist and turn away from Zambrotta, but the Italian will hold strong.
Hold strong indeed, and no, I kind of want... This sounds really bad, but I think if I can be a biased commentator at any time in my life, it can be now. I just want to see Shells score more wonder goals. I want, on the highlight reel at the end of the day, just to be Shells banging them in for fun. He could go on and lose this game. Turkey could grab 2 goals, but as long as Shells gets that one that he's so desperately trying for.
Well, here's an opportunity as Mbappe has picked the pocket, and oh, how did he not get that ball across? It looked like a certain goal from that position. But instead, Turkey doesn't pick the right pass. But constant pressure here means that Neymar might have a chance. Tries to heel, but again, Zambrotta, one of the best fullbacks on the game, obviously has that 5-star weak foot as well, so he can turn either way and get those passes out and defend equally well. That does a great job. And now Shells with Cristiano Ronaldo can't get away from the attentions of the fullback.
I feel like Shells hasn't given enough love to the right-hand side of the pitch. It's always been that left side. Get out to the right, see if anyone can do some damage. Here we go. Well, it's going to be a first-time shot there. Tries to do something a little bit different. Did time it yellow, though, so I didn't see that one sailing into the top corner just yet. But again, he's just really just kind of taking the meta of FIFA 20 and kind of saying, well, you know what, screw it. I want to do something a little bit different here.
FIFA 19 vibes in those little teed-up volleys.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if that's going to be the way that he opens the corridor. Just thinking back on it now. Neymar back post header. Flick up volley. The Shells put the right disc in.
It could have loaded up entirely the wrong thing. I mean, I know you were saying FIFA 21, you want to see more attacking, you want to see more goals. It would be, if we can get like an in-between FIFA 19 and FIFA 20, that would be great. FIFA 19 maybe too many goals. FIFA 20, not enough goals. I think we found just the right balance. EA, we might be able to get FIFA 21 just at that sweet
Dan
spot.
has solved all of the FIFA problems in one sentence.
Easy.
A little bit of this and a little bit of that, and everyone will be happy. Well, here comes Shells. Patrick Vieira found a little bit of space here. Frankie de Jong into the feet of R9 Ronaldo. Looking to see what options are available, and instead it's just tight dribbling, but Ramos will step in at just the right moment.
There will be a minimum of 2 minutes.
Maybe one last chance before the half-time whistle then. And it is going to be Turkey steaming forward. Plenty of players in the box. Oh, it's not finished it, Mark.
And the cutback was there, and Ter Stegen was up to it. You saw as Kylian Mbappe was arriving. Probably should have done better with that, to be honest with you. Straight at the goalkeeper. Into stoppage time here at the end of the first half in what is the deciding game in this series. Maybe there's a goal to speak of before we go in at the break. Lucas Moura, Sergio Ramos. Not the player that you want there. Zinedine Zidane's not bad though. And R9 pushed off the ball. And although it has been quite fun to watch this first half, the deadlock still very much intact here, Dan.
Yeah, still 0-0, nothing to scream and shout about just yet, but I do feel like there is something coming for Shells. There is a big wave that is going to arrive very soon. Certainly more possession, more shots on the side of Turkey. And as a reminder, this is the first round of the loser bracket. Both of these players lost their opening game in the upper bracket. And we have Dami and Gravison, who are currently waiting in the essentially winners bracket final. And then the loser of that will play the winner of this game in the losers bracket final. And then the winner of both games then play each other in a grand final that will then progress them forward, of course. Those two players will... Actually, no, they won't even play. Those two will just progress. And I mean, that's the exciting thing, is that tomorrow we get everyone competing from Group A and Group B, Mark.
Yeah, lots of entertaining FIFA to come for sure. And we've seen some of the big names that we've had playing today and some huge names tomorrow as well to look forward to, as well as, again, another fantastic show match between Paulo Dybala and Dele Alli. We're looking forward to getting back underway in this one because you saw there has been chances for both players. Shells hasn't hit the target with one of his yet. However, I do feel like he's trying to, as I say, give us another goal to remember. You know, if he can make it 3 from 3, I'm going to go away from this today pretty happy with this match.
You will get into bed tonight and you will dream about the goals that Shells has provided us on this stream.
Worried where you were going.
It was. I was also a little bit concerned, but I was able to save it and rescue it accordingly until you then mentioned it, and now it's just made it a little bit awkward. But it's okay because, to be honest, Shells has come here with a game plan, and that game plan is entertain everyone. And I think he's going to do it, Mark. I believe.
So, second 45 minutes and the final half of regulation time. And early on here, Turkey's going to have a chance. R9 Ronaldo inside the box. Tries to dink it across, and all 6'4" of Patrick Vieira was launched into that to make sure that wasn't an opportunity on goal. But from the corner, Turkey, again, keeping the pressure up. Here's Mbappe. Back across. Zidane! And there is the deadlock broken. And it is going to be Zinedine Zidane, the Frenchman, who steals in at the near post to drive one home.
I don't know about Turkey. I want to call him set-piece Sally at this point. He has been so sublime from those corners, so creative, always looking for a different route into the centre of the box towards that goal. And he's been able to find it this time, but what has Shells got in the locker to answer back and to also put on a show for us? He's going to find the ball on the edge of the box with R9. Manages just to put it through Kevin De Bruyne's legs.
Poor Kevin. Poor Kevin De Bruyne. But now we do get a chance to see Shells from one of these free kicks try and come up with something amazing again, and Alex Telles is the player who smashed it from distance. I always get excited now when I see Shells on a free kick because I have no idea what's about to happen.
It's just expect the unexpected, I think. Anyone else hitting that, and I'm thinking, all right, it's probably going to go towards goal, but Telles probably not who he really wanted on the end of it, but he wanted to go for the surprise factor. He wanted to do it quickly, but this could be 2. No, it's not. Well defended by Shells, just stepping up at the right time and ensuring that both De Jong and Vieira were there to put their frames in the way.
And reverse elastico there, and there is the power of a 99-rated Cristiano Ronaldo in one clip. He thought he'd lost the ball? No. Powers his way back onto it. And now Frankie de Jong's got to do some chasing himself because Neymar is running into the green grass that's ahead of him. Ball inside here. Lucas Moura, R9, simple as that. One Brazilian to another. And it's now 2-0 to Turkey. And with just 30 minutes left in this game, maybe it's time for the entertainment to turn off for Shells here and for some serious business as far as the comeback needs to be started.
Yeah, this is where you open the drawer, you get the hand towel out, and you just apply the sweat. And you say, all right, I am prepared to get sweaty here. Turkey, you've been a bit sweaty in this game. I respect it. You've been playing well. But now we need to see Shells.
Why are your hand towels covered in sweat?
No, well, I mean, they would be covered in sweat after I've got sweaty.
Okay.
Yeah? I mean, I'm not getting a sweaty hand towel out. I don't just leave it there. I'd probably wash it.
Your words, not mine. Anyway, back into this game. Kylian Mbappe on the edge of the box. Does Shells have the sweaty hand towel that he needs, or is it going to be a third goal? Here it is. It's 3. And Turkey makes it 3. 65 minutes on the clock, and he's been the man at the centre of everything here for Turkey in these games. Kevin De Bruyne, he really has been superb in that central midfield. Either foot, just as good. And there's a prime example of it.
Now, this is where you open the other drawer, and you
we should really leave this.
You get the energy drink infused towel and just dab it ever so slightly on your upper lip. And it will give you that fuel to now go on and make this 3-3. I believe in it. I believe in Shells. I think he's got what it takes, Mark.
I think we should have left that where it was.
You know me. I never leave it.
No, you're right. You must have the final word on it. I get it. It's fine. But it is Kevin De Bruyne, the 98 rated team of the year for Item, who's actually in the central midfield area there, not the 99 team of the season so far who got that goal. And for Shells now, I think you're going to see this pause lined up. It's going to be 3 at the back. It's going to be everyone bomb forward, try and get on the score sheet to find his way back into this game. But fantastic performance here from Turkey. You have to say, he's used those balls down the line extremely well, and he's been effective in front of goal down.
I think he's just caught a very attacking Shells off guard. A Shells who we've alluded to multiple times now is trying to score some fancy schmancy goals, and it's just gone against him. After that second one went in, he just got a little bit more attacking, and he's found himself 3 down now, but maybe one here might be able to rescue something and give him a chance, but there's just too many defenders in the way.
R9 though, doing what he can to try and create that opportunity. Here's Neymar, turns back into trouble though. Now Lucas Moura, who I imagine will be the bane of many players' weekend leagues in the upcoming weekends, gives the ball away pretty unnecessarily. It's Frankie de Jong now. Brings the ball back here for Shells. You can see loads of players in front of him. Unfortunately for him, he just picks the wrong option. And to be honest, it looked like he almost didn't pick an option at one point.
Yeah, just tried to go the wrong way with Neymar, which sometimes would be the right way. But again, that's just how it's going to work if your opponent is predicting where you're going, as Ronaldo just doesn't latch on to that one. And that's going to be a shame. I feel like we're getting closer and closer to this being near impossible. I would usually say in a normal competitive game of FIFA, 3 goals is very difficult to come back against a top-tier player who knows how to defend, who knows what formations to play, who knows where to put certain players. Maybe Turkey gives Shells a little sniff here, and if Shells can make it 3-1, then there is still a possibility of getting 2.
How is that not a foul?
Best impression of an Olympic diver.
How was that not a foul? Oh no, it's just been launched into FIFA 21.
Made him.
And the referee's gone, no, I'm not buying it, mate. Anyway, 3-0. Frankie de Jong now, back, maybe a chance here for Shells, goes all the way across, Di Maria, no!
Can't catch a break.
It fell on his 3-star weak foot, unfortunately there. The right foot, if that was on the left, surely that had to be a goal back, but I think you're right, Dan, couldn't catch a break.
And subbed off as well. Not for that poor shot, he was already getting subbed off, but either way, he's now going to be ruining that chance, the virtual Di Maria on the pitch, and this could be 4. Plenty of space in the middle of the pitch. Neymar does 1, does 2, right foot, bish bash bosh, game over, 4-0, Turkey's going through.
Easy stuff there for Turkey. Well, that's the Shells celebration that he's pulled out there. I'm not sure if that's the Neymar default celebration as well, but I'm not trying to fan the flames or anything, but it has been an impressive performance from him. And again, we talked about how this might be, more than just a charity tournament for a player like Turkey, an opportunity for him to, announce himself on a global stage a little bit, and he's doing that here. And also showing how good that 98 rated team of the season so far, Neymar, is in game.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether Turkey now is kind of rubbing his hands together and thinking, all right, well, potentially he could get another shot at Gravesen if Gravesen were to lose his matchup against Dami. Or even say, well, I can play one of the better players from the global series throughout FIFA 20 in Dami, who had a very successful start to the season. As now it's just a matter of get rid. Turkey doesn't want to give Shells any sort of chance of getting back into this game, even if it is probably 99% impossible at this point.
I think you can say for Shells, this is unfortunately going to be the end of his tournament. He has entertained us, though, you have to say. I don't think there's going to be many better goals scored in the entirety of the games that we have over the next couple of days, but it's been a valiant effort. For Turkey, it's been a superb effort. He's been clinical in front of goal. As De Bruyne and Patrick Vieira get involved with something that you probably see outside of Wetherspoons at 3 a.m. rather than on a football pitch, but that was going to be Ronaldo pulling this ball away, and there is the final whistle. Fantastic performance here from Turkey. A 4-0 win in the deciding game, and he will move on for a potential rematch against Gravesen.
I'm still wondering what Mark sees outside Wetherspoons at 3 a.m, but I'm clueless. What about you, Adam?
Well, I'm actually quite clueless as well. So is the towel sweaty? Is your hands sweaty? Or are both of them sweaty at the same time? I couldn't quite...
You see how confused I was, Adam, with that? Like, you got to pull out your sweaty towel from the cupboard. I'm like...
No, my words were,
exactly
You've
that.
got to, no.
Exactly
My words
that.
were, you have to pull out your hand towel and get sweaty.
Right. Okay. Still doesn't make any sense, but I'm there. I mean, that was a sublime. I mean, 4-0 for Turkey there. When he's kind of struggled a little bit to make a name for himself in games, and suddenly 4 goals, he absolutely smashed him.
Yeah, he did. I would say that I feel that Shells was playing more to entertain and maybe, no disrespect at all to Turkey, I must say as well. But Shells was trying to entertain everyone at home. He was trying to score some, incredible goals, linking together skill moves and trying to be, a little bit unpredictable. But you can see how good a player Turkey is as well from the way that he has played in that game. He was clinical. He created chances that were clear cut. And as I said, most important thing when you create those chances, you've got to put them away.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for him as well, confidence-wise, winning a game in like this 4-0, then now coming back to perhaps challenge Gravesen, as you said later on as well. I mean, Dan, this must do wonders for him. That he must be very excited to still be in the competition.
Yeah, I mean, me and Mark, we're not taking anything away from him whatsoever. He's still beaten Shells. Like, Shells chose to play for a little bit of flair rather than going for maybe more of a serious nature of his play that we've seen from him before. But Turkey still took it to him. I'd say game 1, Shells was kind of playing seriously and Turkey took it to a 3-2. Either way, Turkey's going to be the one who moves forward. He's going to be the one who gets to donate more money to charity. So he's going to be more than happy. He's put his name on the map a bit. He's shown that he can beat one of the better players around. And now he'll want to take a stab at either Dami or Gravesen.
Indeed. So we've got Dami and Gravesen coming up next, the best of 3, and then the loser of that match will play against Turkey to try and determine one of those 2 teams will go through to the qualifying playoffs as well. So still plenty of FIFA to be had. I mean, most of our games have gone to 2-1. So we've had a best of 3 the entire way. After the break, Dami versus Gravesen. You do not want to miss this. This should be a stellar head-to-head. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a moment.
We don't work in easy places at International Medical Court. We work in tough settings, in tough situations. And CAR, for a population of millions of people, there are only 3 respirators, for example, that are available for the entire population. Now, just think about that. That's very stark. You come into other countries where there are less. We work with a lot of IDP populations, that are moving around the country because of conflict or other issues, it's already a setting that is going to be difficult. And so when you introduce something like COVID-19, if one of those community members becomes infected, it could quickly spread through that enclosed community.
Before we were anywhere near the extent we're at now, Alicia and her team were working tremendously hard to address perceived future drug shortages.
The idea with the ICU kit at the beginning was trying to think of a way that we could help these patients that are critical in ICU settings. In this case, it was kind of the next layer of protection for this response. In the kit, we have a few different types of medications, antibiotics for secondary bacterial infections, as well as blood pressure support, so vasopressors. Things like albuterol inhalers, we were learning, were highly requested in hospitals. Medications that are used for intubation and sedation that help with that process. Each one of these kits is designed to have about 100 courses of antibiotics and supportive medications. The first 2 are headed up to Northern California in the Bay Area, which is especially hard hit, and the next 11 are going to hospitals across New Jersey, and we'll have about 80 of them going to New York City. In the end, we're just feeling really fortunate that we're able to support our partners with these medications that they need so desperately.
The wisdom, the expertise that I think this team has demonstrated in being able to help us as a community partner, but also hospitals and healthcare systems around the country struggle with drug shortages, which are now a reality, I think just speaks volumes to the impact DR has.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. I'm joined by Mark and Dan right now, and we've just seen our first elimination in this 3-day event here. We say goodbye to Shells, lads. It'll be. I mean, he's done us proud. He's given us quite the show, Dan.
He has some of those goals I think we will remember. Mark said he'll be dreaming about them, or at least I said that Mark would be dreaming about them, but it's okay. We'll pretend that Mark said it. It's a shame because Shells is such a good player and I would like to see him kind of move on in the tournament, but it happens sometimes.
It does. But we turn our attentions now to our next matchup, our winner's bracket game. Damie versus Gravison. Mark, this feels to me like it's going to be our most entertaining matchup of the day.
It certainly has the ingredients to be. You've got 2 of the best FIFA players in the world on FIFA 20 playing against each other. If you look at the rankings, you know, Damie's had a fantastic season so far. It's kind of been his breakout season. Everyone's always known that he's had this potential to be a big tournament winner, to be a real force on the PlayStation. And you heard it from the interview a little bit earlier with Gravison. You know, he's jumped up from top 60 last year to the top 16 this year. So he's had a really, really good run, and he certainly was one of the shining lights of the Spanish scene. So it's got all the ingredients for a fun game. And I always love watching Damie play. I think he's one of my favorite players to watch because whatever the meta is in any FIFA, he always tries to score goals. He loves to score goals. He loves to entertain. And I think he's found that balance to his game this year where he can still do that, but also he doesn't concede as much by overcommitting to do that. So he's always exciting to watch. Looking forward to seeing him play.
Yeah, and Dan Gravison as well. He had a tough matchup against Turkey earlier on today, but there's a chance now to play a familiar foe, and I'm sure he's relishing the opportunity.
Absolutely. I think people enjoy playing against Dami because, like Mark said, he's quite an attacking player. And when you're going up against an attacking player, it usually gives you the chance to attack as well. Gravison has been known to play defensive here or there, so it could be an interesting one, Adam.
Oh, here we go. This is the first, our best of three. Here we go.
So we're into our next game then, Dan. Looking forward to this one. As always great to see two of the best players in the world duking it out on the virtual pitch. We've got Dami going up against Gravison. It will be Gravison who's playing in the white, and it will be Dami who's playing in the red. And two of these players who have had a very impressive season so far, Dan, in the Global Series as far as FIFA 20 competitive is concerned.
Yeah, I think when you kind of listen to their interviews and you see what they've been able to do from their transition to 19 to 20, both of them have had a somewhat similar story in that they struggled in certain areas of FIFA 19, but then FIFA 20 kind of allowed them to blossom as these incredible players. And I think that they have the potential to do the same if the FIFA 20 season was to ever continue, or if we end up starting in FIFA 21. They're definitely players we have to keep an eye on. I mean, the virtual La Liga in FIFA 19, Gravison was able to be up there and winning that one. So he certainly is one of the best players in his region. And Dami, I mean, you could say the same. I mean, you don't really think of many other Polish players that have performed on the global scale like he has.
And just looking at the back line here for Dami as well, I kind of like it. He's got that French trio. He's got Ukulele, and he's got Upamecano, and then he's got Steve Mandanda. And if you would have told me that would be an endgame defensive trio, that would have been somewhat of a surprise to me with some of the items that we do have available. But it's going to be a block actually coming in here for Dami. You have to say that Gravison started off the horror of the two here, Dan.
He has certainly been going at Dami, and I mean, you said it earlier, Dami likes to go forward, he likes to attack, and that's always just going to naturally leave a little bit of space behind that your opposition is going to be able to try and take you on a little bit. But you're completely right about the teams. I mean, the team of the season so far items have just been able to provide so much statistics on maybe players that you wouldn't have expected to be up there, and then because of their physical attributes, they are actually ended up being endgame players. I mean, his whole back line is French, including the goalkeeper as well. I mean, even one of the midfielders, half of his squad is French, is Dami, and that just shows the power of the French nation, certainly moving forward, because a lot of them are youngsters as well.
An opportunity there for Dami. Neymar not able to turn away from the attention of the defender, but Ruud Gullit, who is an ever-present in so many players' teams since day one, still holding the fort. Here for Dami in that midfield position. Here's Aouar. Di Maria now on that left foot. Tries to bend one towards that far corner, but gets the power a little bit wrong there. And the Argentine cannot find that top corner.
When you look at the attacking side of both of these squads, I mean, you've got prime icon moments Ronaldinho, who is amazing, by the way. One of the most fun players that I've used in FIFA 20. Just via draft. Don't have the coinage to do that. Not quite, anyway. I feel like if you want to enjoy yourself, if you like going forward, he just offers that something a little bit extra, a little bit of flair to it as well. Whereas on the other side, you've got prime icon moments Cruyff, who also is phenomenal going forward and does an incredible job as well.
Yeah, just to sort of further that conversation, I'd say the two most fun players, just straight up fun, that just feel fun to use on this game are, like you mentioned, Ronaldinho, and for me, the foot birthdays, Alan Saint-Maximin. Just so fun, twist and turn, 5-star skills, lots of fun, but maybe it's going to be Ronaldinho here from the free kick who's going to have a little bit of fun. You see Gullit, Ronaldinho and Neymar all stood over the ball, but it's going to be whipped in towards that top corner. It was green timed, it was perfect. And Jan Oblak had to make a fantastic save here, but now Ronaldo, the glancing header at the near post. Unfortunately, it just drifted wide.
Team of the season so far, Cristiano Ronaldo. And we have seen them go in. They do go in from that near post in the corner. It's something you have to try, I feel like, from a set piece every now and then. Just try and find that big man who has such aerial presence. But you talk about fun players to play with. I'm looking at the bench of Gravesen, and he has prime icon moments Thierry Henry, which we did see come into play earlier. As we say, that Cristiano Ronaldo can't get on the end of it. But Ronaldinho almost managed to worm his way into the box. I mean, as Arsenal fans, Mark, I think we both just gained a little bit more respect for Gravesen and the fact he's using Thierry Henry on the bench.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, not probably anyone's first pick as far as teams are concerned in FIFA. There's certainly better options, but he does provide that pace and power, especially as an impact substitute off the bench. So interesting to see if he can get involved. Obviously, he had one goal to his name a little bit earlier on in the tournament, but Neymar, he's going to be the player who's linking up the passes here, trying to unlock the door. There is Gravesen's defence as Aouar now drops deep and turns away from his man. Here's Cristiano Ronaldo, tried to feed it through. You can see the idea there from Dami, looking for the run. But unfortunately, it looked like Neymar just decided that he wasn't happy to run into that space.
Cruyff kind of sat in that central attacking midfield role at the moment, being that playmaker with R9 available up front as the ball just goes offside there. So a positive and potential attack from Gravesen isn't going to work out. Unfortunately, Messi was just a little bit too quick for his own good.
Well, here's Cristiano Ronaldo. Then you can see the run outside of Neymar here, but Neymar looks like he's hungry to find an opportunity to strike a goal himself, but well defended. And now Karim Benzema, the 97 rated team of the season so far. What a huge boost to his attributes he got from a fantastic season at Real Madrid. Become a real viable option. 4-star, 4-star. 90 plus pace, 90 plus dribbling and shooting. And Frankie de Jong now is going to find Karim Benzema. Can he find a pass inside the box? Tries to just slip the ball back in, but turned away momentarily. But Arturo Vidal is going to make no mistake in finding R9 at the back post. And it is R9 who breaks the deadlock here, and it's going to be Gravesen who takes the lead.
It's very solid reactive play there from Gravesen, thinking on his feet and just kind of thinking quickly of where that ball needed to go. Sometimes some of the best players in FIFA in general are those who just can think and make those split-second decisions and not worry about it, not think, oh, well, if I do this, if I do that. If you hesitate, then that's when your opponent can nip in and take the ball away. He knew exactly what he wanted to do with that. As soon as he won the ball back, he was straight away saying, all right, well, I'm going to do a 1-2. I'm going to be able to get this one into the centre of the box. And he just trusted that his players were going to be in the right place at the right time. And I think you should. When you've got players like R9, you just have to expect them to be there, and they'll get the job done.
So at the half-time break, just the 1-2 report. It did fall to Gravesen, as we do bring up the replays from that first half. And opportunity for Di Maria we saw early on. You have to say, it hasn't been a game of huge chances so far, but both players have got into positions where maybe with a few decisions being made differently that they probably want to have back, that this could have been a game where maybe we're looking at 2-3 goals going either way down.
I think we expected a very even game because I think both of these players will have the utmost respect for one another. They've played against each other at events. They know how each other work. But also it's a chance to kind of test yourself against the top elite players again. Of course, a lot of these players have been competing in some tournaments here or there, but we haven't really had the majors that we would have had at this stage of the season. And yes, okay, you've got your weekend league, but for the majority of players in this tournament, weekend league is a pretty simple run. You might come up against one, maybe two players who will really give you a tough game. But I think you see on Twitter, you see them saying any pro players up for a friendly. I think a lot of these players will just miss that insane competition of going up against someone who is as good as you. We've all been there. We've played FIFA against our mates, and when you are the better player, you're kind of like, well, I kind of want to play someone who actually has the chance to beat me.
Yeah, so being of a competitive nature is certainly a blessing and a curse. You can't just play a game for fun anymore. That's you have to be in that thing where you just want to win absolutely everything that you do, and these players certainly have that in the locker. To be a top player, you have to have that desire and that hunger to be the best. And it's going to be Gravesen who has so far had the best of Damien. That's a beautiful ball into the feet of Lionel Messi. Just found a pocket of space momentarily, and Karim Benzema looks for a little cheeky back heel to a fellow player from La Liga. However, very unlikely we'll ever see those two being teammates, obviously being Barcelona and Real Madrid respectively.
mean, Graveson's team name literally is La Liga when he's loading up. I mean, you look at it and it is all La Liga except for Cruyff and R9. Everyone else is Real Madrid, Atletico Madrid, Barcelona, and that's it. And you just slot in a couple of icons and bish bash bosh, Bob's your uncle.
Well, Johan Cruyff has a chance here. Goes back to Lionel Messi, back to Cruyff. Well, no, Bob's your uncle, Johan Cruyff is a hero here. I nearly called Johan Cruyff my dad.
Yeah, I knew.
You saw it coming, but I held off. It was a red herring with a little reverse elastico from the Dutchman. Sets up the finish across goal. And there is the second goal, the 96 rated Johan Cruyff. Prime icon moments. It doesn't matter what foot those chances will come to. 5-star weak foot. And it just shows how deadly he is in front of goal.
He showed that he is most certainly a father figure with how he just destroyed him there. It was honestly an amazing goal. And I think that Graveson is looking like he could be progressing quite comfortably if he continues to play this way. Maybe we're going to see Damien now 2 goals down, just start to get a little bit more attacking, go for something a little bit different. And he's not going to find anything from this set piece.
Corner whipped in here, and the header will be won by Upamecano, but Jan Black will be able to deal with that one pretty comfortably and drives that kick out to Lionel Messi, who's trying to get away from Kamara. Plenty of pace on the fullback, though, to deal with the little Argentine trying to spin in behind. And here is the Frenchman. Kamara goes back inside. Space here for Cristiano Ronaldo. There's a little McGeady spin to try and get a little bit of space, but unfortunately, this isn't FIFA 30. Well, that skill move would end careers.
Before FUT Champions was even a thing, Mark. Those were the days. And then suddenly Weekend League came along and changed everyone's lives. Some for the better, some for the worse. Tell you what, that should be game. 69th minute, 3-0. Can't see Damien coming back into this one.
Yeah, for all the attacking power that Damien has, that was such a well-worked goal there from Graveson. A little lofted through ball as well to find the run of R9 Ronaldo. It almost looks so simple. And you can tell when something has been executed to the highest level, when it does look so simple. But the good news here for Damien is the fact that he's still got time to get back into this. It is a best of 3. So even though he's lost his first game, potentially, barring a miracle comeback, of course, we'll have 2 opportunities to try and wrestle into one of those qualification spots and keep his tournament alive.
Yeah, no worries about aggregate score at this point. So for Damien, it's just about kind of rescuing a little bit of pride towards the end of this game as we get into the last 15 minutes. And after such a strong performance earlier from Damien against Shells, it just looks like Graveson has got his number in this particular matchup.
Well, here's Cristiano Ronaldo, maybe a chance here, gets it back onto the right foot. What a save that is from Jan Black. I think that Damien would have expected that one to hit the back of the net, but a late move from the goalkeeper's right hand, I believe it was, just to turn that one over. And again, these team of the season so far, FUT items just showing there's more options than the Van der Sar and the ter Stegen that we've seen so far across FIFA 20. Here's Karim Benzema trying to burst away, but Upamecano does a great job, the Bundesliga centre-back, to get back in and recover. Here's Neymar, accelerated fake shot from him, chance for Damien. Again, I think he's trying to entertain there. He saw the run inside. Maybe he's trying to use that run as a double bluff and put that little ball roll, Ronaldo chop combination together, but unfortunately for him, it was the one thing that Graveson was expecting to see somehow.
This format isn't something that these competitive players play that often as well. They're very much used to the kind of 2-legged aggregate scoreline. So when you have lost a game at this point, you know you've lost a game, you kind of just have fun, I think, when you get to the latter stages of it, and you want to go for those chances. You want to get that little special goal that you can walk away with and say, well, at least I scored an absolute banger. And maybe Damien can provide one with us here on this attack.
Here's Cristiano Ronaldo. Oh, the elastico has just sent him to the shops, but unfortunately There wasn't many cues at the shops, and the defender managed to get back before he was embarrassed too much further. Aouar can't turn that into anything meaningful here, and Johan Cruyff again just gives the ball away very unnecessarily. Been a bit of a scrappy end to the game here, Dan.
Yeah, Damie's just trying to, of course, pressure Gravesen, and then Gravesen's trying to rush it up the pitch. Maybe he just wants a fourth here. He also wants to see goals and maybe even just kind of assert his dominance in this game and say, look, I mean, I've just smashed you 4-0. This is going to be easy. This is going to be the easiest best of three we've seen. I mean, so far, all of our games today, we've gone all the distance. We've gone to that third matchup in the series. Are we going to go to it again, or is this going to be our first 2-0, Adam?
From the looks of things, Gravesen really delivered the goods in that last game. I mean, Johan Cruyff, a spectacular player to have in anyone's squad, right, Mark?
Yeah, I nearly called him my dad. He's that good.
I saw. I enjoyed it a lot.
I don't know how much more praise I could give him. I mean, I've had the middle Johan Cruyff in my squad pretty much for the entirety of the year, and he's been phenomenal. So I can only imagine what the prime icon moments, can do in game. He's a little bit like R9. He's kind of a cheaper R9. He's got 5-star weak foot, 5-star skills. He's got that physical presence as well. He's 6 foot tall, so he kind of offers you everything that R9 can, but for a little bit cheaper.
Absolutely. We're looking at some of the highlights here now as well. I mean, I can't wait to see the third goal as well. The football, the speed of the passing as well, Dan, was absolutely brilliant from Gravesen there as well.
Yeah, once Damie went 2-0 down, I think we knew that it could have been a bit of a bloodbath because he was naturally going to be going forward, and Gravesen is one of these players who can take advantage of anyone who's going to be coming at him. This was that Cruyff goal as well. It's just it's a simple goal, but when you pull it off, it just looks so good. Like, the fact he's just able to get it through and get the nutmeg as well. It's not something you really expect. It's not something you plan for, but when it happens, it looks beautiful.
Oh, it's just lush. It's like a newly mowed lawn.
Oh,
it's beautiful.
Speaking my language.
I think, Damie obviously, he had a really strong start to the competition against Chelsea, but we've obviously seen this is, 3-0, as you guys were talking about as well, it comes to a point when there's not an aggregate involved. It simply comes down to, I'm going to have fun now. But if he wants to, obviously, if whoever loses this one will play against Turkey in the loser bracket final. But how can Damie change things around? Obviously, that was a very solid performance from Gravesen here, Mark.
The thing with Damie is he's got a lot of different formations up his sleeve. If you go back to FIFA 18, he was actually one of the only players who kind of used a formation that was really outside of the meta. He played a 4-3-3. There was only a few players in the world who kind of liked to use that, and then he kind of adapted through the years and kind of fell in line with what everyone else was doing. So he's kind of a player who knows how to adapt. He knows how to go forward. He's not just a kind of one-dimensional kind of player. So don't be surprised to see maybe a formation change to a 4-4-2, or maybe he's got that 4-3-2-1 up his sleeve. Whatever he's going to do, if he gets on a roll, he's going to be difficult to stop. So that's going to be a big thing. I always say how important the first goal is, not just in FIFA, but in FIFA 20 specifically, because it is difficult to come back if you fall behind against a top-level player. So I think for Damie, I want to see him continue to try and be aggressive and get that first goal on the board.
Yeah, certainly. Game 2 is right around the corner. Question for you both, though, and everyone at home watching on the chat as well. We've talked about a lot of players across the course of the day. A lot of the prime cards, the team of the season so far, the icons. What player would you both say, what card would you both have as an absolute must in your squad? If you could have all the coins in the world, who would be the one player that you guys would absolutely have in your squad every single time? Dan, I'll ask you first.
So I've had the luxury of experimenting with quite a few players. Usually I would say Hullet, because I think Hullet is one of the best players around, but I think at the moment, foot birthday Mbappe. Like, Mbappe is one of the quickest players around, and now they've given him a 5-star weak foot. I just think he is different gravy.
Just seems to it's like glue to his feet. He can't seem to lose the thing. It always comes to him as well. Mark, what about you?
It's tough because I've kind of got to that point now where I've kind of moved away from the meta and I'm trying to have fun with the game and score awesome goals. But I'm going to be boring. I'm saying prime icon moments R9.
Fine.
He's just amazing.
I'll take it. I like it. Right, here we go. Game number 2. Let's dive in, fellas. Anything's possible. Take it away.
So game number 2 then, as you said, Adam, ready to rock and roll. I'm looking forward to getting back into the action. Of course, Gravesen taking our first game down, and now it's up for Damie to try and get back into this one with a win here in the second game?
I was going to say I was disappointed with your answer, but I think that me saying Hulla and Mbappe is pretty similar because they are probably up there with in terms of like how important a player can be. But after you said you've been like going away from the meta, I was expecting something so different, Mark. I feel like you didn't give us an honest answer, and I will allow you to think about it and maybe change your mind.
I was going to say something really trolly, right? I was going to think like, Mesut Ozil. You know what I mean? Like, not only to trigger everyone who's like, oh, he's rubbish in game, but also Arsenal fans who don't like him. Yeah, and I'm an Arsenal fan, so that's what kind of human I am. But then I just went, no, I'm better than that, as we see the post being rattled early on. But, I mean, what can you say? Can you really argue against the prime icon moments, R9?
It's true, I can, and I think that's why we see him in so many squads. For those who have been able to kind of save up their coins and purchase him towards the end of this season, they were able to use him at events once the prime icon moments were available in the event teams. And, well, I mean, once you've used him, I think you realise just how good he is. He does seem like a little bit of a cheat code sometimes. You kind of press that shoot button and it goes in. Anyway, on the right-hand side, Messi has managed to generate a little bit of space for Gravesen here, but the cutback is not going to be effective because Upamecano is going to be there to stop him and save the day.
Yeah, we might be a little bit delayed from what you're seeing at home, but hopefully we can still keep you up to date exactly with what is happening, as we are going to see a free kick going down in the middle of the pitch. But if you're Damie here and you've gone down to such a big margin in that first game, he's one of those players who does have a pretty solid mentality, Dan. What do you think is going through his head at this point, just ahead of this game number 2?
I think that both of these players will just be thinking about like kind of that game 3 possibility. They know it is potentially going that way with how we've seen all of the previous games, with how closely contested these competitors have been. So it's almost hard to focus on game 2 because you're almost expecting that game 3. So honestly, I would say that both of them are just looking at this saying, look, I just need to focus up, try and forget about that game 3 possibility and just win this individual matchup right now.
So now we're back. We'll be able to call the action as it's happening for everyone at home. And again, we'd like to thank you all for joining us and hopefully being entertained by what is a fantastic tournament to raise money for what is a fantastic cause. There's charities fighting coronavirus across the globe at the moment, as Di Maria is just about going to get the better of his man here. Neymar now with the drag back. He exits the same way that he came in, but unfortunately the way that he came in, there was a man there. And he was able to steal back and make that tackle. Damien now on the attack. Ruud Gullit with a little reverse ball into the feet of Aouar here. Ronaldinho, the fake shot from him, but just showed too much of it to Sergio Ramos, and as the trigger was about to be pulled. That was a strong tackle from the Spaniard. Stop that being the first real big chance of this game.
When we do talk about kind of influential players and who are must picks, the fact that middle icon Gullit is still making his way into some of these endgame teams over some of the team of the season so far items, as I say that. There's your favourite boy R9 making it 1-0 for Gravesen and edging him closer to maybe winning this one 2-0.
Yeah, one player that I was actually going to talk about on the other end of things that I think is a massively overrated team of the season so far. I have used him a couple of times in draft, and that is the 92 rated Steve Mandanda that's in goal for Damie. He's awful, and you've just seen it there. He kind of dived the wrong way, went with his legs instead of his hands, really didn't make too much of an effort to make a save for that one, although it was obviously a fantastic finish and well taken, but I'm not sure about that pick and goal. I'm going to have to say, we'll keep an eye on that and see if he can pull out some saves that will change my mind.
I think all goalkeepers are the same and it's all superstition. I still believe that. Maybe not all goalkeepers, but okay, maybe like all goalkeepers that are above the 90s. I feel like they're all the same, Mark, and I feel like it doesn't matter who you choose. Sometimes they're going to work for you, sometimes they're not. That's why we see at events, some people choose Ter Stegen. Then they have a bad event, and they're like, well, I'm not going to use Ter Stegen anymore. They try someone else, they have a bad event, they go back to Ter Stegen. There's so much picking and choosing and dilly-dallying with goalkeepers. I hate it.
You're telling me you think all goalkeepers over 90 rated are the same? I am disagreeing with you, my friend. I'm disagreeing with you, and we'll take this one up after the game. But one player who we have seen introduced that obviously was such a big impact in FIFA 19 when he had so many informs released into the game is Kenny Lala in at right back. And then he's going to be present here for Gravesen as well as, going to be present here for Damie. As Gullit now spreads the ball forward to Cristiano Ronaldo. Ronaldinho now has a 1v1 opportunity against Carvajal. Chooses to go back here to Kamara. CR7, the Elastico. Takes him away from Frankie de Jong. Neymar, and I think he just got the input a little bit wrong there. I think he was looking for a step over, but just ended up with a little body feint instead.
I feel like he was hesitant. I feel like he didn't know whether he wanted to try and beat the man or whether he was trying to wait for that run from Cristiano Ronaldo to just kind of play that through ball and then have, hopefully, an easy tap in past the goalkeeper. Just didn't work out, but those are the little things that can make or break your game. And potentially could have seen him back into this tie, and that's where Gravesen has been successful, as his decision-making has just been top tier at the moment.
So this first half has flown by, to be honest with you, with the Gravesen taking this 1 goal lead in the game. And for Damien, again, he just seems to have not quite found his rhythm here, Dan. We talk about it a lot in FIFA, and people probably at home thinking, what do you mean by rhythm? You're trying to score goals, you're playing FIFA. It's more getting a feel of the skill moves and how you want to execute them on the ball, timing those passes and timing a roulette like that and finding the finish. But no, Jan Oblak again has been sensational in goal.
Able to get back as well onto his feet and then punch that one out, but from the corner, is it going to go? No, Oblak with a Superman dive across the box is able to push it away. And this is where you're going to say, and you tell me all keepers at 90 rated or above are the same. And yeah, maybe I said it just to be controversial, Mark.
You read my mind. We've worked together far too much. I was teeing that one up like an audible golf ball. And yet you beat me to it and got your excuse in early. But here's Damie, and he's not going to want any kind of excuses. He will want to try and wrestle the advantage back in this game. But again, it's just a little bit of a sloppy pass for him going forward there as Neymar tries to put the pressure back on. But it's been a little bit too comfortable for Gravesen in this first half, I had to say.
Yeah, Damie's pulled out a couple of skill moves. He's looked threatening in the final third here and there, but ultimately I'd say Gravesen's just had a good grip on the game. A little bit more in terms of possession, kind of controlled the certain areas of the pitch where he needed to, dominated the midfield. But I feel like Damie does have a lot up his sleeve, and I think Gravesen will know that. Gravesen will know he needs to get a second goal here.
And of course, if you're just joining us, Gravesen only needs to close out this game after winning the first game in the best-of-3 series to progress in the tournament. And for Damie, will get a chance of redemption in the losers bracket against Turkey if it does go that way. I'm sure that he's going to want to send it towards that game 3 and get his feet up a little bit earlier than he would want it. But now we're back underway, and I love seeing Arturo Vidal still involved in Gravesen's team as well. The 90 rated flashback. He always seems to get a special card at some point in the game in FIFA, Arturo Vidal, which is one of those players, but what a ball that is. Fancy little skill pass to try and find that run, and Steve Mandanda almost made my heart flutter.
I can just hear your lack of trust for him every time the ball even goes anywhere near him. I think you're just assuming the goal's going to go in. But there was a somewhat unorthodox pass there as well, something a little bit different from Gravesen. I wonder whether he's now starting to kind of pull out the showboats as well, which it does seem like, to be honest, everyone has done so far today. Everyone's had a little bit extra flair than we're used to seeing at a normal competitive tournament.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. I think the players have understood the occasion and what is expected of them here. Raising money for charity, and everyone who's watching is going to want a show. They're not going to want 0-0s. They're going to want goals, and maybe there's an opportunity for another one here as it's going to be Gravesen who's through on goal. Ronaldo, loads of space here for Lionel Messi. Oh, Mandanda makes a phenomenal save.
Thought that was a guaranteed goal there. I thought Messi was just going to slam that one home. It was going to be 2-0, and Gravesen was going to start marching his way on to the playoffs.
Anyone but Steve Mandanda, and that's a goal. Dan. I've been talking about him as a phenomenal goalkeeper. Everyone should get him. 92 rated, he should be 99. If you can go back on what you said, I'm trying it myself.
It's fun. I do it all the time. You should try it more often. But that's a great ball down the left wing. These lofted through balls just seem to be so successful today, as they have been throughout the season. But nowhere to go for Benzema, so he just has to go back, recycle the play. It's also good to see Benzema have a competitive foot item as well.
Be useful in the game. Well, there's a couple of step overs that are very useful. What a finish that is from Johan Cruyff. The golf swing matches the power in the shot there. The green time finish. And that is the second goal that Gravesen would have needed to just give him a little bit of daylight ahead of his opponent. And you have to say that Johan Cruyff, that 96 rated for IAM, has looked superb when the opportunities have come.
Gravesen's just done so well with Cruyff and just found him in the right spaces. Also, timing things green, something we saw very little of. Maybe not right at the start of FIFA 20, because people still tried it from FIFA 19, but people slowly and surely got out of that habit. But when it does work with some of the best items in the game, you can just absolutely slot it home perfectly like that. Great angle for it. And now at 2-0, it looks like we might have our first player progressing to the playoffs. Dammy won't be out, though.
Maybe another chance for him. Mandanda quick off his line. But Mandanda... I'm sorry, Steve Mandanda, if you're watching, it's not you, it's Dammy's use of you that's just making me nervous. He keeps dropping the ball, keeps dribbling him out. He's not there for that. He's there to stop the shots, you know?
He's going to give Mark a heart attack at this rate, is what I'm feeling. As the flag goes up, it's offside. Yeah, as a reminder, even if Damie does lose this game, he is not out of the competition. He drops down into the lower bracket where he will play Turkey. And I mean, it has worked out quite nicely in that way, that everyone in the group will have played against each other that way.
Well, here's Lionel Messi breaking through the back line once again. Defender struggling to match the pace of the Argentine, goes back inside and just overplayed there, you have to say, from Gravesen, but he's bought the right to do that. He's got a 2-goal advantage, and maybe he's just looking again for a goal that will entertain everybody at home. You see Dammy's desperately trying to push forward himself and create some opportunities and leave players forward. It's just not finding the consistency he's looking for in these moves.
So often in these kind of formats of group stages and the bracket, you will often see at least one replay or one rematch of someone playing each other again, and it's always exciting to see, like, will anything change? Tactically, are they going to know anything different? We're not going to get to experience that, and Gravesen has the chance to put this game to bed. It's going to be a cheeky little dink as well into the left-hand side of the goal, and that is going to be 3 to the good, and he most certainly now is marching on to those playoffs, and Damien is going to have to go again against Turkey.
It's been a convincing performance from the Spaniard. He gave a lot of respect to his coach and how far that his influence has brought him in FIFA this year, and you can see it being so effective against a player of such talent of Damien. Now it's just a case of how many is this going to be? Upamecano gets back in to kind of save Damien's blushes a little bit. Can the Polish player find something going forward? Just not finding, I hate to use the term again, but that rhythm that he's really looking for. R9 Ronaldo now, scoop turn away. Uses the ball roll to go back to Lionel Messi here. Finds the ball back to the Brazilian. The South Americans linking up. You see the attempted couple of step overs there. And that's something I've seen more and more integrated into players' games as well down in FIFA, is those combination step overs. You get that little speed boost just as you exit. Really good for when a player's just standing off of you.
Yeah, we kind of hit a point where players knew what skill moves were good and what weren't, but it was more that people got better at doing them and knowing where to use them and where to be utilising them on the pitch, and which players are better using them as well. As it could be 4 here for Gravesen, as Mandanda does save that one, but he only saves it as far as his defender's thigh. So it will still be a corner on the head. No, Mandanda's done well. Conceded 3 goals. He's not particularly impressed on set, but he has at least made it a somewhat competitive game.
I think I have based him off the fact that I got him once in draft and he let a goal in he shouldn't have. So, I mean, my opinion, small sample size, but I'm a harsh critic, okay?
I think that's okay. Sometimes you have to be.
I'm a harsh critic.
Sometimes you have to be.
But with the 90 minutes up in this game and just stoppage time to go, there's no way back into this game for the Fnatic man. And even with that lofted ball forward and Gravesen trying to find maybe a fourth just to really put the icing on the cake for him. The game will be ended. The final whistle does go. And what a performance that was, Dan. Across the 2 legs, not just this one game. A dominant display from Gravesen.
Yeah, manages to take it 2-0, and he just continues his dominance. He goes through to the playoffs, and I'm really excited to see how he's going to fare tomorrow, Adam.
Steve Mandanda, whoa, love him. I love him being celebrated so much in this last game.
Player.
Yeah, iconic. And because he lost you one game once, you're just not having it.
He's bitter.
He's bitter, so bitter.
What can I say?
I mean, here's some of the replays from the game, chaps. Again, Gravison delivering a great performance. I felt the entire time watching, he seemed in control as well.
I would completely agree with you. I think he was completely and utterly in control of that game, and he was very effective when he got in and around the 18-yard box as well. That's kind of something that divides players at the top level, is when they get in and around that 18-yard box. Are they executing the right passes? Are they finding that central striker with his back to goal or somewhere where he can turn away and, create that space? And there's a perfect example of it there on the replay. Lionel Messi with a couple of step overs to drag one player out, and that just leaves the space for Johan Cruyff. And again, with the third goal, you can see it, just Johan Cruyff in all sorts of space. And yeah, it was convincing, surprisingly so for me.
I mean, the Cruyff-Messi-Ronaldo combo is an absolute danger zone. All day, danger zone. Guys, I mean, we've got ourselves our bracket here now. We're having a look at this now, and we're seeing how the land lies, ultimately going into our final matchup for the day. Gravison has 100% officially qualified for Super Sunday. We're going to have ourselves a Super Sunday. He's there for the playoffs on Sunday. We also have Damien and Turkey coming up. They're going to be in our lower bracket final. The winner of that joining Gravison in Sunday's matchups as well. So, it's going to be good. I mean, it goes full circle. Go back to the beginning again. We have Damie versus Turkey here. Anything going to change this time around? Obviously, Turkey's got a bit wind in his sails now, lads. He's obviously had a victory. He's beat Shells, and he's got himself back into this competition, Dan.
I think that he has gone up against two very difficult opponents, and he's been able to come on top against one of them. I feel like Damie, though, is maybe going to take this a little bit more serious than Shells did, and that's, again, not disrespecting the victory that he had against Shells, but I think Damie will probably knuckle down now, especially after a loss like that. Damie is a player who will always look back at any loss and look at how he's going to improve from that loss, and he is going to be a scary force going up against Turkey here.
I think so. I mean, Turkey, Turkey is a player that I'm actually watching him play. I'm actually enjoying his FIFA more and more as he goes. But we're going to see this all unfold. We're going to see everything happen in our lower bracket final. It's coming your way right after this short break. Don't you go anywhere.
Since 1948, Direct Relief has sent a lot of boxes to a lot of places. But it's never been about the boxes. It's about the compassion that fills them and the people who need them. It's not about the life-saving drugs and supplies inside the box. It's that people are alive because they were sent. It's not about sending boxes to all 50 states and more than 70 countries each year. It's the willingness to confront any crisis, cross any border, and work alongside local organizations to help people rebuild their lives, or just to stay healthy. It's not about the latest technologies or business trends. It's extending the benefits of innovation and the talents of businesses to people and communities that are often overlooked. It's not about the awards or ratings or headlines. It's the commitment to do whatever is necessary, to do it with respect, and to do it efficiently. For all the boxes Direct Relief sends, it's never about the boxes. It's the collective effort that delivers them and what that represents. Most of all, it's about what people get out of them, the opportunities of health, and to experience the joys and wonders of life.
I'm Sienna Miller, And I've been a global ambassador with International Medical Corps since 2009, seeing their life-saving work firsthand around the world. In such desperate times, minutes make the difference between life and death. When most others are running away, International Medical Corps rushes in. We go deep into the hardest hit and most remote areas to reach those in greatest need. Since 1984, International Medical Corps has reached tens of millions of people in over 75 countries, saving lives with a simple idea: give local people the skills and knowledge, and that investment will pay off long after the crisis has ended. More than 90% of our 7,000 staff around the world are local to the communities we serve, taking care of people inside their own communities, easing suffering and saving lives. We are International Medical Corps.
Hello there and welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. It has been a spectacular day of FIFA action so far. Our players have been competing in Group A all day long, and we're down to our very last match of the day. 3 games, a best of 3, to determine who our second qualifier going through to Sunday's playoffs is going to be very shortly. Chaps, Dan, Mark, we've had Trent Alexander-Arnold and Liam Payne playing here today. This has been mental.
Pretty cool, right? Yeah, that's the one positive thing I think that's come out of the pandemic, is the fact that we've got to watch a lot of celebrities from a world that, you know, we don't have access to sort of come into the gaming world, where we have the opportunity to not only watch them play and have a lot of fun, but also realize that a lot of them are gamers. They play a lot of games, and some of them are very, very good at FIFA. Like, we've watched a lot of the pro footballers play over the last, couple of months, and we've been incredibly impressed with what they've done. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to the rest of the celebrities being involved as well.
I know, I can't wait to see. There's still rumours that some might join us on different days and suddenly come out of the woodwork. So I can't wait to see what happens, really. I think Dele Alli and Paulo Dybala tomorrow is going to be an absolute watch, though. If you haven't heard about this already, it's happening tomorrow. So make sure you come back for tomorrow's stream and show as well. Let's talk about our lower bracket final coming up. Gravison has obviously already sailed through. I mean, Dan and I chatted during the break there. He actually had 2-0 both matchups, right, Dan?
Yes, he's undefeated. So he has just proved that he is the best player in this group, without a doubt. We cannot question that. He's through to the playoffs, and simple as that. Now we're going to see Turkey versus Dami. I mean, I'm still a little bit upset that I didn't get to commentate Liam Payne's game as a huge One Direction fan, of course. I used to actually have a little Liam Payne figurine in my car that was with me for at least 5 years. So I'm still upset about it, Adam, if I'm completely honest.
Is it weird, Mark, that doesn't surprise me in the slightest?
I think if you would have just stopped the sentence that weird, I would have just...
I think that there's still every chance that Dan, you could one day join them as like the sixth member.
That is a dream.
And they're keen to sign up an esports talent to.
There's
be part
definitely
of
a
the
slot in that lineup for an esports commentator. I mean, it's what they're screaming out for, right? I can see it.
Yeah. I can see it. Next time I'm anywhere where there's a karaoke bar, I want to see you in action, Dan.
Absolutely.
I want to see. What's your song of choice? Come on, what is it?
I mean, it's not a One Direction song, but Light of My Life would probably... Well, that's not even the name of it, but...
Big fan. I would probably love One Direction. Don't know what the names of their songs are.
Yeah, it's exposed. They are my favourite band ever, but I don't know the song.
It was a meme throughout the entire uni that I loved One Direction, but I mean, I actually am not the biggest fan in the world.
You are beautiful, Dan. You are beautiful. You make me beautiful. Okay, we've got ourselves a real big matchup here. Game number 1 is just around the corner. Remember, you can find out everything about the charities that you can see on the screen there as well by going to gamerswithoutborders.com and finding out how you can donate if you'd like to as well. But for now, it is the very first game of our lower bracket finals. Here we go. Let's jump on in. I can't wait to see what happens here. Damie versus Turkey. Let's go.
Thank you, Adam. And we're going to leave the One Direction talk to the side for just a few moments, Dan, because we've got some serious business to handle now. This is an elimination game for both of these players. It's their final opportunity to progress in the tournament and increase their contribution as a player towards the fantastic cause that, of course, is the reason why we are here.
Yeah, chance to get to those playoffs, donate some more money. Even if you go out at this point, though, you're still donating a huge amount, still $50,000 to your choice of charity. But certainly, we weren't expecting Turkey to be here. Let's be completely honest. When we look at the rest of this group and what they've achieved throughout FIFA 20, Turkey was not up there with the same kind of historic achievements. But he's certainly shown that he can compete with these players. And maybe he can cause another upset here against Damie.
And it's going to be Turkey who's playing in the white, and it'll be Damie in the red. So in case you're joining us for the first time, to make sure that you know which player is which, it's going to be Kylian Mbappe just simply attacking that space, and a massive chance early on. And Neymar, a little bit unfortunate there. The defender did so well to just steal back in and get a toe end on that one. That looked like a gilt edge opportunity early on there.
And that first chance and that first goal is always going to be so important, as you mention every single time, because in FIFA 20, it is very difficult to break through a defence, so that when you have gone that goal down and you naturally have to go forward more, then you are going to leave yourself somewhat exposed. And for a lot of the games today, the person who has scored first has gone on to win, bar a couple of exceptions.
Well, Neymar, the couple of step-overs, looking to maybe drag a defender out of position and look for a pass, but well defended here by Turkey, and he has defended well, Dan. It's been a kind of a staple of his game so far. There's not been many mistakes at the back to report.
And mistakes is where goals often come from. In a game where you struggle to find chances because defending is the name of the game in FIFA 20, it is going to be those small mistakes, those small slip-ups that allow your opponent to get those chances and get those goals. So if you can restrict the amount of mistakes you make, then you are always going to find more success. And as I say, that is a small mistake, but what a save that was from your favourite goalkeeper in the game, Mandanda.
Phenomenal goalkeeper. Like I mentioned, team of the season so far, Mandanda. Crystal Palace fans love him. And I'm a big fan of him myself. And that was a phenomenal save down to his left-hand side to turn that away. That was almost you felt you're just expecting the net to bulge at any moment, but here comes Neymar now, and surely this is the opportunity, and R9 makes no mistake. From just beyond the penalty spot, fires it across goal, and it is going to be Turkey who takes the lead here 1-0.
And maybe when we look back in the future, I'm making films up at this point, let alone One Direction songs. But once we kind of progress into maybe FIFA 21 and we might see Turkey in a future tournament, perhaps we'll be looking back at this one saying, well, we remember when he took down Shells, when he maybe even took down Damie. This could be that tournament that we actually finally realise what a player he is.
Yeah, I agree with you. Everyone has to start somewhere, and obviously he's got a lot of pedigree to his name, and we're not underselling it, but on the global scale, it's so difficult to qualify for these huge tournaments that players are involved with. Maybe this is his opportunity to just gain that confidence, to go that next step and really introduce himself on the global stage here, but Dami's going to want to come back into this game, and he's going to want to come back into it quickly, and maybe Ronaldinho is going to be the spark that can do that. The attempted reverse elastico there, followed up by the standard elastico to try and just get a yard of space. And now you've seen the passes come together as Cristiano Ronaldo releases a shot, and Neymar off balance on the rebound, just couldn't trouble the goalkeeper enough to find that equaliser. Corner now. Di Maria into Aouar, tries that roulette, but well defended again. And once again, Dan, no mistakes at the back here from Turkey.
And if he can carry on that way, then he will be winning this game. Honestly, with how he has played in this tournament, with very few mistakes and forcing his opponent to be creative and come up with something, from what we saw in the previous game from Demi, he didn't really have enough to break down Gravesen. So he's going to have to find a different gear if he's going to be able to put a couple of goals past Turkey here. Otherwise, he may just find himself in that same situation where he's goalless after 90 minutes.
We talk about the mental game in FIFA and how important it is, and you have to say, Turkey's shown some resolute mentality so far in his run in this tournament. So not make a mistake over one game is impressive, but to make it over consecutive games across consecutive series against different players is a huge achievement, as R9 now almost gets away from Lala, but just at the last second the Frenchman got back in to make that tackle, and now the counter-attack is on here for Dami. Ronaldinho tries to scoop turn away from Cancelo, but the Portuguese fullback does well to mark his man.
And something that I still think is impressive is I don't think that Turkey's squad is as good as everyone else who is in this group. I think his ultimate team squad is just not quite there. And I don't know whether that's just because he hasn't played as much weekend leagues or he didn't invest at the start of the season like some of the other players might have, but the fact he's going toe-to-toe with them and, well, beating players, even with a somewhat worse team, makes it even more impressive.
I have to agree with you. And one of those players, Lucas Moura, is trying to get beyond the fullback there, but well defended here by Dami. You can see he's trying to expose these fullback areas, and Ronaldinho has got the run on Cancelo only momentarily. A Cruyff turn back inside to Di Maria, goes all the way back across goal. It's a little bit fortunate to fall back to Ronaldo, but again, Jan Oblak with a huge save here.
Just one of those where you see the bobble and you think, all right, this is my chance. Like, FIFA's giving me that goal that I so desperately need to get back into it. And then just like that, it's taken away from you by a wonderful save. Just Oblak just putting his body in the way, as goalkeepers do so effectively. But Dami's certainly looking more threatening the further we get into this game. But still hasn't managed to find a goal just yet.
Oh, he tried the dummy there and it beat the initial man that was close to the ball. Unfortunately, there was a man just waiting behind to pick up the pieces there. But Dami looking more and more dangerous as this game goes on, and he's going to have to be to get back into this match. Just a few moments till half-time, though, Dan. It looks like this could be the half-time whistle going at 1-0, or is there another goal to surprise us just before the break? Here's R9 Ronaldo, surely beats Mandanda, and it is a second.
Somehow he's just managed to worm his way into the box there. I thought that pass was going to be intercepted very comfortably by the defender, but he was just wrong-footed. And it allowed R9 to get the space, and when you put him in a space like that, he can just put him away. It doesn't matter who's in goal. They're not going to be saving that one. And whilst I said I don't think that the squad of Turkeys is as good as the rest of the group, he still has some amazing players. In the middle R9, some people would love to even get their hands on, let alone the prime or the prime icon moments.
We'll take a look at some replays there from that first half, and initial save from Steve Mandanda, so vital. But chances at either end, Dan, and it's almost a little bit of a hammer blow here for Dami to have that second goal going just before the half-time whistle, when he could have quite comfortably gone in at the break at 1-0. The chance that fell to Cristiano Ronaldo, the saves from Jan Oblak as well. So many things that could have gone his way, but just hasn't quite had the penny drop for him in this game.
And I'd say that Turkey all day has demonstrated he's very good at maintaining possession and kind of controlling the game. It may not have gone the way he wanted against Gravesen, who also has those same kind of attributes. Gravesen has always been one of those players who will just kind of manipulate the pitch in his favour and dominate the possession. So maybe he starved Turkey a little bit of what Turkey wanted to achieve in a game of FIFA. But now Turkey going up against two players who are more known for their attacking style, he's been able to take advantage of that.
So let's see if Damie can find his way back into this game, and winning possession back almost immediately from the restart is a perfect way to go about business, as Kamara now stretches his legs. Goes back inside here to Ruud Gullit. An early goal here for Damie would be absolutely huge for him. Neymar just walking his way through, tried to cut it back there to Ronaldinho. Fantastic player switching here from Turkey to make sure that he's controlling the man who's closest to the ball, but there's nobody close to Aouar, and it's going to be 2-1, and Damie at the start of the second half here is at the perfect response.
Exactly what he needed, just to ignite something within him. You've been talking about his rhythm throughout the entirety of this evening, and maybe we'll start to see a little bit of that rhythm from Damie now. And he gets a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more confident in his skill moves. I feel like there has been things he's wanted to try, but maybe hasn't gone for them because he's often been behind, or he just hasn't really trusted himself or his players. Now he's got that goal. His first goal in, 3 matches of FIFA now. Maybe we'll see a little bit more of the Damie we know and love.
Another chance to counter-attack here. Ronaldinho with the ball roll, trying to play that direct ball into Cristiano Ronaldo that he does so well. And there's Ronaldinho, who's going to receive the ball back. Does he take this one early? Does he slot it past the goalkeeper? And within 10 minutes of the second half starting, Ronaldinho has tied the game up at 2-2. And Damie is very much back in this game.
I mean, rhythm is a Damie, and he's your sole companion, Mark, at this point, because I think we finally found it. We have finally found the rhythm that we've been waiting for, and that's scary if you're Turkey. Going up against a Damie who is kind of gassed up and is feeling it. He is going to start putting goal away. Goal after goal is just going to start flooding in at this point if you're not careful. He has to kind of restrict the chances for Damie now. Get back to that possession style that he had and just try and smother him a little bit.
So the hour mark in our first game has just been crossed. Here's Mbappe, drives the ball into R9, big chance to answer back, and it's almost immediate that Turkey does find his way back into the lead. I think it was an offside trap that didn't quite go to plan. And coming in from Damie, and that gave the space and the chance for R9, and he made no mistake in front of goal.
Mark, you know earlier when you were talking about kind of like fanning the fire a little bit and you were talking about celebrations and whatnot, I have noticed that a couple of our players in this tournament, they've just been skipping celebrations. Turkey has not. Turkey has been running at that camera and he has been letting his opponent know. I mean, usually in global competitions at the LAN events, celebrations can't be skipped, so we see celebrations often, but because we're just seeing them play at home on their own Ultimate Team accounts, they do have the ability to skip. I feel like Turkey was making a point there.
Conspiracy theories with Onset and Gaskin.
How to rile up the FIFA community.
There's a podcast in there somewhere. Well, here's Mendy striding forward for the man who has just taken the lead. Turkey, after a phenomenal comeback at the start of this second half from Damie. Almost found that ball in behind there, Damie. You can see what he's trying to do. He really does feel like there's space in behind those fullbacks, but when you're trying to put pressure on those fullbacks yourself, it can leave space in behind. R9 tries to cut it back. Couldn't find the ball inside.
Does Damie have enough to come back again? Already hard enough coming back from a 2-goal deficit, but then when you go behind one more time, it can really deflate you, kill off any momentum you had even managed to gather whatsoever. He has been building well, has Damie, and has looked very threatening in that final third, but there's always this worry that Turkey can find this fourth goal. He can just switch it up a gear, and he's managed to find his way into the box. Oh, somehow that's gone over the bar.
You almost expected R9 to just turn away and slot that past Jan Oblak, but then I remembered that Steve Mandanda's in goal, so if he slotted it past Jan Oblak, it would be at the wrong end. But it was a big chance there. Unfortunately, it wasn't taken. And for Damie, it's a little bit of a lifeline here in this game. That's Cristiano Ronaldo. Looks to start an attack, and Neymar spreads the ball out wide here to Di Maria, looking to use his pace. A little bit of a desperate tackle there from Ferland Mendy. Surely pulled his man back, and the referee is going to pull it back here for a free kick. As we see the pause menu being entered by the players, and surely some changes in personnel coming on.
Yeah, and probably just maybe setting those fullbacks to either join the attack if you're Davy, and maybe just stay back while defending if you're Turkey. Get a little bit more defensive now as you get towards the end of this game. Just try and close it out. Of course, if you do turtle up a little bit, if you do allow your opponent to have too much of the ball, you're always giving them that opportunity to get back into the game. But from the set piece, Damie just lays it off, and he'll just opt to keep possession rather than go for anything direct. It wasn't exactly the best opportunity to shoot, so I don't really blame him.
Well, here's Alwar, and one of the substitutions I just noticed there is Quincy Promes, the 95 rated team of the season so far. Dutchman, 5-star skills, 4-star weak foot, everything you could want, and when he's coming off of the bench, certainly going to be an impactful player. I think he's going to be on that right centre attacking midfield position, so expect him to try and get that ball over to the side of the pitch and use that pace to get in behind Ferland Mendy. But speaking of getting in behind, here's Kylian Mbappe. And you can see Neymar at the back post as well, and I think he was just trying to maybe use that run to find R9 at the near post, but a little bit of a worry. And Steve Mandanda, the entertainer.
Oh, Steve, you're putting us all through it here. Mostly on set, if I'm completely honest. He's going through all the motions, he's got all the flashbacks of his draft, and you ruining everything for him. But really a chance for Turkey to put this game to bed if he can find that fourth. There wouldn't be enough time for Damie to come back into it. I mean, it's going to be hard enough as it is, Mark, to find an equaliser. But Turkey still is going for that fourth goal.
Well, if Damie can find possession, there's certainly a chance to go forward. And instead, Turkey goes all the way back to his fullback, but he's given the ball away here, and Neymar. And the man who gave the ball away was Cancelo. And he has to get back to make up for his own mistake, and just about manages to do so. But possession still just about. He's in Damie's hands, and he tried that McGeady spin again, and Ronaldinho's wrestling with his man, and it looks like a free kick here. In the 87th minute. Big chance here for Damie. 3 men stood over the ball. Neymar, the man, who is maybe looking to strike it. Oh, it's magic from Neymar.
What a free kick that was, especially in the dying moments when you're about to go 1-0 down in the series. To even attempt that just shows the capability of what Damie has and what he offers. Again, it's about that confidence, just trusting that player, trusting yourself that you can pull that off. And we've got a game on our hands again, 3-3. Maybe Damie counting his lucky stars, he was able to win that free kick in such a dangerous area, but he'll take it. He certainly took the free kick to its best ability.
And we know he can score in quick succession as well. We did it at the start half. Is he going to do it at the end? Ronaldinho! Oh, he struck the post! The Elastico to get the chance. The strike was vicious in at that near post, but unfortunately there for Damie. The post stood between him and a potential win here in this game, number one. What an end to this game it's been.
It could be extra time unless he manages to break through with R9, which he doesn't. And the final attack is going to go to Damie here. Needs to go forward. Has been able to find it in the final third. It's beautiful. The Elastico manages to get past one. Can he get a step over? No, just runs into the defenders, and we are going to extra time.
Well, what an end to that game. And what a game that was between the two players. You can see Damie really coming back into it and just in bursts at the start of the second half and right at the end, at the death of this game. And you can see he's really having some success as well, Dan. One thing I've noticed is he started to pull out those skill moves, and it really has been giving Turkey all sorts of problems.
Yeah, in Turkey, I'm sure, straight into the tactics screen and kind of changing back those things he had switched up towards the end of the game, where he had made his team slightly more defensive and had almost allowed the little bit of pressure from Damie. Wonder whether he'll feel hard done by about that free kick, or maybe he'll look back at it and say, all right, well, fair enough, maybe I shouldn't have dived in the way I did. Either way, we do find ourselves in extra time of our first game of this series. Reminder, whoever wins this series, it is a best of 3, will go through to the playoffs on Sunday. Tomorrow we will have Group B, which features the likes of Tex and MS Dasari.
The corner here at the start of extra time, and again, the set-piece specialist might have created an opportunity, but in a kind of scrappy way, Damie manages to defend, but defend he does. Turkey on the attack again. Kylian Mbappe inside the box. A little touch around the corner. Tries to ball roll inside of the man, Lala. And he's looked so dangerous from these set pieces, Dan. You almost expect something different every time that ball crosses the sideline.
He often switches to that player at the front post, and he's not able to find him, though. Hullet rises above all. And that is one thing that Hullet is always going to provide, is height and presence from corners. And maybe we won't see Turkey go for the same thing again, but that is a lofted through ball that is going to find a great opportunity here. Whips it into the back post, and it is beautiful on set.
Of all the players I didn't expect to be on the counter-attack there, it was Lala, the fullback, who'd got in behind from that long ball from Damie. And once he was in that position, it was a perfect ball towards the back post. Ronaldinho was completely unmarked, and he made no mistake whatsoever after striking the post right at the end of added on time. And now you can see the changes in the menu here. Coming in from Turkey, he knows he hasn't got a lot of time left to get back into this game, and he needs to take this opportunity to make those changes so they can have an impact.
Get more men forward. I mean, I don't think this game is over, even though Damie now will find himself ahead for the first time in this tie. Turkey just does look so threatening when he goes forward. And if there's any sort of mistake, any sort of slip-up, I think Turkey will pounce on it. But Damie showing his class, his expertise, being able to come back into this game. The free kick was magnificent, and that counter-attack as well. He's done it many a time, has Damie. He knows how to execute a counter-attack like that. It was like something from the training ground.
So now for Turkey, he's got questions to answer himself. Can he once again come back into this game? Can he keep that mentality in one piece? I keep aside the fact that, we keep repeating, this is a 3-game series. And that even a loss here would not mean that his tournament run is over. But the way that Damie is starting to flow forward, and the chances he's starting to create, you have to wonder if there's more questions to be answered here. The roulette and the driving towards the near post. And this is the rhythm I was talking about. Damie's starting to really flow as he comes forward. Cristiano Ronaldo just shielding the ball and causing problems for anyone near him. Elastico past one. Still somehow had the ball, and Kevin De Bruyne had to step in as we enter stoppage time.
This could be worrying. Unfortunately for Turkey, though, it was a foul by Mbappe on the left-hand side, and this will be the end of the first half of extra time, and Damie is going to go in with the lead. The Polish flags flying high, and he just needs now to hold on to this for 15 more minutes in-game, but that is easier said than done. I think Turkey is now going to go gung-ho.
Yeah, you can see that 3 at the back now. 3-4-1-2 being introduced. Just the 3 at the back. You've got the 2 men up top. You've got that central attacking midfielder in behind them to try and link up the play, as well as those wide men to try and give you some sort of width. But this is essentially the Hail Mary of competitive FIFA. Tell everyone to get forward. Ryan Kent on the pitch. You mentioned him earlier, and I think anyone who's played Weekend League competitive FIFA will know that that is the stuff of nightmares.
He is the chosen one. He certainly has a way to ruin your weekend when you're playing Weekend League, and certainly could ruin Damie's party in this first game here if he is able to get onto that left-hand side and do some damage. Ball is won back by Turkey now, and he can look to attack. He has to make every attack count, or he has to make one of these attacks count, should I say. Not much time at all, really, when you think about it. 15 minutes in game.
Yeah, probably 1 or 2 attacks in total in the game. The way that Damie's probably going to just make sure that he doesn't give the ball away. Lala does superbly well there. And Quincy Promes not quite quick enough to beat the defenders to the ball when the ball's going to come straight back. As Neymar now turns away, and just at the last second, I believe it was Kamara who got that tackle in. But again, dangerous moments there for Damie as he's trying to break away, and Ronaldinho's got the right side of his man. Whips it across. Promise! It's 5. And that's game over.
And the only reason that was a goal is because Turkey was looking to try and quickly get back on the attack. He had won that ball back on the edge of the pitch, but rather than just putting it out for play and accepting that Damie would have a throw-in, he tried to bring it back in so that he could go on attack of his own and try and get back into the game. Is that a mistake? You could argue yes, because he still had a little bit of time to work with, and giving away a throw-in and possession still being in Damie's hands wouldn't be the end of the world. But at the same time, you can't blame someone for taking a risk when you're losing a game with only 8 minutes remaining.
So back to the drawing board then for Turkey ahead of game number 2. And for Damie's really started to find the kind of form that we expect to see from someone who has performed so well in competitive FIFA and FIFA 20. Still has a little bit of time to maybe get back into this game, but it will have to be superb as we see the defender come across and almost hand off Neymar as he tried to get inside the box. But with that possession being turned over, Dan, you have to feel that his game very much going to Damie.
Yeah, it would have had to been a goal on that particular attack, and then he would have had to win the ball back as well. And maybe just rub salt in the wounds here. Can Damie put on a show? But it's not going to be 6 today. It's just going to be the 5. Maybe a consolation available here on the counter-attack for Turkey. Plenty of space out on the right. R9 is there, but it's going to be offside.
So into added time then. In extra time, the players couldn't be separated in regular time, but 2 goals here from Damie mean that he will take a 1-0 lead in the series. And maybe a little bit of icing on the cake here as the ball's dinked into Ronaldinho and almost managed to connect the dots to paint a very, very pretty picture. But there is the result, 5-3 to Damie, and most importantly, win number 1 in this best of 3.
Gents, I have a question for you. How much on a scale of 1 to 10, how silly do you think that Turkey feels charging towards the camera, being cocky.com on every single goal he scored?
I'll let Dan answer that one. Dan does that and then loses games.
It's about, you have to have the confident mentality of, I want to get in the other player's head, and I'm all for it. But it can come back to bite you in the bottom, and it has for Turkey here. And yeah, he'll probably be feeling a little bit silly, Adam. But maybe that's going to rile him up.
Yeah, it might do. But I mean, first and foremost, what a brilliant game. It had everything. It had everything from goals being scored early on to domination to suddenly comebacks and then winning. It was fantastic. I think Damie there as well, showing that he could switch it up in time to make it count before the final whistle.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of a game where, especially in regulation time, Damie kind of just had bursts of excitement in the game. It felt like control of the game was really in the hands of Turkey, but he just couldn't deal with the counterattacks that were coming in from Damie and how devastating he was. And it was those 2 goals right at the start of the second half that really changed the complexion of the game. And then right at the end of the game, 2 goals again, and that free kick, I can't explain how that execution isn't an easy thing to do, especially with the pressure on you in those situations. So yeah, just a real great display of skill.
Like hitting the ball flat across the inside of the post there from Neymar on the goalkeeper's side of as well. It's just flawless. It's a flawless victory.
I mean, that's something we hear in other games, Adam.
It is, but I brought it into this one because I thought I'd combine the 2.
I like it, and a combination of said 2 games would be very interesting.
Can you imagine?
New celebrations in game.
Yeah.
Certainly.
Yeah. Sub-Zero and Scorpion signed for one of the FUT teams. That'd be brilliant. Imagine. But I think with Turkey as well, it's definitely a very different game to the first game. First matchup we saw from today, where it was a lot more defensive minded, a lot more kind of a lot more stale in some respects. This had a lot more kind of free-flowing football. But I think with Turkey, there is that balance of going from being confident to being slightly arrogant. I don't know if that kind of came across towards the end there, and it started to change he started to get inside his own head and started to kind of mess around a bit too much.
Sometimes you can do that to yourself, where you rile yourself up in a way that, like, he's just conceded 2 goals very quickly. So when he scores that third, he's like, yeah, get in, like, and then he runs at the camera. Yeah, I don't know what that was. Like, that's when I score. I suddenly, like, change completely who I am. But then you almost want to make a statement to your opponent because you think that they think you're in their head and they think you're in their head. You know what I mean? I don't know what I mean.
Same as the sweaty towel metaphor earlier on. I'm with you 100%.
Yeah, good. I'm glad you could.
I mean, it's a great start to this best of 3 here. I mean, we said it before, this is last chance saloon for these players to remain in this competition. Obviously, Turkey now 1 down. He has to win this game if he's going to remain competing and showcasing what he can give to the FIFA esports, world. If he can showcase that, and this is a great platform for him. But obviously, Damie as well, he wants to prove that, I am here, I'm established, and I'm here to stay.
100%. And this is where, in a lot of competitive FIFA, in a lot of competitive settings, where players are made or they're broken, right? And when you get into these situations where it's do or die, can you produce your best in these moments, or are you just going to crumble under the pressure? And I think one thing that Damie's certainly got on his side is the fact that he has that experience now. He's getting to those final stages in tournaments. He's yet to win a major. However, he's put himself in those big games. He knows how that feels, and he knows how to deal with that kind of pressure now. For Turkey, I'm not sure if he has been in that position before, so we'll have to see how he performs.
Absolutely. Before going into game 2 as well, I want to quickly turn our attention to tomorrow and what's coming up as well, because Group B has got some of the biggest players in the world right now. Dasari, Tex, Umut, and Tas. It's bound to be a sublime day, Dan.
It is. I mean, for as much as I'm talking about Dasari and Tex, you have to realise the other 2 players, Umut and Tas, are phenomenal as well, and certainly could upset the likes of Tex, the likes of Dasari, and I think that's what's so exciting about Group B. And then 2 of those progressed to play. 2 players have already been performing incredibly well today. Gravison is, of course, going to want to get hold of one of those players and show that he's a dominant force in FIFA 20.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, game 2 is ready. It all comes down to this. Turkey, the pressure is on, Malado. Let's jump in and let's find out what unfolds in this lower bracket matchup.
All right, then. Game number 2 in this best of 3, Dan. If you're just joining us, Damie took game number 1, so he only has to close out this game here to secure himself a spot in the playoffs, the final game of the day, potentially, if he does take that home, that win. But for Turkey, it really is a case now of having to turn up when it matters, Dan, and maybe not a situation he's been in too many times before.
No, I mean, he certainly have been playing FIFA tournaments before where he's had his back against the wall, where he may have been down and across 2 legs, where he may have played this kind of format. But in terms of against top tier competitors, this certainly is going to favour the likes of Damie, who has been in these scenarios before, who has been at those latter stages of tournaments, as you mentioned when we were chatting to Adam. So everything kind of points in the direction of Damie in taking this one, but we know what Turkey's been doing all day today. He has that capability to upset people, but that was managed to sneak in just off the keeper's hip there. And that's going to be 1-0 to Damie. And maybe this could be the start of something special.
Yeah, the pressure really now back onto Turkey. And we said, how are you going to deal with it? Well, we're going to have to find out now, because that's the worst possible start that he could have asked for. Cristiano Ronaldo rolling back the FIFA years to FIFA 19 there with a back post header, just placing it in off the post. A simple enough goal, completely unmarked. And the worrying thing for me there, if you're supporting Turkey and you want to see him do well, is the fact that that was so much space left available, and it was such a simple goal for Damie, and that's just inside the first 10 minutes or so.
Too easy, really, wasn't it? And if Turkey is going to be leaving those kind of gaps, then Damie is going to find them. He's going to take advantage of them. We were saying how today Turkey hasn't made that many mistakes, but more and more have been cropping up in this series against Damie, as pressure perhaps is starting to get to him a little bit.
Well, here comes Turkey forward. The first time he's really had a chance to venture inside the 18-yard box. Little shot here from Kevin De Bruyne, but Mandanda makes the save. Not the greatest of strikes there from De Bruyne. Maybe would want that one back again. As we went across the goalkeeper, but comfortable save for the Frenchman.
Yeah, I wonder whether he should have gone near post, but perhaps he was worried the defender would kind of block that one. But here is Turkey from the corner. has done some dangerous things already, has scored from a set piece today. Can he twist and turn? No, he can't. And Damien can now come away and potentially find one of his counter-attacks that found him so many goals in that first game, which is quite surprising when you look at the players and who they are and what they've achieved. You'd think Damien would be the one controlling things.
Well, here's De Bruyne in again, and maybe he's going to have a chance to make amends. A simple ball roll around the goalkeeper, and he does make amends. A similar chance to what we saw just a few moments ago. A little bit less pressure, maybe on the opportunity from the defender, and Kevin De Bruyne makes no mistake and runs straight at the camera to let Damien know.
Did Damien need to bring the goalkeeper out there? Probably not. Would De Bruyne still have scored if he hadn't brought the keeper? Quite possibly. It's one of those where if he gets there, then it's an amazing decision to bring that goalkeeper out, but he just was a little bit too slow, and I guess maybe that can be some of the differences in goalkeepers. You know, I was saying earlier how over 90 statistically, they're all quite similar because of chemistry boosts, but there is going to be a pace difference here or there. So sometimes it does mean they get off that line that little bit faster when you press that triangle button.
Well, Mendy does well to deal with the run of Angel Di Maria. Lala comes across to take the ball out of play away from the attentions of Kylian Mbappe. But a good response here from Turkey after going down early in this game, and I think that's important for him to know that regardless of if his opponent takes the lead, that he can find the mentality to get back into games, that he has that resolve in the locker. As Cancelo now plays the ball down the line, looking for the linesman's flag, and it's not going to be there. Another big chance here for Turkey, and surely it's going to be the second, and yes it is. Neymar the man. And that one seemed, again, just so simple as the Brazilian applied the finishing touches.
What a response that's been from Turkey as well. You'd think with an opening goal like that from Demi, Turkey would just crumble. 1-0 down in the series, potentially facing elimination, but no, he's shown so much enthusiasm and power here by being able to come back into this game so successfully. Did not look rattled whatsoever, and now he has the lead.
So now it's time for Damie to answer back. And we know that he likes to score goals, and we know that he scores goals for fun sometimes. So let's see if he can find a response here. Ronaldo couldn't get away from the attentions of the centre-back there. You saw there was runs from midfield. If he would have been able to just create just half a yard there, Dan, surely a chance to have find one of those runs.
A game of such small margins is FIFA 20. Those little things that maybe you would have done differently if you're able to replay it, like in those video games where you can kind of press back and it rewinds ever so slightly. It's not going to work in FIFA. You're just going to have to live and learn, and when you get presented with a similar opportunity in the future, you just have to make better decisions. Sometimes you can't even do anything. Your decisions aren't going to be a part of it at all. Instead, it's going to be the defender who makes a better decision to kind of position a player and intercept that ball so successfully. So much to be said for players who are better at reacting defensively and those who are better at reacting offensively.
Well, that's a great ball to Neymar. Just got into one of those channels between the defenders. And Cristiano Ronaldo is completely free in the centre of the box. And that is a fantastic goal from Damie. It was direct. And it was destructive. And it's ended up in the back of the net. Cristiano Ronaldo, the man on the end of it. And this game just keeps giving us goals down.
An absolute toe poke. Just past the goalkeeper. Great move there from Damien. Yeah, I mean, this has been such an entertaining series between these two players. Very refreshing to see goal after goal. And I guess when you have this format where it isn't aggregate and it is just going to be a best of three, it does open up a little bit more.
So 4 goals to report. And we've still got around 8 minutes left in our first half. The pressure now back on from Turkey. Zinedine Zidane does a great job there of keeping possession. Mbappe, unfortunately, just as I say that, gives it away, and now he's going to release Lala over the top. Di Maria dropping deep here. Cristiano Ronaldo, there is a running behind from Neymar. You can see it, but the defensive attentions were enough to stop that run being found. And now it's really turning into end-to-end stuff here, Dan.
That's an interesting ball. Is Mandanda going to disappoint you? No.
Steve's got it.
Steve, I mean, Stefan Steve, they often call him on the football pitch. So I've heard anyway through my various friends of Steve Mandanda. And now it's going to be a chance for Damie to go on the attack. Back and forth. We haven't really seen that kind of constant recycling of play that we see so often. Both players really just going at the throat of their opponent.
Well, here's Neymar. Damie's loved to score goals at the end of halves and at the end of games so far in this tournament, and had the opportunity to do so once again, and Turkey just a little bit too much on that one. As both players look happy for the half to come to an end. It will come to an end, and 4 goals between the two players, but the most important thing is no one with the lead as yet. 2-2 the score at half-time here, Dan.
Far superior possession for Turkey, though. Damien just hasn't been able to hold on to the ball as much, or he's opted not to hold on to the ball as much, as I was alluding to earlier. He's just been kind of going forward and just trying to attack, get that counter-attack where available, and it has worked here or there. 2 shots and 2 goals for him, and I think that you're always going to be happy with that if you've been restricted with chances because your opponent's been defending particularly well and they haven't made mistakes and yada yada. So we'll see what happens in this second 45. Could potentially be the last 45 minutes that Turkey plays in this tournament if he doesn't manage to walk away with a victory here.
Yeah, you can see Damie just twiddling around with his in-game tactics as well, with the depth and the width, and maybe thinking that he's seen a weakness in his opponent that he can try and exploit. I have to see if that is something that does become effective in this second half. But as you mentioned, Dan, now is the time for Turkey to step up and prove that he can hang against an opponent like Damie. As if he loses this one, it will be the end of his tournament. And for Damie, he'll be joining us in the playoffs.
Long, lofted ball to the wing. Doesn't quite work out this time. He has managed to recover it. Both of these players really trying to expose the fullbacks of one another, and it has worked out here. Mbappe on the left-hand side will just ball roll his way inside, see if he can find anyone to pass to, but too many red shirts to really make any sort of commitment to a pass. But as I say that, Mbappe still trying to fight and wrestle for it. But eventually Damie comes away with it, and now this is the thing, Mark, he can go for a counter-attack. He's just so quick at shifting the ball from defence to attack at the moment.
Yeah, Ronaldinho has the strength to hold off his man as well, to keep possession for him. And you can see Damie is almost just got his finger just directly pointing forward on the stick, and he's just lost the code inside onto the left foot of Cristiano Ronaldo. Jan Oblak, big save coming in from the Atletico Madrid goalkeeper. But you do have to feel maybe if that was a 5-star weak foot, maybe if that was on the right foot of Cristiano Ronaldo, it could have been a different story.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't see the same kind of difference comparing your foot birthday Mbappe, who has the 5-star weak foot, to his team of the season and team of the season so far. Cristiano Ronaldo did have the shapeshifter, who did have the 5-star weak foot. Oh no, sorry, it was a different weak foot, wasn't it? They shifted it onto the other side. So then suddenly his left foot was a god machine, but the right foot wasn't as good. I wonder whether, if we ever see Cristiano Ronaldo get that 5-star weak foot, whether he would just be the best player in the game. He just has a little bit of everything: strength, power, aerial ability, and then the ability to shift the ball onto both sides.
Well, there's a ball through the middle to someone that does have a 5-star weak foot, and that is R9 Ronaldo. The Brazilian icon goes up against his man, but I would define that as a strong tackle there from the centre-back to push him off the ball. But that was a big chance to create something from that opportunity there for Turkey that, again, you can maybe feel the nerves starting to creep in a little bit here, Dan. A few desperate standing tackles, just trying to reach in and win the ball back, because he knows he's only got 30 minutes here to turn this one into a win. Di Maria on that left foot, ball roll inside, but just cannot get through the defensive wall.
And when we talk about weak foots, Di Maria isn't really a player that you want to put in that conversation, because it's not very often you see players with a 3-star weak foot being included in a squad, but his statistics are pretty incredible outside of that. As Mbappe is going to shift this one back, but Neymar just can't quite latch onto it. And that could have been the goal to send Turkey into a third match here.
Offside trap used to put pressure on to win that ball back, and he does so. 20 minutes left in this game. Diego Carlos now finds the feet of Ronaldo, who tries to beat his man, but you have to say The Leipzig centre-back pairing have been absolutely superb so far for Damie.
It is one of the biggest differences, really, from an online tournament where they have to use their own teams to an event tournament where you get any player available to you. The defence just isn't as strong in your own team because you don't want to invest as much coins in the defence because your kind of Militao can do the same job, maybe not quite as well as like a Van Dijk. Whereas at the events, you don't have to worry about that. You don't have to worry about where your coins are being spent. Instead, you just choose the best players. And when you have a 99 rated Van Dijk on the pitch, they do just command that defence, but it's just so hard to invest so many coins into them.
There's a chance here as we approach the last 10 minutes of this game for Turkey to maybe find an equaliser in this game. Can't make the most of that opportunity. Rush tackle there from Ronaldinho, though, and the referee will certainly be having a word with him. A yellow card. Most importantly here, a set piece. Taken short. Lucas Moura. Leaves it to Kevin De Bruyne to try and pull the strings here. And smartly keeping possession here, Dan. When only a few moments left in this game, so vital to do.
Anything from this set piece. He's been a bit of a set piece specialist so far today. Plays it onto the edge of the box, but can't quite find the ball through to R9. As we approach now the final 7 minutes or so of the game. And really just feel every single pass from these players. It's getting very tense in this game.
Well, here's Mbappe, and the pressure is relentless here. Zidane plays the ball into Neymar. Oh, just off balance. Mandanda got across to make the save. Not enough power in that one to really trouble the goalkeeper too much, but still, a save was required. Here's Lucas Moura. Sergio Ramos. Ball falls back into the middle of the box, but the linesman's flag will go up. And finally, a little bit of relief here for Damie.
It's all been Turkey in these final stages of this game, and Damie goes for a little bit of a risky dink, and there's another risky dink there as well, but he gets away with it. Still keeps possession. Has to be careful here. He could potentially have the last attack of the game at his feet right now. He's biding his time ever so slightly. Players available in the middle. That offside trap being used yet again to press Mark.
He's got to press. He's got to win this ball back because we're almost into the 90th minute and Damie went forward as he loves to do. And that's given possession back, but Ruud Gullit wins it back almost immediately. Damie now tried to turn back inside. But unfortunately for him, it's just given possession back. Is there enough time to go forward? The time is up, and that will be it. Damie will go through to the playoffs. Commiserations to Turkey. It was a heck of a game.
Wait.
Or as I say that, I've just remembered it's extra time and penalties, so ignore me. The game is still very much on, Dan.
It is still...
Let me refresh my brain.
We go to extra time again. And this is now a chance still for Turkey to get back into this and get to that final third match. And honestly, he looked a better player towards the end of that second half. He was the one who was piling on the pressure. He was the one who was really showing that he wanted it. But then Damie just looks so scary on that counter-attack. Is he going to get an early goal here again at the start of extra time? No, he won't.
My apologies. Sometimes you fall into the same format and forget that we're playing a little bit of a different game here in the tournament. And for Turkey, he's going to be very, very happy that that isn't the case, because now he has an opportunity to get back into this game again and get back into this series. Here's Neymar. For Damie, though, maybe looking to put the series to bed, and surely Ronaldo will put that one away, and he does. Played into the Portuguese striker's feet, the fake shot away from his man. The power in that right foot. Devastating in comparison to what we saw to the left foot earlier, and that is the difference between getting that ball onto your strong foot of the player.
And Ronaldo, he just does fire him home from there as well. I mean, you don't finesse that. You just absolutely smash it, put your laces through it. And so often you can beat the goalkeeper, whether you're going near post or far post. The team of the year, Ronaldo, just really changed his his influence on the FIFA 20 market, as it were. His standard Goldfoot item just really wasn't that good, didn't cut it. The shapeshifter, sure, had a couple of people interested because you change his strong foot to the left and it's a little bit different. You can maybe catch your opponent off guard, and he had a couple of informs people tried here or there. But it wasn't until that Team of the Year came out that he really started to find his way into competitive squads again. And he's proved ever valuable here for Damie as he takes a goal lead in extra time. And it's down to Turkey to answer back, but he has answered back previously.
Well, he's going to have to do it again here, and he hasn't got much time to play with either. Here's Kubo into Kevin De Bruyne. Trying to turn away from the defenders. They have to use every single ounce of his strength to line up Zidane. Well defended by Damien. Now the counter-attack is going to be a real dangerous threat, not only to the game, but to his tournament life. Kamara. Waiting for the run of Ronaldinho, possibly. And decides to instead go back, but he's not going to have any help in the fullback position. Has to go inside there to hull it. Ronaldinho. This is agonising here.
Oh no. Controller died there for a second. That was really weird. He just hovered over the ball for a little bit too long, but alas, he still has possession. Ronaldinho, though, just can't lift it over the defender. I have to say that the way and how effective Damie has used his fullbacks here has been really the reason why he's had so much success and been able to get to these wide areas on the pitch. He's been pressing with his fullbacks, but he's also been utilising them for 1-2s, so he can get Ronaldinho a little bit further up and into those dangerous areas, rather than maybe using Ronaldinho as a winger.
Well, Kubo has managed to use his pace to get him behind the fullback here, and Kamara's kind of struggling, but does so well to recover. And it's important that he did, because that was the last attack of the half in extra time. And now for Turkey, he needs to find not only an equaliser, but he needs to try and find a winner here. Otherwise, he's getting closer and closer to a situation where his tournament life is going to be over. For Damie, he just needs to hold on here, Dan.
Again, it's 15 minutes to hold on. And I feel like I've said that multiple times today, where we have gone to extra time and one player has had the lead and then potentially that lead gets thrown away. Damie, though, he has the experience, he has the history, he will know what to do. Should be a cakewalk. But unfortunately, in FIFA, it never is that case. There is always that one opportunity that your opponent will get, which will just throw a spanner in the works, and Damie just needs to be switched on and be prepared for when it happens.
So now you're going to see those changes. We're going to have the three at the back once again. Ryan Kent offering that pace on the left-hand side. Of course, the 5-star weak foot as well. Press after possession loss. Everything you could possibly use in the in-game tactics to try and be effective at not only pushing forward and attacking, but also winning the ball back down. I think that's something that maybe we don't talk about enough sometimes is, you know, we have to set up these formations, these tactics to also pressure your opponent if you do give the ball away.
It's something that Tex always did so effectively, and why he dominated FIFA 19 and the same in FIFA 20 is he pressed it at the right times with the right players. Sometimes you bring those fullbacks into the central area and almost add them as a third defender, but Damie could have been through that if it weren't for the linesman's flag being raised.
A lifeline here for Turkey. There's Zinedine Zidane, and that's a great ball forward, but fantastic defending again from Damie, as Mandanda will now spread that one out to Quincy Promes. A lovely knockdown for the Dutchman into the centre of the park. Ronaldo turns back inside, and he's just playing on the impatience here of his opponent. Back inside to Neymar, who rifles it home at the near post. And surely that is the end of this game.
I mean, it must be at this point when I say that Damie has the experience to kind of whittle down the clock when he has a 1-goal lead. With a 2-goal lead, it surely should be done and dusted. Only 9 minutes in-game remaining. 1, maybe 2 attacks for Turkey. Has to score from kickoff here to even give him any sort of an opportunity. And he's given the ball away. Has wrestled it back though. Maybe if he gets this through ball here. R9 does find Neymar on the edge of the box. Has has to be now, has to score. Turns onto his right, then his left, plays it up to R9. Can he get connection with it? No, he can't. Damie gathers the ball up, and it should be a victory parade at this point.
Just a few moments left, and having won the ball back. De Bruyne, you knew what was happening there, just smashing that tackle button to try and win the ball back, and as soon as it fell to him, it just meant that there was a massively underpowered shot unleashed. Maybe unleashed is the wrong word there from Kevin De Bruyne. But one goal here, and there is still time, although not a lot. Here is Ronaldo. There is the goal, Dan. He needs to win the ball back almost immediately, though. Surely the experience of Damie is too much in this situation. He can't make a mistake this big.
And we'll see how much the added on time is as well. If it's 2 minutes, then maybe there's a chance. Okay, it is 2 minutes. You've got to press. You've got to win this ball back and get that final attack. But Damie probably just going to go to the right-hand side here, take this towards the corner, gets the ball in the box. And I think that's going to be that mark. Flicks it over, a little bit of magic, goes out of play, goes for a corner. And even though the whistle hasn't gone, I think Damie knows he's marching on to the playoffs.
Play back here. The foul isn't going to bring the game to the end, but the ball going out of play will do. And now, officially, I can announce that Damie will be moving through to the playoffs, winning the best of 3, 2-0 against his opponent, Turkey here. Phenomenal stuff from him, but we have to give a huge amount of credit to Turkey in the way that he's played today, Dan.
Absolutely incredible. What a final match to wrap up a fantastic day's worth of FIFA there. I loved the fact that Damie waited to the very last 2-goal lead to run to the camera and say, "Yes, I have arrived." I loved it.
I mean, that's what I do. That's what I do. I let my opponent have that moment, and then as soon as I get back into the lead and I know there's not enough time left, I'm shushing the entire length of the field and then hitting the dab at the end of it. You know, that's just kind of play around. I'm
just reeling him in, Mark.
I don't encourage it. It's just what I do.
It's just what you do. I thought it was a great game there. I think again we saw the fact that, you know, Damie, when he turns it on, makes a big difference. But I must say, we didn't know much about Turkey at all coming into this, really. We knew that he was a Saudi Arabian player who, there's a bit about him online, but to actually watch him play, this must have been a great experience for him as well, competing against these top-notch, top-tier FIFA players.
Yeah, I think he'll take a lot away from this, and I'm sure he would have learned a lot as well, not only about his opponents, but about himself and what he's capable of. He can hang with some of the best players in the world. I think that's what he has learned today. And if he can then go away from this and say, look, well, when the Global Series does restart, whether that be 20 or 21, whenever, maybe even 22, who knows at this point, he can say, I can compete against them. I'm going to enter these tournaments. And maybe he hasn't in these tournaments. We couldn't find much online as he was a last-minute addition. But he put on a show for us today. And I tell you what, I enjoyed it.
Me too. I would love to see him. You guys mentioned a lot about how things are different on the pro circuit. You get a choice of all the players. You mentioned his team not being quite up to the same caliber as others today. I'd love to see what he comes out with when he's got a full strength team in his grasp. Right, here we are. The bracket from today for today's games. We have Gravison and Damie. We have our finalists progressing through to Sunday's showdown, as you can see there from our winners bracket game, Gravison going through and Damie from the lower bracket game going through as well. It's been a great day's worth of FIFA. We mentioned this earlier on today as well. Just so many great games, so many great moments. We also as well have our first two finalists who have dropped out, sadly, of our tournament here, Turkey and Shells, who come in 7th and 8th place. But Shells donating $50,000 still to Direct Relief, and Turkey donating $50,000 as well to King Salman, the charities that are both fighting to battle coronavirus right now, as all our charities are, that you can see on screen right here, which is fantastic. $1.5 million over 3 days, lads. I mean, this is nothing to be sniffed at, am I right?
No, phenomenal stuff, and honestly, it's a pleasure to be a part of such a monumental event. All the charities that are involved are going to be, incredibly happy with what's going on, and to be able to be part of something that is putting so much money into the pockets of those who needs it. I mean, you can't fault it. It's a phenomenal effort from every single person involved.
Absolutely is. We've got so much more FIFA coming your way, guys. If you have just joined us, don't worry, there are 2 more full days worth of FIFA 20 coming your way here at Game Without Borders. We kick off again tomorrow. We are kicking off with a show match. We've mentioned this before as well, guys, but Dybala versus Dele Alli. This is going to be ridiculous. You don't want to miss it. Find out loads more about the charities that we've talked about this evening as well, and all day long via gamerswithoutborders.com. You can see on your screen there as well. And tomorrow we give away another ton of money, and our players donate those to charities that they want to. You can see on screen here as well. Dan, Mark, thank you boys so much. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, we'll be there.
Good.
Thank you so much.
I love it. More Steve Mandanda, hopefully. I enjoyed him a lot today.
No, I love Steve Mandanda. I apologise for anything I said about him. Wrong. All right, I admit my mistakes.
He's going in my dream team. Straight up. Thank you guys for watching. Have a wonderful evening, and we look forward to see you again for plenty more Gaming Without Borders featuring FIFA 20 tomorrow. Take care. Goodbye from us for now. We'll see you then.